Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Fuck the ruckus, I get buckets with the knees. Better duck, I tap the budget for a fee. No questions when I step into the lead. Man of the hour, power forward like Embiid. I lost a couple homies, had to take some time to grieve. Now I'm straight, gotta get it out the gate. Go ahead and fill my plate up. Cleaning makeup off the other pillow when I wake up. Her glasses down to tell her she don't see it when you shade her. When you hear him talking down, does it faze ya? Spend my time inside a booth going crazy. Like, have you heard the latest? Shattering the earth, groundbreaking while I'm faded. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spinning till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from my glass house, never feel the thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
I don't back down, Mac back now. I got two hoes looking for me where I'm at now. I'm on a whole nother level, wanna get a brand new bezel. I got 20,000 on me, trying to get another 20 for me. For my bitch, for a brand new flick, ain't no skits. I just keep my shit 100, no bullshit. I got money on my mind, I don't never switch. Since I was a little jit, I'll slap the shit out of a bitch. Don't get disrespectful with me, I be checking homies. I got too much money that's reflecting off me, so let's reflect. And I be talking to myself, niggas, time to get this money, time to strap around that belt. Wanna run your mouth and I take that off and I whip your ass myself. I ain't playing around with no game system, I'll take it, put it on the shelf. I'm on high levels, elevated, pretty bitches think I made it. Now that don't get shit confused, it's me and money, we related.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
and we have a heavy, heavy hitting matchup here today. We have the Reapers taking on the Eclipse. Oh yes, not so much for divisional or conference standings, but this is one that is going to go a long way into how both of these teams approach the rest of the season, right? Um, you have the Eclipse who did something that they've never really done in the past, where they've gotten a two big target free agents, and on the other side you have the Reapers who, they got cutters in the free agency, but for the most part they're running the team status quo.
I see. So it looks like we've got full 7-stack roster today on both teams. So a lot of flexibility. We're going to get to see a lot of probably the best players in the best genres playing on what they specialize in.
Yeah,
So,
and I mean, honestly, at this point, there's not really any, and that's what you love about this matchup is there's not really any category that leans heavily in any one of these sides, right? Like they're both really good shooting teams. They both have fighters on their team. Um, Sports like it's we're going to see a lot of high quality gameplay. What both of these teams have to take, they have to be super focused, right? Like some of the other matchups when they're up 10 points, maybe they can be like, maybe not as focused, but you're gonna have a matchup where for all 4 hours, every minute of that game clock, you're gonna see high quality skill coming from both of them.
so this is definitely a highlight point of the season for anybody who's tuned in right now. This is something you really want to pay attention to because these are two of the teams that you could really lock in as one of your favorites and kind of guarantee yourself a good slot in the standings along with all the rest of the fans. So let's go over some highlight players here. Who can we expect to see doing well in certain categories?
One category I'm really looking at is the racers, specifically Hollywood versus Jury. Now, not that many people saw Jury last season. I don't want to say took a step back, but he didn't play as much as he normally did, right? So people don't fully know what to expect from Jury. But Jury is one of those players that you have to really kind of look out for, right? And then on the other side, Hollywood. Everybody knows what Hollywood is about. And even just looking at categories, besides that, they match up really well in certain things, right? Like CTR is a premier matchup right here. They're probably two of the best CTR players. Rocket League, Hollywood, Jury, two of the better players. Just racing games in general, which is something that we're kind of lacking in the league. We have some good racers, but it's not as popular of a category as say fighters or shooters are. Outside of that, I want to look at two people who are in the lineup now that were added over the offseason with Cutters and X-Ray Aspect. Both players that came from the Ghost. And I want to say those are the Ghosts were the last team to beat the Reapers.
Okay.
So they both come from a high skill background.
All right, good to know. So, yeah, that's the cool thing about this league in general is you get to see some sections of gaming highlighted that you don't get to see in other places. Everybody knows about the star shooter players in other leagues and the star strategy players and things like League of Legends and Pokemon. But when it comes down to things like racers and card games, this is where you get to highlight players that have a specialty in that and can be well-rounded gamers in other categories as well.
No, it's certainly going to be interesting, and not just from the standpoint of so Chicken Tech is somebody that we don't see in this matchup right now. Now I'm not sure if that was a strategy behind it, but what's going to be interesting to see is the impact off of just playing games, right? Like he brings that level. Him and X-Ray bring that level of fighting game knowledge, right? Eclipse have always had some Pitbull, right? Their best fighter, hand down, that's in the active starting lineup. So it looks like Eclipse won RPS. So just a quick understanding of how RPS works is if you win RPS the first, like at the beginning, right? The first wheel spin, you get to choose whether you want to play that game or you want to skip it. By skipping it, it stays on the wheel, but it's not the first game that's played. And it looks like the first game that's played is going to be King of Fighters.
Oh, King of Fighters right off the bat. All right. So then who are our predictions here? Who do we think's going in for this King of Fighters matchup?
I think it's going to be Scarlet, Ricky, and Dictator Chicken for the Reapers. And I think on the opposite side, I think you can see Pip-Boy, X-Ray Aspect, and maybe Nexus. Now I do know if the Reapers aren't a bad fighting game team, but it's not a champion. They won't win a championship based off of their fighters. They're not the worst, but we've seen them have at times get kind of exploited by teams with strong fighters, right? Now granted, like they went up against the boss, it looks like they are actually choosing the respin. That's a very interesting choice. I figured they would have ran that. So let's see what we have coming up first. And the funny thing is, they can roll King of Fighters again. It's a small
They very
chance,
much
but
could, yeah. Not in the odds, but they do get
Forza.
Okay, Forza. So just like we're talking about that racing, that racing category we're talking about, that's going to be highlighted here. We're going to see it right off the bat. So they got a couple minutes for setup here. So now going back to racing, now that we've covered the fighting category, let's go over these players again. Who do we expect to see?
So Hollywood and Jury are definitely going in. Those are the ones. So at this point, it's kind of like who do you want to anchor? Like I think on the Reaper side, I think maybe you anchor somebody like Scarlet and maybe Ricky, I want to say. And on the opposite side, maybe you anchor. It's so hard. Pip-Boy and X-Ray. It's really hard because with these two teams, we've seen a combined 3 games with them, right? So it's kind of hard at times to kind of say who is there. We know who their best and first and second players are in this game, right? It's how they choose to run their third, fourth, and fifth, and there's more to it, right? So I imagine we're going to see Cat, Kitty in there, and Hollywood, but like, so at the end when this game is after they have the lineup, and there's gonna be 2 people left. So I'm curious to see if they try to put their 2 best people out who cover the most outside of who could just like anchor position, or if they choose to just go full out, because that'll be something to see how they want to choose to play this matchup, because they don't know how well each other team is. So they're like, okay, well, if Scarlet may be a little bit better than Cutters at this, but the odds of that mattering are slim. So let's save Scarlet so that in case a fighter or a specific game rolls and looks like they are already, some of them are already in the game. It is a quick it's a game that some teams struggle to set up in time. So we'll see if both of these teams, mind you, are really good with the setup, which is great for them, because you don't want to do is minimize your talent, right? It doesn't matter how good you are at these games if you can't get into them. Because if you're not getting them, it's a forfeit. And these are 2 of the teams that we've probably seen the least amount of per game forfeits based on setup. And with like this game is so much about ego. This is an ego check match. It's like what team right now is going to say, hey, we're the better team? Because if you're not the better team, if the Reapers lose here, that means there's 7 more games that they have to sit through during the regular season of, all right, so can we beat Eclipse, right? And if Eclipse loses here, that's 8 more games of them saying, are we the best? Were these trades worth it? Because it didn't show right here now.
Yeah. What's interesting about these 2 teams is that expecting them to go far means that seeing them here earlier on in the season, it gives us so much time to then try to predict how much they've improved over the next many games that they have left.
Well, it's not even. It's hard to look at it by just games. You have to look at it by time. It's February, right? February 1st, and we have until, I want to say the finals aren't until May, or I think May or April. But either way, you have like 3 months plus to prepare, right? So you have all of that time you can completely rework how you are as a player. You can completely change the whole structure of how you practice. And it looks like from the Reapers, we do have Ricky and Scarlet anchoring. That's a good anchor position, anchor people. So we're going to see shortly who the Eclipse are choosing to anchor. So looks like we have AJ Lil Blue, who's a sports player. We have, okay, so Jury's definitely going in. So the question is it Nexus or is it X-Ray? So it looks like, they're leaving out Pip-Boy and Nexus. And Nexus was somebody who came on last season. I want to say he won Rookie of the season over Rez, who the Reapers really think that should have won Rookie. But it looks like there's a timeout already. Early on to the game, Now,
Interesting.
yes, it is really interesting because at this point you have 4 timeouts left, right? You lose, you go down to 2 at halftime, and maybe this is just a one off, but you don't want to be using a timeout this early because what we're talking about earlier is you don't want to get down to the second half instead of having 2 timeouts, you only have one. That matters because there's certain games that might be a little bit difficult to set up, so you want to have that timeout. Then also at the end of the game, if you're trying to catch up, you don't want to lose because you didn't have that. Excuse me, that one timeout. Um, but like I said, Forza is one of those games that teams sometimes tend to struggle with. Um, but so how essentially, pardon me for not really breaking it down. How Forza's played in the league is as a 5v5, right? Everybody has to use different cars. So
Mm.
everybody on a team has to use different cars. First person to finish just I want to say a minute or so after they finish, before so that everybody else can finish. If they don't finish within that time, they essentially is DNF and like 5 minutes or such get added onto the time. Now the team that wins is the team that has the highest average. So having people finish is almost as important as having somebody in first place. So we'll get to see this is a game that you'll see in certain shooters where not having teammates that are liabilities can be a huge detriment because you can hide bad players in certain games, right? Like some of the shooters, you could probably hide them by having them like, "Hey, I want you to stay back here and just pop shots off from a distance so that you're not feeding them." But in this game, if everybody has an impact because at the end of the day, if you don't finish or if your time is just really bad, you're going to bring down the rest of the team. This is a very hard, difficult game to carry in. So this is one of those ones that we'll see how Eclipse and the Reapers both chose to choose to practice this.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting kind of strategy to build because most of the time in Forza you're relying on yourself and not
Yeah.
many other people. So it's interesting that there's not a whole lot of strategy going into this. Uh, beginning when this rule set starts, these teams have to develop that themselves because they're walking into a new kind of play style completely.
I mean, and trust me, it hasn't always been like this in the league. So I was here since the first season, right? Outside of the racers and Mario Kart and CTR, which we had Mario Kart on the wheel at the time, it was crazy. A lot of them were 1v1 games, right? We had F1, I want to say that was a 1v1. The sports games were all 1v1 except for Rocket League. And then as we evolved as a league, our commissioner Titus decided that hey, we have teams that have one person good at sports games, and they just hope that that one person's good at the sports game. We have one person that's good at fighters, and they just hope that that one person's available for fighters. But now we're evolved to the point of the league as you can't hide yourself. If you're bad at a category, eventually it's going to get exposed, and teams are going to be able to take advantage of that. But we have is this another timeout? Oh, looks like another timeout by Eclipse.
Wow, another timeout for Eclipse. Already down to 3 before the first games begun.
Yeah, and then like the time's not rolling, there's nothing going on, and to be down 2 timeouts first game, this is something that I wouldn't have expected, and it's also gonna make you wonder. The first game, King of Fighters, super easy setup, and they chose to respin it. And honestly, I think they had a good advantage in King of Fighters with how they have X-Ray, who I know is pretty good at King of Fighters. I imagine Pit Boys picked it up. They could have set that game up, been an easy setup, and then at that point, you take the win, and then at that point, you can start stacking up the setups because if the next game is on console, or if it goes from PC to console to PC, you have 4 minutes after that last game, or 2 minutes after that last game, it's finished. But you have the whole time that King of Fighters is being played to start setting up that next game. So it's a very curious and interesting decision, and I'm curious to see what was the thought process behind it because it wasn't a game that was favored one, right? Like one of the few games I want to say is probably favored towards one team right now is probably Tekken, um, purely because of Scarlet. Scarlet is one of the Thompson brothers, and you might hear their names a little bit. You have Scarlet, you have Scans, you have Silver, really really good Tekken players. Um, Grew up playing Tekken, probably the best Tekken family in the league. Well, probably yeah. But other than that, I don't understand the logic behind re-spinning on an easy setup. But now we are in a situation where they only have a minute now to set up this game before they have to use another timeout. Either way is bad, right? Either you use another timeout or you forfeit a game. You use another timeout, you use all your timeouts for the half, essentially, right? If you forfeit a game, you just use 2 timeouts on a game that you're forfeiting anyway.
Yeah, I think it shows how hesitant they are to lose a point. The fact that you talked about how they had the choice to either use a forfeit or use a timeout, and they chose to expend another one of their timeouts, now digging into 2 before the game's even begun. I think that shows how cautious they are of dropping even a single point to the Reapers in this matchup. That shows how at least evenly matched they consider each other.
And the pressure is on them right now. The pressure is not on the Reapers for a few reasons, right? The Reapers won the last 2 finals. They want to win this game, but it's not as pressing for them because they've proven that they can beat Eclipse. Eclipse in the last few seasons hasn't proven that they can beat the Reapers. And on top of that, the Eclipse are the one that use the timeout, right? If they use these timeouts and then lose, these timeouts were for nothing, right? You just wasted 2 timeouts this early.
All right, so we are loading in.
Hey, bro, I've moved the camera away.
So it looks like this is a heavy favorite Eclipse game. We have 75% voting right now on the Eclipse and 25% on the Reapers.
Oh, is it on me?
All right. So right now, just for a quick reference, PC1 is Hollywood, PC2 is Cutters, PC3 is Cat, PC5 is Chicken, and PC6 is Rev. And on flip side, PC7 is Jury, PC8 is Spicy, PC10 is AJ, PC11 is X-Ray, and PC12 is Snappy. Now we are watching, it looks like Snappy. Alright, and I'm curious to see what will be actually the next wheel spin. But looks like he's doing a relatively decent job. This is a relatively short course if I remember correctly. Looks like he's already spinning out.
That may have been a strategic spin out. Certainly put a block in the way there. And we've got the wheel spinning, and up next is going to be Madden. Okay.
All right, so looks like something's going on here. We'll get update in a little bit. But Madden 24, now that is a game that I don't know how much I trust those people that's available in. So it looks like it's a forfeit from
yeah,
the
it's
Reapers.
a forfeit from the Reapers, yeah.
So we have Madden coming up right here. And if I'm being honest, unless Nexus shows me something, I was not looking forward to a Madden game between Scarlet and Ricky and Pip-Boy and Nexus. And this is one of the great things about the UELs. You get these interesting situations where you have players who sometimes don't touch these games as much. In a matchup like this, they probably all have touched every game at least a little bit. But with Madden being one of those games that you need a little bit of football knowledge, that's with most sports games, right?
Right.
So, some people have inherent advantage in some of these sports games because of the simple fact that they've watched it. So certain things make sense, right? But if I had to give it an advantage, I'd give it to Eclipse. But Madden is such a volatile game that just one turnover. Do you watch football?
I do, yes.
Okay,
I'm familiar with sports as well, yes.
Okay. So it's like one of those things that like somebody gets a pick six, right? And with us only playing 3-minute quarters, if I'm up in the second half and I have the ball, I'm just running the ball and I'm milking that clock. And you might not touch the game again, touch the football again. So it'll be interesting to see because while one side may have the inherent advantage with how we play it in the league, all it takes is one mistake. One mistake, and if that team knows how to capitalize on it, then it's game over. But
so every possession in Madden then is extremely important toward scoring, because if you have any sort of, even if it's not like a pick six like you gave the example for, even if it's a pick and you give the other team a drive, the quarters are so short that every scoring play is so massive.
Yeah, because if you get the ball first, right, and then you throw an interception, even if the other team doesn't score and they just run the clock out a little bit and you don't get the chance to score, guess what? They get the ball back in the second half, and all it takes is on a run play for somebody to miss an assignment, and all of a sudden now you're running down the field with Christian McCaffrey or Lamar Jackson, and that's either an easy touchdown or an easy field goal. And winning 3-0 is still winning.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. Yeah, defense is going to be pretty big. So obviously the 2 players locked in that we expected, meaning that for the next game, everybody will be available for selection. So all 7 players coming back up, lighting up there because we've run through our rosters. But for this one, it looks like we have, can't quite read their names.
Scarlett and Ricky.
Scarlett and Ricky. And then on the other side, we're going to have Pip-Boy and Nexus. So that's going to be our Reapers and Eclipse that'll be in on this one, and then they will refresh their rosters for the next game that comes up, which will be...
Oh, it looks like it was a forfeit by the Reapers. And the Reapers knew that they didn't really have anybody. The Reapers are one of the best teams about forfeiting.
Oh, and there goes Tekken. Every time you talk about a game, it gets spun on the wheel.
Don't worry, League of Legends is going to...
Oh, goodness.
Because, okay, so I play in League of Legends a little bit now, but it's certainly not a game that's my forte. And then when I was almost every time I'm commentating, League of Legends rolls up, and we had, when I was commentating, one of the longest League of Legends matches.
Oh, goodness.
But Tekken 8, so definitely Scarlett going in. Outside of that, I'm not too sure. Maybe Ricky and Chicken on the opposite side. Pip-Boy, X-Ray. So here's the tricky part about this. Is that Jury was really good in Tekken 7, but it's a different Tekken. So I don't know how much time he put in. If he's as good in Tekken 7 as he was 8, maybe they opt to go that. But I get a feeling that it's either going to be Snappy or Nexus. But I definitely think Pip-Boy and X-Ray are going in. Because I played against X-Ray, and he's a pretty good player. And then Pip-Boy, being that fighting game person, naturally he should go in for this.
Right, so we have our expected roster then. So it looks like Pip-Boy will get his chance to play then if things come out the way that you're saying. And then, so this will be a 3v3 though. I think you said...
In the past, it's been 5v5. Oh, what I'm saying is Tekken 7. So this is Tekken 8 right now.
Yes,
Tekken 8 came out about a week ago. Yeah, so, but there's so much legacy knowledge in it, and Scarlett's probably been playing Tekken just before he was potty trained. It runs in their blood. But like I said, new Tekken, so I'm curious to see what they opt to do here. Because it may be a situation where they say, oh, we don't win this and we forfeit. I'm curious to see what Eclipse's mindset is. Because Eclipse doesn't forfeit games that often. Or they didn't in the past. But it's a situation that they may end up thinking, hey, let's just go ahead and forfeit it. Because ultimately, there's 2 strategies. You can either play as little games as possible. And teams generally do that if they think they're the worst team. Or the worst of the 2. Like they cover less. So it makes sense for them to spend less. But if you're the better team, you want to play as many games as possible. So you forfeit those games that you don't think you're going to win, like the Reapers just did with Madden. They're like, well, we could technically win it, but I don't trust it. And just opt to go play as many games as possible. Oh, wow. They got Pip-Boy, Nexus, and Jury's in. Jury has to have been grinding this game.
Is he not known for being a...
No, he's... Okay, so... He was good in Tekken 7.
Right.
But Tekken 7 was his first Tekken, and he got into it late in the lifespan.
Yes.
I think Jury's probably their best player on Eclipse. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Jury's always been best.
Yeah, Jury's always been the poster child for Eclipse or Grizzly. There was the Grizzlies at one point, Germana. But it's gonna be really curious because he has to have been grinding the game because they have to know how good Scarlett is at the game. But something that I guess it doesn't make an impact now because they'll know Tekken 8 has to stay play against other people. So yes, how they play. That's Paul is probably gonna be. Oh no. So Ricky's. Let's see. I think Ricky's Kazuya, and Nexus is gonna be Paul. Now, the big thing with Paul is you don't want him to get you up against the wall. Paul up against the wall is one of the most deadly things in Tekken. Oh, nice grab there. Now, Ricky is playing Kazuya. Kazuya, the Mishimas are... Ooh, nice. Mishimas are a staple in Tekken. You can't have a Tekken without them. But it looks like Nexus takes the first round. All right, he's doing some electric there. He looks like he slowed down a little bit. Now Ricky, for now, is the fighting game champ. So let's see if he can live up to his title. They struggled with the fighters recently. And now he's in Heat. Now what Heat does is oh wow, that's a lot of damage there. You see how quickly this can snowball. Alright, so look, they're both almost one touch from death. Alright, so let's see what we have going on here. If Nexus is going to sweep through the fighting game, ours and everybody's fighting game champion. Alright, and we have Call of Duty Warzone up next. Now he's good job taking that throw. But it looks like Ricky's struggling against Paul, which is interesting.
There's the pressure you talked about up against the wall.
It's very interesting that he's struggling up against Paul because Scarlet, his teammate, and he can punish that. Scarlet, his teammate, plays Paul. He's probably the best. He might be the best Paul in the state of Virginia. So for him to struggle in that matchup like that is curious.
We should have plenty of practice on it then.
Well, it's a week's worth of practice, and Tekken's changed a little bit. But you can say everything you want, but you have to go out there and do it. Now we have Dictator Chicken going. He's probably gonna play us. No. Oh, he's playing Reina. That's interesting. Reina's a new character added to Tekken. Another Mishima. Mishimas are known as one of the most input-heavy characters, or one of the most difficult characters. Reina specifically, a lot of people are saying that she's one of, if not the most difficult character in Tekken to play, because she also has that Mishima stuff going on for her, but she also has a lot of stances. So it'll be curious to see if when they dived into the game, if they decided to slow it down a little bit and learn the basics, or if they're going full on trying to learn everything as quickly as possible. All right, she's also one of the most aesthetically her whole design. But it looks like he's starting to snowball them a little bit, and then he's just running through them at this point.
Oh, okay. I mean, just every block is getting red.
Now she's in Heat. Now what Heat does is a new mechanic in Tekken 8, where you allow your moves to chip damage, and some of the properties of moves change. Right? There's certain moves that aren't safe or punishable that it makes them harder to punish, or as different properties to them. All right, so it looks like he's got this there. It looks like he's slowing it down a little bit, which is good. You can't just run into Paul like that. You're not going to win those trades. All right. I mean, Nexus is doing an amazing job right now. But here's the issue: Scarlet is that last obstacle, and one more round to go, and Scarlet will be up to bat. And a hop kick, right? So, just a quick hop kick, a combo starter. They crush low. So I don't know if he anticipated the low there and the grab. But it looks like it's close to even right now. And what you saw the Reina about to do right there was an unblockable. So by the name definition, you can't block it. But they're usually slow moves that you can interrupt. Alright? And then jab back, and then yeah. So it looks like we're about to have Paul versus Paul. And I'm curious, I really want to see how good of a Paul Scarlet has gotten to. Because Paul was a character that he played in Tekken 7. He was able to play Paul in the demo, so he's had a lot of time to get used to this character. So yep, Scarlet versus Nexus. See who the best Paul is. Bragging rights right here.
So we're gonna get Nexus is coming in. He hasn't dropped a single round yet.
No.
He's 6-0 right now. So not only does this streak have to be interrupted, but it has to be the entire 3 rounds following with 2 more teammates behind him. It's going to be a really, really rough attempt at a comeback.
It is going to be really rough, but if there's a handful of players I trust in the league to do something like this, and Scarlet is one of them.
Let's see if he can get it then.
So Scarlet, player 2 side is going to be Scarlet. He's the one that's doing that. And he's like, why are you doing my moves? I know my moves better than you do. All right. Yeah. So player 2 side, the Paul that's on the ground right now is Scarlet. Oh, nice grab break there. All right. So relatively close game so far. Nobody's really taking too big of a lead, but he doesn't take the throw there. Spring kick up. Scarlet blocks that. And he goes into heat. And then he should be dead there. Yep.
And this is likely going to be a bit longer of a matchup than the other rounds that we saw because of the fact that not only are they the two, top-level players on the team, but they also play the same character, so they're going to know each other's
Well, here's the thing is,
movesets.
I don't know. Because it's a new Tekken, right? So I don't know who's the best player. And that's one thing you have to learn, and that's one of the things about the league that makes it difficult, especially early in the season, is we don't know how good these people are. But we have Scarlet right there. All right, and if I'm Nexus, I want one round. But look at the amount of damage that he's able to do. It's a slugfest. And nice combo starter right there. Let's see if he's able to take at least one round off of him. All right, going into heat right there. And, yep, Death Fist right there. And he should be dead after one more interaction. Yep. And just one low right there. Now, Nexus didn't do half a bad job there, right? Against a lot of people, against certain teams in the league, he might have just swept there. But you're going up against Scarlet, one of the premier Tekken players. He's been playing Tekken for many of the iterations, so it's not hard to believe that he's going to come out right off the bat really good. So it looks like we have Jury going up right now. So I'm really curious to see who Jury is playing in Tekken 8. Useful data.
Do we know who he played in 7?
He played Law.
He played
Law.
Law. Okay,
Yeah.
understood.
So maybe he plays.
Possibly still plays Law, but we'll see. With new characters coming in and such, there's definitely opportunity for a change-up.
Yeah, because they're so, I love the Tekken 8 characters that they've added, right? We've had Asusina, who is from Peru. Really obsessed with coffee. Really obnoxious character to deal with. Then we have Victor, who's from France. So in Tekken 7, we had a guest character. We had Noctis. Noctis is from Final Fantasy. I want to say it was from a series I didn't play.
Final Fantasy 15, I believe.
Yeah. And now people are thinking that he's not in the game anymore. People are thinking that his spiritual successor would be Victor, right? And really interesting character. One of the other ones we got is Reina. She is Heihachi's illegitimate daughter, which and so this is Tekken has such a great, they write their characters out so well. So I'm curious to see who he decides to go. So yeah, Paul versus who? Yep. All right. So he's still playing Law. That's what I figured. But new Tekken, right? Hey, I want to try something different. I'm not married to this character. I don't have to play this character.
Right.
And even in the same iteration of a game, people sometimes switch up who they are decide to play.
All right, so it looks like now we are going to have Scarlet on the... Oh, they swapped sides again, so yeah. So back on the player 2 side is going to be Scarlet, and Jury is going to be on the player 1 side on the left side of the screen to start.
And they go back to the same stage.
And it'll be much easier to keep track in this one than the last one because they are playing different characters this time.
It looks like Scarlet changed her outfit up again. Counter pick?
Yeah, might be a strategic move.
All right. Let's see. He's definitely taking it a little bit more slow. Scarlet is, but just waiting for his opening because every opening that Paul gets is a chunk of damage. All right. Let's see what he's able to do there. Able to get one combo off, but Scarlet is just running. Scarlet is built different. Going into heat there, and that's it.
It seems like it almost goes the same way every time with Paul, is if you get 2 strings together, you leave your enemy on about 1 or 2 hits left. It's really, really big damage coming out if you can get those combos strung together and the ground punishes.
Oh yeah, no. And then those a lot of what he's doing carries him to the wall. And like we were saying earlier, like the wall doesn't leave you a lot of options because you can't back up. Sidestepping becomes harder, and there's wall splat combos you can get. But right there, perfect.
Wow.
And Scarlet's getting heated up now.
Yeah, this
Like-
if he can take this next one, he'll be 6-0, just like Nexus was.
And
coming
right
into the
now,
match
if
against
I'm
him.
Jury, you need to take 1 round at least.
Yeah, have to give your other player an advantage if it's going to come to that point.
Because at that point, you're just like, okay, Pip-Boy, I just need you to be the better player than Scarlet. And you know how hard that is just to be the better player? And Scarlet, getting launched there. Let's see if he's able to carry that. Is he going to get to the wall? He got to the wall, but it was at an awkward angle.
Still stringing it. Oh,
And
one
one-
more hit. This will be it.
Yeah,
though. Yeah, and there it is.
They're doing admirably, right? They're not doing bad, but Scarlet, like I said earlier, it's just different.
It seems like each player gets more familiar with his playstyle every round, but 3 rounds seems to not be enough for
No,
a player to learn him.
No, definitely not against Scarlet. So let's see who Pip-Boy. Oh, Pip-Boy's going Jet.
Okay.
Ready for the next battle.
Now I'm wondering if, because I want to say
Round 1.
Scarlet's brother played Jet, and if they played a good amount against each other, then that's one of those things that like, hey, I know this matchup. But
we'll have to see if it's a similar play style as well, because Tekken is there's such a
Expressive.
wide range of
expression,
the
yeah.
expression, combos and play styles. Just the way that you play between playing as aggressive and offensively as
Oh yeah, no.
Scarlet.
His brother plays super aggressively.
So if that's not the case here, it's definitely possible that this isn't going to be quite the same matchup that he's used to.
Ready for the next battle.
But it's coming down. This is the first game that we've actually played. Yes.
Yeah, this will be the
So-
first finish.
Round 1.
So let's see what Pip-Boy is able to do here. Oh, yep, and he got in there. Not able to tech the grab, though. Kind of just pressing there. Alright, so let's see. And they keep getting hit by that. You can stagger that a little bit. And nobody seems how to deal with that. He goes in the heat, and up against the wall, Paul is just a absolute menace.
So 2 rounds left for a complete reverse sweep here.
And it goes in the heat, catches him ducking. Let's see if what Pip-Boy is able to do here. Nice duck there.
Ooh, very
he
nice
ducked
duck.
the high. Let's see. He's able to get him. This is one of the first people to able to get Scarlet up against the wall. But once again, not teching the throw. And he's going to be right back up against the wall. Not where he wants to be. And Scarlet just grabs you and finishes you there.
Paul seems like such a difficult player to play against because you go from a full health bar and comfortability to really having to play on the defensive and not having any time to switch over to
Oh
it.
yeah. Also, when when you get rage, the less health you get to it becomes a damage multiplier. You start doing more damage.
Yeah.
And he essentially had him there. So at that point, this might be wrapped. He has to, and he whiffed. Yep.
Oh, so patient to just.
and
catch
he's
the
caught them
finishing
on that
blow.
few times where they've tried to go into heat, and he just whiff punished it. And you can't just be out there pressing buttons in front of Scarlet like that. But we have Call of Duty. Yeah, 100% was on Eclipse. All right.
100% prediction.
Anyways,
was on
y'all don't
Eclipse.
watch these games. But right now we have Call of Duty. And if I had to guess, we're going to see Cutters in with probably maybe Hollywood. And on the opposite side, if I had to guess, we're going to see Spicy and Snappy. I know that we've had Hollywood take pride in Call of Duty.
Mhm.
He's been grinding out these shooting games, and Cutter's been, well, I don't know. They have a lot of options. I would say the only person I don't see going in is Cat. Not because he's bad at shooters, because between Hollywood, Cutters, and Rez, that's a deadly trio of shooters they have the option to pick from. Now, the opposite side, Snappy and Spicy are the better shooters left in that lineup. But looks like we got Hollywood and Cutters, and we got Snappy and X-Ray going in.
Oh, so X-ray instead of spicy.
Now, I'm curious to see if that's a forfeit incoming, or if X-Ray's just been like that on the shooters. X-Ray not known to be a great shooter, not a horrible one, but not one I would anticipate going in this particular matchup. So I anticipate a forfeit coming up here shortly, unless they've been grinding it out. Unless it was wrong and we do have Spicy and Snappy going in. All right, so but Call of Duty Warzone, essentially how it works is we have two people from each team go together, join a group, and then they drop in together so that they're in the same lobby and it's a kill race. So the strategies, right? Like there's like, am I going to follow my teammates that are actually on the opposite team and steal kills from them? I'm going to go out and do my own thing, because at that point, if you're playing by yourself with your other teammate, you're playing 2v4. Which really interesting. So it looks like we have cutters right there. All right, yep, cutters right there. So let's see how long it is before they get into the game. Oh, so they're in the warm up here. This is there's nothing going on here right now, right?
Hey, you know my body.
This is one of the few games that we have a chance to potentially warm up with about 10
True.
seconds before the next, before they actually get into it. Probably should be getting a wheel spin here shortly, just so that we, the other team, the people can start getting the next game set up.
Prepared for the next round, yeah.
Because like Call of Duty could be a longer game. With the people that's in right now, it's probably going to be a longer game.
Right.
So give them the time to start setting up, making sure. It's only on 2 PCs, so even if it's a PC game next, you can at least get 3 PCs ready to go.
Very true, very true. Yeah, definitely will cut down the time.
We have Apex.
Ooh, Apex next, okay.
So another shooter. So we're starting to get into these shooters, which when Eclipse first came, that was what they were known for. Shooters. They weren't losing shooters to anybody, essentially. Maybe here and there they dropped a shooter, but they were almost untouchable. And this is a team that can contest them in shooters.
All right, so let's see then. It looks like they are all headed to the far side of the map, so this might be, like you were talking about, a bit of a kill-stealing strategy. Looks like the 4 of them might have dropped together there.
Wait, what color are you? What color are you?
Alright, so let's see what we opt to do here. Oh, and another thing is Resurgence. So up until a certain point, if you still have team members alive, you'll end up respawning.
Hey, there's
Yes,
one
right.
person with us, by the way, with you.
So another strategy is, hey, we're in the lead with kills. So how about we just, go run into a gunfight and just go crazy and random. But it's for every kill, it's 1 point. For every 1,000 damage you do by yourself, it's another point.
See.
So it looks like, are we watching? Is that
On me.
X-Ray that just got that double kill?
I believe so. The screen hasn't changed from him since, so that was a very early double kill, almost handed to him right off the bat.
Alright, then I'll go solo.
And like, there's so many things, right? You could end up running against some people who are AFK, and that's easy kills. You could third party somebody. For those who don't know, third party means 2 teams are fighting. You come in like, oh well, whoever wins is just gonna get killed because you're weaker now.
You can even third party your own teammates at this point. You can.
All right, so it looks like they got a loadout there. So looks like we're now watching the perspective of Hollywood. So let's see what they opt to do here. And they're all
Still sticking together.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now we have had 2 matches that I know of that have gotten down to where they're the second to last team left. So I'm really curious to see if this is a match that we end up getting a Call of Duty Warzone victory.
That would be interesting to see 2 teams competing against each other win at
right?
the same time.
But it looks like he's getting shot from above. Yep. It's trying to self-res there, but unfortunately. So that timer we see right there, that we saw, shows how much time they have till they respawn. So they can inform their teammates, hey, don't push anything too aggressive. I'm about to die here. Or I'm about to revive. And then you drop. And the thing about it is, even when you're dropping, you can get shot out of the sky. So you have to be tactical about, because you could not touch the ground and die.
Yeah. Still on the parachute.
Alright, so it looks like we have Cutters there. He's self-reviving, but looks like a teammate maybe was able to pick him off. Alright.
So that's 1 on each team still left. But I believe the respawn did already come in.
Yeah. So the
So,
respawn should be right.
Yeah, both respawns
the
already in,
redeploying.
so should be back.
Let's see where he opts to go, because if he doesn't want to go near other people, because like I said, you don't want to get shot out of the air. So it looks like we're now watching perspective X-ray aspect to see if that good job of that other person not going into the water that would have left that person vulnerable there. Oh, and whoever, oh wow, they're fighting for their lives right there.
Bro, shit talking me in game, dude. What the fuck?
Right off of the drop. Oh god.
Oh, let's see. He's gonna turn around, wait for that person to come in. There's another teammate right there. You have to assume that there's gonna always be teammates.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna be finding an uphill battle. So one of the things you can do, is kind of take advantage of knowing that they're gonna push you. Use like a good angle, and just start mowing down people as they come through that door or whatever choke point they have to come into.
Yeah, and it does become more difficult as well to take out downed teammates when you're considering yourself pretty much always outnumbered.
Yeah.
And when you have your own team fighting against you to try to finish off kills as well. So it really becomes difficult to try to finish off kills, which is why we did see just before we were on this point of view here, we did see one of them finishing off an enemy at the cost of their own life because they knew how much those points would mean.
Especially if could you imagine somebody on the other team? Oh, well, if the Eclipse were doing that and then the Reapers came in, I'm like, I'm not gonna res you. I'm gonna let you die. I'm gonna take your kill.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you can't really leave anything because everyone in the lobby except for you and your one partner is hungry for your kills.
So then the question I have is, if you have somebody on your team who's not great at shooters, what is your strategy in this game mode? What do you do?
Yeah, that's a good question. If there's one weaker player, it becomes really difficult because you'd be outnumbered by the other duo. The damage would be coming out faster from, the other duo. Not only do you have to worry about getting killed, but the other duo is going to be able to put out damage more easily. So I'd think you'd put your better player in the front where survivability is actually important. And leave another player maybe to the rooftops or to try to finish kills while another player goes for the most downs as possible.
I think an interesting thing you could do, it sounds messed up, is shadow your weaker team members. Have them go out and finish off their kills. Or like peek behind them. It's an interesting strategy, but I don't think we've really had a lot of bad people play COD so far. Like, there haven't been people who haven't been great, but like I think, wow. Wait, does someone have 9 kills?
Is that Hollywood at the top of the leaderboard?
Wow, Mr. Hollywood. Hey, he said he was going for the shooter of the season, so let's see, shooter of the year.
Oh, there's a shield break,
shot.
but
and look at that, they have the ghost sniper there.
no headshot means no down.
Alright, so let's see what he opts to do. Just look at that. That's dope.
Yeah, it's everything from the barrel to the magazine.
Alright, so let's... He has 8 kills and... Is that 3,000 damage? 300? So let's see what we have going on here. Let's see if he... Wow!
Oh, so that's both of them down. Are we still at the... Yeah, we're still at the respawn point. So, we can risk it, but...
Wow. Somebody has a ton of points. I think that might be the most points we've seen in COD. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I don't follow COD that well with the league.
Was that over 3,000 there at the top?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's close to 4,000.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he's on a roll right now. Not only the most kills, but the most points by far, so...
He might be alone able to carry his team. And if I'm looking at that correctly, there's how many teams left? Is there 40 people left? I don't play COD as much, so it's hard for me to...
It is hard to tell. The symbols do look very similar from here.
Well, it looks like he's in the gas right now, so you have to kind of get out of that. It's like,
yeah,
with it being the type of shooter that it is.
Yeah, he is playing cautiously. Definitely more afraid of the bullets than the gas right now.
Oh, and then somebody...
Oh, and he's going to be low as well, but I don't know if there's anybody there who's going to be able to finish that off from either team. That's the whole squad.
They got 14 points. That's... Wow. So they really weren't playing to win Warzone or win Resurgence. They were playing to win the overall match. So I'm really
Right.
curious to see what this leaderboard
Yeah, what does
looks
the
like.
scoreboard look like right now?
Wow.
11 kills from Hollywood.
But look at wait, who's that? Oh, squad.
Squad total looks like somebody had already left, but almost 4,000, just less than 100 points shy of the 4,000 mark for
And that
another
would have
extra
been
point.
What? That would have been what? 15 points.
15 points by
And,
himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's been really impressive. But now we have Apex.
Yeah, Apex right there. So that's possibly one of the reasons why we didn't see the same predictions, Spicy and Snappy, coming out together. You do want to save some of your better players in different categories. So
now we have. Are these? Let's see. What was the game? There was Tekken, but that was 3v3. Then this. So that Eclipse lineup I want to say is wrong. They should still have 2 people left.
right.
So I imagine from the Eclipse lineup, from the other side, I think we're going to see Hollywood go right back in.
Okay.
I think Hollywood's going to go right back in.
So these 2 with Hollywood then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
After a performance like that, why wouldn't you?
That's not a bad. And
Yeah.
I've heard Hollywood talk about Apex more than I've heard him talk about Call of Duty.
All right.
So,
So that's a little bit scary to think about.
but it is Eclipse. There's a bunch of college kids on there. How college kids love Apex
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah.
Rocket League.
Right. Oh, definitely Rocket League. That's one of the best pastimes in gaming, honestly, is being terrible at Rocket League with your friends.
Been playing this game for 10 years and I still suck at it.
Yeah. And it's the exact same as competitive shooters where gold players think they should be the highest level.
All right, so we have AJ, Little Blue going in, Jury, and Spicy. And then on the opposite side, it looks like we're going to have Cat, Red, Reset, and Hollywood. Yep. Cat, Reset, and Hollywood. So Jury and Hollywood right now are out. You know what game I really want to see but really don't want to see? I want to see CTR.
Okay.
Why do I want to see CTR? Because their 2 best players are out.
Oh,
So I want to see how the rest of the team has kind of picked up on it. I want to see these 2 play CTR, but at the same time, I want to see how everybody else is at CTR.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it does give you, sometimes you get
Insight.
really, it gives you insight as to the flexibility of the team, because you do get really locked in sometimes to playing a certain genre of games where the rest of the team is free to do what they want.
And we know that they're good at it. I want to see how good everybody else is, because the first time the Reapers and Eclipse face off in the finals, CTR is one of those games that the Reapers took off of Jury. Jury didn't really have backup, so it was a lot of it was him and CTR by himself. So we'll see if they've really put the effort into getting everybody else on board with some of these games. But we have Apex going on. How we play Apex is we either play Team Deathmatch, we play Gun Run, and in one mode I'm not sure that we've seen play so far is a Control. Now Control is very interesting because normally with Control there's a lot more than just 6 people on the map. So contesting points is kind of a weird kind of thing in that game mode.
Yeah.
But I think we've seen TDM the most.
Okay.
Watson Pylon, probably one of the more played maps that we do right next to Skull Town. So I'm really curious to see what game mode, because if they really, really want to win this game, we're probably going to see little strategies, little tricks that you only bust out in these big games. Because if you're up 10 points versus somebody and there's an hour left, why bust out this strategy that's going to catch somebody completely off guard? It's matchups like this where we're going to see those little things matter. So it looks like we have Hollywood on PC2. Looks like we are on Watson's Pylon Gun Run. So we have Cat on PC3 and Rez on PC5. Jury on PC7, Spicy on PC8, and PC10 is going to be AJ.
I'm going Gibby.
All right.
What do you want?
So let's see. What is going on? Looks like there might be an issue. But, so Watson's Pylons can be annoying at times because of what certain teams do, and I'll say my team does, is we take a high point and we just make you fight up into us. Now, there's ways to get around it, right? Like a Gibby ult. Gibby ult you can probably throw up there. If you have some kind of movement, maybe you can shoot them down, grenades and stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll see that with these two teams. I don't think we'll see that as an issue. Is it? Oh, Need for Speed.
Need for Speed.
A
Back to
game,
racing.
a game that the Reapers take a lot of pride in Need for Speed. A lot
Okay.
of pride.
Okay.
So it looks like from the other side, we have Bangalore, we have Bloodhound. Is that Wraith?
It
Yeah.
is.
And on the other side, we have Bangalore, Gibby. Gibby, I can almost promise you is going to be Hollywood. Hollywood loves himself some Gibby.
It looks like it is. It is
Yeah.
Hollywood, yes.
All right, so let's see what we have going on here. Look at that damage, those kills and everything we have going on.
And that's just on one character.
Right?
All right, so it looks like starting out here with the 301.
Why do they get that? Every time I play Gun Run, I start with an energy weapon. And I'm like, why?
And then you get stuck on that energy
Yeah.
weapon for a very
All
long time. So let's see if they decide to take that strategy you were talking about where they fight for the high ground. Actually, it looks like they want to go low to start.
Maybe they want to take center. That is another strategy. To take the center point. But
Yeah, so Eclipse got it first, so now it's going to be all about, trying to relocate them, trying to get them off this high ground.
and if I'm being honest, both teams have some good players in shooters. I want to say the biggest weakness, I don't want to say liability because he's not a bad shot. But I want to say the person that you have to watch for the most will probably be AJ Little Blue. Not a bad shooter, but it's kind of hard to stand up here with some of these shooters that you have going on. It looks like we got that first kill already.
Yeah, it does look like somebody's already up there on the Havoc.
I'm hiding.
Where's that?
I'm up top. Oh,
Yeah, so it looks like
Get back
who
up top.
we are watching now is Jury, and he's only one behind. Now he's on that Havoc as well. So both teams each have a Havoc on their side.
And it'd be curious to see how they decide to evolve their game plan, because that's really where like the being good shots really does matter, but like having that active adapting
Go back up
to
top.
the situation.
Yeah, so
Very
it
pink.
looks like they might be focusing.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if they
opposite,
know
but
who
yep.
it is, but they seem to be either accidentally or on purpose focusing the player that has
tip,
the
tip
highest
50.
level gun on the other side, and actually looks like
Play your left.
Spicy
Come in.
is still on the 301 here,
One's hopping on top of the box.
Not
all the
a
way back at
good
the beginning.
look. But so I'm curious. No, so the thing I'm wonder is are they purposely doing that?
Right,
Or is the
right.
person that has that gun like I'm in front, let me push my advantage, and
Exactly.
putting themselves in bad positions,
Yeah.
being kill hungry.
I'm coming.
Yeah, so yeah, it is like you're saying to explain on that it is very possible that Jury right now is sitting back and putting out damage, making sure not to get final blows so they could advance their furthest
Now, so
ahead
the
gun.
All-Star, so here we have a devotion.
Devotion
Energy
out,
weapon.
yeah.
Shooting smokes. Let's play.
My
Let's play in the building.
favorite.
Oh, really?
No.
That's
Far
an
from
interesting
it.
pick.
I did. I already did. All right. Just did.
Yeah, so it does look like with
One
yeah,
main
with
door.
Spicy, sorry, not Jury. Jury is, I believe, the one moving ahead on their team. Spicy is the one
got
who's
that real
sitting
quick.
on the
You're gonna need
301,
seconds.
and at this point, you have to think that's purposeful.
Maybe because like maybe he's like I can get some shots from a certain range that we like, and then now no matter what, right? Like if we have somebody that needs to be a little bit
I got
closer,
killed.
then as they get closer, we pop them shots into them, and then the person can get that final kill with that.
Yeah, that 301 is a really, really good weapon for a team that's, trying to push one player while using the other weapons as supports. Starting with a 301 is a fantastic way to just have a, top tier support shooter the entire way through.
And that's another interesting thing that I don't really hear people talk about is that like the gun matchups, right? Like if I'm fighting you from a certain distance and you have a shotgun, it's gonna be hard for you to push me. But like you say, if he has the Spitfire 301, whatever, one of those, he can kind of not preempt, but he can kind of soften you up and then makes it, like you said, easier for him to progress.
Yeah, so it looks like the Devotion is still the highest weapon right now. You got to think that's going to last for a while until we get a full close team fight. The L-Star or the Devotion is not the easiest weapon to get a kill with in this game type. So when it's not every player trying to push their weapon up, Like here, once again, we see Spicy still with the 301. Obviously intentional, this many kills into the game. This is just a weapon to put out damage while your teammate advances their guns. But when you only have one player on the devotion, it's going to be so difficult to actually get that final blow and move your gun ahead. So they've been sitting on this weapon longer than any other, and both teams are on it. And this is the close team fight we were looking for. And that bubble's going to break it up. Nobody finished off yet.
And what's interesting, now you speak about, if Spicy is the second best shooter right now in Apex, it makes sense for him to have it, right? Have your best shooter get those final kills, but you know that your second best shooter is probably the person that's going to most consistently hit those shots to weaken them up and also not kill, right? Because like you don't want him getting a kill per se if that's your strategy.
Absolutely.
You want him to get right before you get that kill, so that any off shot that you have, which is gonna matter if they end up getting to like the knife, because the knife is so hard to get a kill with.
It is, yeah. Yeah, so having a lot of damage go down from a weapon that's, you know, so reliable. That's really what it's about, is reliability. You have so many rounds to play. You just have to have a reliable weapon. And it looks like when we get back in here, yes, it did. There's a R99 on the field. One of the devotions has been moved off of. So it looks like the Reapers here are still on it.
Yeah. All right. So now, especially with you said the R99.
Yeah, now we have two R99s out.
You can fight from a little bit of a distance, not like far out, but still, at least it's gonna be hard for whoever has that devotion to kind of.
Oh, and they're from the 99 to the car to the Prowler immediately. This who is this here that we're watching? That is a, what does that say?
Let's see.
Fighting game champ, I believe is the game tag on it. So
that's gonna be on the Reaper side.
Okay, so that's on the. So yeah, this player here that we're watching is very deadly with those submachine guns. So having the Prowler in their hand, this is not going to be difficult.
Use a Banglo Snork to try to disappear. All right.
All right. Yeah, up to an alternator now here on Cat on the Reapers. So that's our peak right now, is that alternator for the Reapers. They are... Is that only one? Nope, now both teams tied on the alternator. Can't end it here.
Hey, ping.
Wow, this is... Now, if it does come down to kills or if it comes down to points, having somebody stay on...
Play smart.
Oh, and it looks like finally Spicy has actually moved away from the 301.
Play with me.
Is he on the... What is he on now?
He finally got a kill. That's the Mastiff that he just moved up to.
So he's on a shotgun, which doesn't help in long distance, but if he's able to get like a quick kill off of that.
Went to the door. Come with me.
All right.
Oh, okay. I believe we were not looking at the correct player there.
That
So it's so that was So no. The Mastiff was moved up from the alternator. So it's whew. All right. So we might still have that 301 on the field. We're fine. That would have been a dangerous move.
If you look at the kill, the tracking it, yeah, it's.
Play your life.
Yeah, so what that is that means there's two teams which are not in the game right now, are on the R301, and that's the furthest they've gotten, while blue and purple are going to, I believe it's blue and purple, are going to be the teams that we're actually looking at. Yeah.
Really, guys?
All right.
So we're going to see, yeah, it looks like purple team there is Reapers, and they are up by 1 right now, so they're on that EV8.
But here's the thing, there's a time limit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say the time limit is it 8 minutes?
Okay.
That feels too long. That feels too short, but...
Yeah, they're gonna run.
Oh,
Looks like that's it.
it looks like that is
Based
a
on the
win.
celebration, yeah, by 1 by just holding out on that EV8. Which, if that, yeah, that's time. It's very smart to call time there, because Mastiff versus EV8, if you're both going against each other with a shotgun, it's much more likely that the team with the Mastiff is going to catch up than the team with the EV8 is going to win.
But now we have Need for Speed. I think both teams take a good little bit of pride in this game. If I had to guess who's being left out, Scarlet is one person I think is going to be left out. And I think they're going to try to match that with leaving Pip-Boy out. So I think you leave Pip-Boy and X-Ray out, maybe. And on the opposite side, you leave Scarlet and maybe Ricky out. If I had to guess. These are based on previous things. I definitely think you're leaving Scarlet out. Potentially leave Cat out. They opt to like to have Cat or Hollywood available. Those are their two pillars. Those are their biggest strengths. It's Cat and Hollywood, one of the best if not the best duos in the league. With those two, so they like to kind of at least have one of them available. So maybe we see a Scarlet Cat anchor here. On the side, I definitely think you're leaving Pip Boy out, and I think maybe you leave X-Ray Aspect out here. It'll be also. I want to know. I'm curious about what they pick. Do they choose cops or robbers?
Hmm.
That's how we play it. Need for Speed is most wanted. It's this game mode everybody's been playing, where one person chooses cops, one person chooses robbers, and all the cars are available. And your job is, if you're the cops, is to bust the other team, right? Now, there's multiple ways to do that. You can either opt to just go straight up for the most wanted, the person that you're trying to bust, or you can kind of take out their team members and then like try and dwindle it down, get the numbers. And if you're the robbers, your goal is just to escape. No matter how, most wanted needs to escape, which makes most wanted a more difficult RPS choice if you haven't if not everybody on the team is great at Need for Speed, because there's been multiple times where the worst person on the team, the person who hasn't really touched that game, gets most wanted, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, so that is a little bit difficult. The fact that if the teams are able to choose who that is, then it would be easier to coordinate.
But like it's random. So
Yeah.
like there's a 25% chance that that person that you don't want is gonna be most wanted, and if you have one person that you don't want to be most wanted, I don't know if it's the wheel guys or the RNGs. Is that person's almost always gonna be almost wanted. But we have about a minute left in setup time. Eclipse has done a good job about not using any more timeouts after the blunder they had at the beginning. Unfortunate, but they've done a good job. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, after this game, if we make it through this one, we'll be about a quarter of the way through the match. So
Yeah.
saving those, having to use 2, but then extending that over the quarter of a match doesn't look so bad anymore.
It doesn't look as bad, especially when you start getting some of these longer games. If I'm Eclipse, I probably want some of these longer games just so I can get to the halftime with my 2 timeouts still intact.
Yeah, and I do think we're seeing examples of how close these two teams really can be in particular categories.
Like Call of Duty, I think, was relatively one-sided, but Apex, it come down to 1. And like, if you have to look at it back at the end of the game, right? Especially if this is a close game, if it's 10-10 or if one team wins 11-10, and it's like, wow, if we had won Apex, or if we had won Forza, you flip that score, you take 1 from them and give it to yourself, and it's a completely different game.
Yeah.
We've seen it multiple times in the league. We've seen a lot of close games, but it looks like setup is done here.
Yep, so we should be moving in fairly shortly. And so we're 3-2. Reapers are up right now. We'll be at about the end of the first quarter here at the end of this game. So we'll see if we have a Reapers lead or if this gets tied up and practically resets back to the beginning.
Yeah.
So with the difference being that there are a few games that these teams are comfortable with taken off the wheel at that point. So yeah, we'll see how everything goes as we get deeper. But with 2 forfeits used by the Reapers and and it looks like a timeout comes out there.
Might be a technical timeout. We'll get that updated. But honestly, a lot of these matchups like this don't come down to the games that like a team is really dominant at. It comes down to those 50-50 games, those games that could go either way. That's what the great teams win. They win those games because 1 point for you is also 1 point you're taking away from them. It's essentially a 2-point win when you win games like that. And Need for Speed may be a game like that, but when we start getting down to the nitty gritty, some of these other games that that we may not see one team particularly great at, right? Like if we get F1 right here, we may not get 2 great F1 players, but who can adapt? And that's the name of the league, right? Ultimate Endgamer. Who can adapt the best?
Yeah, you definitely want to build well-rounded players. That's going to be very, very rewarding. Like we were even talking about some strategies there in Apex. You're less reliable shooters, or even if you have one very good and one mediocre, you have roles to put those people in. And we talked about with Need for Speed as well, that becomes difficult when the game is choosing for you what role you're going to play.
It's like, hey, I never played this game. I can't be most wanted. What are you gonna sink or swim?
Yeah, it's yeah. You have about a 90% shot at the point when you say that it's gonna be you.
Have you ever seen a movie Talladega Nights?
I have.
Do you remember when he was trying to teach Ricky Bobby to drive again?
Yes.
And he put the mountain lion in there with him?
Yes.
That's especially what
that is what Most Wanted is for a new player to Need for Speed. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if only we could do that in the gaming chairs out there.
Oh no! Trust me. If you look behind, if say the Reapers are most wanted, and you have somebody on the Reaper side messing up, you're gonna see Hollywood kind of looking over them, like,
uh-oh. That's the mountain lion. That's the mountain lion we were talking about. We have one out there right now. Yeah, and it'll be the only one not available for this, with Jury being the only one not available for the Eclipse as well.
Racing game. We've gone through. Let's see. We've had Forza, and now we are on Need for Speed. We've had an interesting lineup. We haven't had a strategy game yet, but we've had Madden, skipped unfortunately. We've had Call of Duty and Apex, both played out. We've had Tekken, that's a fighter. What was the other
King
game?
of Fighters.
King of Fighters, but that was skipped and rolled again.
Mm-hmm. So it is still on the board.
Yeah, like we've had for instance, I want to say it was the Reapers versus Ghost, right? Need for Speed was the first game that was rolled. The Ghost opted to skip the game, right? Another game rolled up. I think it was like 2K. It was something, and then the wheel spun again, and guess what came back? Need for Speed.
There you go. That'll happen to you.
But then you have the instances like, well, my team, the Bandits, played against the Wolves last week, right? 2K was the first game that rolled. We opted to skip it, come back to it, right? Or skip it, put it back in the wheel. That game didn't roll that entire game. So there's merits to doing it. If it's a game that you're like, oh, well, we have no shot at winning it. But it looks like another timeout.
Clock resets.
There might be a technical issue, with so many PC games. Yeah, it's a technical issue. There's so many things that can happen, especially with some of these PC games. But it looks like we're getting the lineup, and it looks like it is Scarlet and Ricky being saved, and AJ and Pip-Boy, which is interesting choice. I'm curious to see what was the lineup decision. If they were like, okay, well, we can't have AJ in for this game. Maybe AJ some Duke at this game, or maybe they have it for specific, right? Like maybe they're banking on a sports game, right? Like FIFA might be nice. Madden's already rolled. UFC, NHL, 2K, which is a 2v2 as opposed to previous seasons. 2K will be perfect because once again, with the same thing that happened with Madden, Scarlett and Ricky aren't two people that I'm like, yeah, they're gonna be really good at a sports game. But we'll see. But what do you think this game's gonna go back and forth like it's been going so far, or do you see one of these teams kind of breaking out based on what you've seen so far?
I don't see anything yet that tells me that one team is going to break away from the others, because it seems like on the side of the Reapers, we have a really well-built strategy where some players can even carry the lesser players like in certain categories on their team. So they are showing a little bit more flexibility in terms of like boosting their players that aren't supposed to be placed in the game that they go into. Whereas it seems like Eclipse just generally have a decent showing in everything that they play. Yeah. So I think it is going to go back and forth. I think it's all going to come down to what gets played. And I think the larger team games are these 4v4s and 3v3s. It seems like that's where we're going to see those 50-50 games where things are not reliant on one or two players. And you have to be very, very, very good. Overwatch is going to be interesting if that gets rolled, because that's one of the most strategy-based games here, even outside of the strategy category. Having to play 5 of your players and then build strategies for every single map. There are so many games already on the wheel, not to mention how many game types and maps there already are in just Overwatch alone. So a lot of time should be dedicated.
Character buffs, like Maga,
always changing.
We should be getting a new DPS here shortly. Just rework, like Road Hog rework, and just Maga getting nerfed as much as it did. But this is premier matchup. These games are always one of my favorite games to watch because it's a bunch of above like average players. It's a bunch of like super really good players that even some of the people are going to be. We're actually going to be starting shortly. Even some of the people who aren't playing, even some of the people who are bench players, right, will be starters on most of the teams in the league. So that's just how deep these teams are.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the really cool thing about the league too is bench players are category specific.
Yeah.
Typically, because of the way that the game works, everybody has to play at some point, and you can get down to a point where you get some players that you really, really did not want to allocate to a shooting game because they are sports players, and you get them both locked into some 2v2 shooter.
I remember we saw a guy, I think he was on the Ghost, who I don't think he had ever touched a controller. He was a mouse and keyboard. Like, I may be exaggerating that a little bit, but like he looked really uncomfortable when he first joined the league in some of these console games. Oh, so it looks like we have
Okay.
X-ray aspect as the most wanted.
Okay.
So it looks like, yep. So it was a really interesting choice and good choice because say AJ didn't play the game as much, right? And they opted to put him instead of X-ray, and he got it most wanted. Now you're in a dangerous situation because Reapers are good at this game. If you've ever watched them play, it looks really coordinated. They're gonna say after that they play like garbage, but that's them holding themselves to a certain level of expectation.
Okay.
But
So then, okay. So then, yeah, it looks like so Reapers will be on the cops side then.
and I think we've seen Reapers play most wanted more often than cops. So we'll see what they
Yeah, maybe it's not the same, kind of confidence that they're going to have. Maybe it won't be that same high level. Maybe they do have a specialty. So we'll see here. So then we are watching X-Ray here. He's trying to get some space out ahead, but finding some collision. And it looks like behind him, he's still got his teammates blocking for him. No cops are quite on his tail yet. Ooh, and just as I say that. All right, Guilty Gear is going to be coming up next. So we're right back to fighting game. A lot of contact coming here. They're gonna.
Wow.
Whoa!
This is. I'm gonna be honest. This is the most I've seen in terms of like a mesh point. I don't think I've ever seen it where like there's that much of a cluster at one point where cars are just flipping. But it looks like he's just kind of vibing. It looks like an EMP is locking on. You have to move out the way, and you can't just move in front of your teammate because then they're going to get hit by the EMP.
Yeah, he took a lot of space forward as well because he does want to
not
get
allow
away.
these people to.
Oh, good prediction on the turn. He saw that
Wow,
coming.
what is? He almost got himself busted there.
Close to a pin, yeah.
And like you see them like wolves, they are hounding him.
Yeah, he keeps
Now
failing to take that inside turn, and the Reapers here keep getting to sneak in on that inside and push him away.
Yeah, like he doesn't seem as he's as comfortable on it, so he stopped right there. But ooh, so let's good job there of just doing enough to mess them up, get them off his trail a little bit. I mean, this is essentially just a big game of tag.
Yeah, and that's a lot of space that he just made for himself there. Now
His team members are. It looks like he's about 100-something yards away. But bike strips. And that's the one thing, you can't just be right behind somebody. It looks like their systems are jammed, so their map isn't up, which is going to make things difficult if you were able to be in a way. But looks like good job there of not being tricked, not falling for that. But
yeah, able to evade the block there, so he's still right on his tail.
running
get some more
into a team
collisions.
member there.
Yeah, so it looks like they're coming in close. Things are really slowing down here. This is where it gets really dangerous for a pin, is where the driving starts to get slow. You leave more opportunities for the cops to get. Just right here, this is a dangerous position.
Because the slower you're going, the more advantageous it is going to be for the cops. And you see that there's 2 cops right there.
Oh,
is he
that's a
busted?
bust.
Wow. Yeah. I can't say I'm fully surprised about that. It's because I don't know X-Ray Aspect to be a great Need for Speed player, but I do know the Reapers to be a great Need for Speed team.
Yeah. Yep, so it looks like going into the half here, we're going to have not into the half, into the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
We're going to have a 4-2 lead, so we're starting to get a stretch away, but there's still plenty of time for the Eclipse to come back on this one.
So right now we have Guilty Gear up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm the Reapers, those two are two of the ones I want in. Now, on the other side, you probably put in Dictator Chicken. Now, from the Cliff side, Pip-Boy, somebody you want. AJ, don't really know how good he is, but I would imagine not. The third person that should be coming in here, though, is X-Ray Aspect.
Okay, so bringing X-Ray back in, maybe a little bit of a redemption arc coming in for X-Ray after that last game. It did seem like in that last game there on Need for Speed, he did seem to work almost the wrong way. He was doing what I would expect to see from the cops, is trying to hang around that area and keep it in that cluster where there's 3 different points to break away from. And he kept driving around trying to find himself an exit instead of using like maneuverability to get away.
Well, I think the issue was he was, like you said, trying to play in that one area when there was everybody around. It's like he was trying to like escape. He was trying to sneak away when everybody's eyes were right there on him.
Right.
I think you want to go up a little bit further, let some of the people who are cops, who aren't maybe necessarily as good, let them like create some distance between them. And like maybe you still have 1 or 2 people on you, but then you have a lot more room for just like moving around. But with all those people right there, the bodies, just having a vehicle there is going to mess with you because that's taking up space.
Yeah.
And as a cop, that's what you want to do. You want to take up space around the most wanted. As the most wanted, you want to have as much space left unchallenged around you. But it looks like we have Guilty Gear coming up here shortly.
Yeah, so we are loading in. Like you said, we're gonna have AJ and Pip-Boy. And there we are. We're loaded in. So we're going to have, it looks like,
Player 1 is going to be so bad. We have AJ and it looks like Dictator Chicken is playing Johnny. Not a new character, but one of the newer characters. So bad guy. It's probably just gonna play Oonga Boonga here. Alright, yep. Alright, so Johnny wants to keep that range, especially against So here. Alright, looks like they're just jab checking there. And Dictator Chicken not fully able to get his offense started, but nice burst there and nice counter hit. Let's see how much damage he's able to get off here. And that's the thing about Soul. Soul's just going to do so much damage. Alright. Nice look over there. And our person we're seeing there. And X-Ray probably the best person in both of these lineups, so I'm curious to see how much. This is another thing that we want to see is how much impact we've had in terms of teaching these people these games. Alright, but it is close right now. Neither side really taking the definitive lead, and probably could have killed off of that. And we got Valorant.
we're gonna have Valorant.
And he should be dead here. Nope. And yep.
Yeah, and there he goes. That's the final hit. Yeah, so this one is much closer than Tekken.
Yeah.
A lot less strings being put together and a lot more trading back and forth.
I think these are going to be the two least skillful players on either side that are in for this rotation. So we're going to see a little bit more, but he has them in the corner there. Alright.
That was a good breakaway, got back to the center, not pinned anymore.
But yeah, you don't want to be in the corner. That's the place you don't want to be. But Johnny has the health lead here, so I'm curious about him approaching. Probably just want to create some space because all that extra damage. Oh, nice RC there. Let's see if he, yep. And then this game should go to Dictator Chicken.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was very good patience to get himself out of the corner. You know, he went for a big finishing play, and when he didn't get it, he was able to take the back foot, which was really important.
Now we are going to see 2 Leo White Fangs.
Okay.
And it looks like X-Ray plays on a box, which is why you saw the controller thing pop up. So we're most likely, unless he's learned somebody new, all of a sudden we're gonna see Leo White Fang here. So this should be a win for them. This particular matchup, just based on what we saw from Dictator Chicken earlier.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. As they load in, it's going to take a moment. So, yeah, same matchup. So already, you know, Chicken familiar with this, warmed up on this.
Well,
So-
no, last was Soul bad guy.
Oh, it was Soul last time,
Yeah.
not Leo.
So
Got
the
it,
next
got
two
it.
characters, if we get to Pit Boy, are probably gonna be Leo Whitefang.
I see. So this is the warm-up game for the Leo White thing then, if he can get through it.
Yeah. Able to get some damage off here. And let's see if he knows how to deal with the cross-up, because I imagine we're going to see it. Let's see, DP, yep, you're in his face, he's going to burst there. Oh, yep, and he's just keeping him at distance there. Arc, yep. Let's see. Yep. So let's see what we have going on. Has him in a corner. This is where he wants. You can nice. So you can grab him out of that. That's a cross up, and he just DPs that. This is a lot closer, honestly, than I anticipated it being. And he's not gonna die here. DP into RC. This confirms that wall splat is just gonna kill, but he's super low. All right. So let's see if he goes for the cross up to finish it off. Super, and he just goes for the grab.
Yeah, so I think early on there what happened was I believe Chicken was a little bit ranged at the beginning, keeping him at bay very much, and it just took X-Ray a moment to warm up to that. And now that he is...
Yeah, Chicken looks super warmed up. He looks... And nice. What he did was he ran up and blocked. What that does is when X-Ray DP's there, DP is one of the most punishable things you can do in any fighting game. He just runs up, blocks the DP, and then punishes them heavy for it. So let's see if we get to see that again. RC, he's going to try to carry him to the wall here and get a wall splat. Or so let's see. I think he's going to probably go for the cross up here. All right, wild assault to get him to the wall. And the thing about Leo Whitefang, outside of Dust, Leo doesn't have like a lot of what's the word? A lot of overhead. So if he just sits there, holds down and block, it's gonna be hard for him to really break through that. But he's able to get Dictator Chicken out. A much tougher match than I initially anticipated.
Yeah, played on a bit of a comeback strategy in both rounds. So now, I believe... Oh, okay.
Scarlet, so we're going to see Ino here.
Yeah, Ino coming out.
Not Scarlet's strongest fighting game. Scarlet really doesn't like anime fighting type games.
Okay.
So, but this should be maybe a little bit more. All right, yep. So we have Leo Whitefang, which is going to be X-Ray on the left side, and we have Ino on player 2 side, which is going to be Scarlet. All right, so let's see how this matchup goes. So let's see if Scarlet opts to put pressure on him, because if he puts pressure on him and there's strings where there's a gap in it, then we're going to see probably X-Ray DP out of those strings. But Scarlet knows that blocks it as a heavy punish. So yep, he's going to want to be in his face immediately. Missed the wild assault there. But Scarlet looks like he's been putting that work in. Yep, and he approaches. We're going to probably see DP fight a bit here. Nice burst fake. Gets him up against the wall, keeps him there, and cross up to finish this. Alright, so that's round one. Let's see if X
Very fast round one.
Yeah, it wasn't. They just keep trading on buttons there.
This is not where you want to be again.
And nice grab. They want RC out. DP to RC. And that did RCing out of DP gives you a little bit of an advantage at times, because you can either use it as a combo, or if they block your DP, RC, roaming cancel to slow it down and to make yourself a little bit more safe. So once again, it looks like we're going to see X-Ray up against
That's Ricky.
the fight, our current fighting game champ. So let's see. I think he uses. Oh yeah, he uses Remlethal. All right, so let's see what we have going on here. Ricky's a person that came a long way in fighters. Do I think he's the best fighter in the league? Until somebody takes that belt, we're gonna keep it at that. You have to somebody.
Got to prove yourself first.
Yeah, but he's come a long way. Came in primarily playing shooters, some Smash, and he's gone a long way. And that's one thing I really love seeing about the league is people dabble in things that they really haven't touched before. But, all right, so back into the corner there.
Yeah, this same again, this heavy push into the corner.
Yeah, X-Ray's playing super aggressive. He's not giving you time to really breathe. And he's able to get him off of him. Able to do some damage. Now, if the Ramlethal, what he wants him up is against the corner, that's where those swords really become a hassle to deal with. And he just blocks it and goes for the grab to finish it off.
Yeah, so this is final life here now for the Reapers. It is all coming down on the shoulders of Ricky with this last life.
All right, so he jumps in to try to bait out some pressure, and super dead. That's going to break the wall, and he's
Still
almost
some life
dead.
left.
He's probably going to cross him up there.
And
Yeah,
that's it.
and that's a perfect.
Wow, a perfect to finish it off for a 6-0, I believe. 6-0 sweet. He didn't lose a round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the person before him didn't take one, so yeah.
Yeah, the 6-0 for him, yeah.
Reigning fighting game champ.
Wow.
Me personally, I'm at least gonna jab you some point.
Yeah, so are we still sure we can't take that belt, or do we want to maybe think?
hey, Jekyll from the Cobras, who the Cobras been impressive, probably one of the best, if not the best fighting game team. Put the challenge out there. So maybe sometime next week we'll have a new fighting game champ. I don't know.
We'll see.
So we have Valorant next. And I'm gonna be
Right.
honest, this is a good lineup regardless. I think you leave Pip-Boy out here and you leave Scarlet out here. You leave the two fighters out because Ricky, Rez, dangerous shooters. This is where you're gonna really see it, but Eclipse, full of dangerous shooters.
Mm.
And honestly, this is who you want available right now for Eclipse. With this lineup that they have, you X-Rays probably wouldn't be in for the Valorant team. Pip-Boy probably wouldn't be in for the Valorant team. You just run these other five. Now I really want to know if these teams opted, because we have a limit, not limited. We have a certain amount of people you can use for Valorant Apex. It has to be essentially base. But teams can opt to allow everybody for Valorant. So I'm curious to see, one, the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also if they choose to allow everybody.
Right. Yeah, so with Eclipse only needing one more to tie it back up here, it is definitely... I mean, it started to move pretty quick at the beginning, but since those initial points went out, it
Slowed
has
down
started
a
to go a
little bit.
lot slower. Yeah, it's been more back and forth, like what we kind of expected out of this matchup.
But it is okay. So Valorant, we play Swift play. So first to 5, right?
Yeah.
And then you switch off after the 4th round.
Mhm.
So you're attacking. So it depends. Like if you're attacking first after the 4th round, no matter what the score is,
Yep.
you switch over to the other side, and that's important because certain maps are more attacker friendly, and those will be probably the maps that have like 3 sites, and some maps are a little bit more defender friendly depending on the layout of the map.
Yeah.
So who gets what first really matters here. Winning your pistol round. So the first round you generally don't really buy that much. You probably get some util,
Yeah.
like smokes and flashes and such,
Mm-hmm.
but you generally opt to stay with your pistol.
Yeah.
And then the second round is when you start buying a little bit. You have to watch your economy a little bit, because what you don't want to do is spend too much money at certain points, and then you don't have money to buy your util, right? Because like util is really big, right? So they're opting to go icebox
Oh,
there.
okay, Icebox.
Now I know there's a lot of people that don't like icebox.
Probably my favorite map.
Hey.
it's yeah, but I'm a Sage player, so what do I know?
I
Yeah,
opt
but-
to play. Now I'm just now really getting into Valorant, but so my issue is the characters I like and that look fun are apparently difficult people, or
Mhm.
not the easiest. I like Yoru,
Okay.
I like Astra, I like Harbor.
Okay.
I'm not good with any of them, but they're like they look fun.
Harbor is a lot of fun. Astra is very difficult, but can really, like, if you're running the right team comp on the right map, it
It's
could
just
definitely
fun.
be
Those
pivotal.
characters look fun. Like I opt
Yeah.
to go with what looks fun.
So here we go, and it looks like we have.
That's probably, let's see, is that Hollywood watching? I'm watching. Cutters right there.
Very close to the screen, but not Hollywood.
So that's Cutters.
Yeah.
So if we're watching the Reaper side, it looks like they are on defense. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Cutters right now, Cutters screen, which means that we are looking at the Reapers. So the Reapers are going to start on defense here.
So would you say Icebox is a more attacker-friendly map or more defender-friendly?
That's a good question. I've always thought of this map as more neutral, which is probably why I like it so much.
Okay.
I think that it's not too difficult for attackers to plant, but it is difficult for attackers to hold. And not the usual.
All right, so you're saying that like it's probably attacker friendly, but if they have to play, if they have to defend retake, then it's a little bit less friendly for them.
Right. Yes,
Okay.
definitely. So like this position right now, with the spike down, it is. I believe now that the spike is down, it does seem like it's almost attacker friendly from both sides of the map. When the defense goes on the attack and has to defuse, they suddenly become the attackers, and they have the advantage even from their side.
Oh, so that was a clone. Oh, was that?
Ooh, that was so. I don't think that was a clone, but it was a beautiful distraction. Oh, and 2 kills coming out almost makes that a very impressive play.
So it looks like we're going to see them. What do they opt to buy? Ooh, FC24.
Okay, FC24
FIFA,
coming next. Yeah, so FIFA. So that'll be the 3v3 street.
2. So okay, so you play with 2 people
Okay,
from like actual human players, and there's 1 person that's a AI.
understood. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so it looks like we are watching it once again from the Reaper side of stuff. We're watching Hollywood, so let's see what they opt to do here. He's holding it at about head level, so if somebody comes across, they can just pop some shots. He's clearing his angles here.
Yeah, I think there's probably a call there that it's a B push, because you wouldn't push that far up if you thought anybody was on A. Definitely just going for lurkers.
Does it work?
Yeah, and here it is. It's definitely a B push.
Could be yellow. Yep.
Oh, and Sage goes down. That's not somebody you want holding that far up that early. But it is a trade. So now they've lost their jet. It's a big Slayer down for sure. Planting in this corner.
Planting.
Yeah, no Sage wall use for that plant either.
All right, but my first one, it looks like we got Brim Smoke right here. All right, using that. Yep, nice. Control that area right there. Don't allow them to just recklessly push.
Yeah, because we know that Hollywood is coming from behind.
And you see somebody right there. Yep.
Who? It's gonna
And
be
it looks
a
like just that
1v3
Silver
now.
left, and it's just the Silver,
Ah.
not somebody who has a lot of damaging. All he just has like recon essentially.
Yeah, and that's that difficult position we were talking about, that retake position where, with Hollywood wrapping around the map like that, even with the Brim smoking and putting down a molly, the flank was still able to come out and
get a
take
shot
the final
right. Like
3. Yeah.
he got him through that small little part of the smoke that he was able to see through.
Yeah, it was very. I mean, we were talking earlier about how he said he wants to be the shooter player of the year. He is making a really good case for himself in this, maybe what people would consider a very important game for the entire team.
It's not necessarily how do you show up in those games that you're blowing somebody out. It's like, how do you do when every game matters as much as it does in a matchup like this, in a 1-score matchup.
Right. So when we have a team tied just like this, 1-1, this is where it's really, really important to be on the top of the leaderboard, not necessarily when you have 11 kills to the other team's, 7.
Yeah. All right. Nice. He was able to get that kill.
Got to be recalled here just in time for his life to be spared. Gets that health back, and he
And
knows the
pinging it.
position as well. So now they're able to set up a really hard defense. I'm curious whether with one player down, Eclipse is going to try to keep pushing this.
Rotate out.
Now that that trade's come out, they might... No, they're going to get the trade and make the rotate.
All right. So waiting for that smoke. Maybe anticipating that somebody to come through that one. Looks like we're watching through Ricky Rockham. No, Harley or Cat. Nope, now Cutters. All right, so maybe they're thinking they're going to push the other side. We still see a smoke go down there.
Move.
So it looks like
Yeah,
oh,
so I believe we're watching Snappy,
Snappy, yeah.
actually, right, which they left him on the back to catch the rotate, and he does. And it looks like the rest are rotating the back of the map, so he might be able to catch them up here at this point. Unless they're rotating all the way around. Oh, no,
Oh, got
through
the
the mid.
Sova.
Catches the
did he-
Sova, 2 left.
Last one
And
was
that
on
is
Sage.
the Jet?
There it is, just the Sage left.
Sage, yeah.
Play your life, play your life.
But
Sage versus 2.
now it's Sova and Brim. Not necessarily.
Yeah, not a ton of health there between the two of them, but there's one full health player, so...
And
Oh.
that looks like that's a round
scoping
one
over
for
here.
Eclipse
Oh
there.
shit. Fuck.
Yeah, there's that Sage wall that's so pivotal on that point. That's what makes planting so easy on that objective, truthfully.
All right. So let's see what we have, what they opt to do here.
Yeah, we are watching from the attacking point of view now, so this is Eclipse, who are up by 1 point now. I believe
And
one
last
round
before-
left until the
So
swap.
you just full buy here.
Yeah, definitely.
'Cause I mean, you lose it, you don't use it, you lose it.
Exactly.
From kitchen.
All right. So do Eclipse take a 3-0 lead here, or do they? Oh, catching somebody there. That's probably the Sova.
A couple of whiffed shots there. It looked like maybe the Sage out there in the corner. And here's the Jet ult coming out, so we're gonna.
Oh, and
Oh,
he
it
just
gets
gets
cut
popped.
short by the enemy Jet, actually.
All right.
Oh wow, and that's a triple kill now.
All right, so
For-
we're watching
is
from
that
Hollywood
Rez?
side. Oh, and that always happens. The second you take
Oh.
your scope off,
Shit.
somebody pops up right there where you had it aimed at.
He ended up getting it anyway, but at the cost of that res actually coming out. If he would have kept that sight line there, he might have gotten that kill before the res ever came out. This one might be over already.
And a clutch. Yep. And with that Hollywood we watched, it's 2-2. Like this is.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one, so there's still a lot of time left. Yeah, we're probably going to get to full buy rounds here on this swap side. So now we have the Reapers playing on the attack, and Eclipse are going to be playing on the defense.
So we'll see how this pistol round goes.
Yeah, this pistol round is going to be really important because you don't have a ton of rounds left anymore after the swap. But momentum has been hard to get between these two
Like it's
teams,
going
honestly.
back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
Eclipse looked really good the first round, and then the Reapers looked really good. I feel like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it keeps going back and forth, and it's interesting to see because it means that no team gets completely sturdy. You still have to play your resources. You're
Yeah.
not sitting pretty at any point. So
Because I think I want to say as Eclipse, we've seen a point where Eclipse were up so much that like they all ran at somebody with knives. They're like they put up the knives and were like, yeah, we're just gonna keep running at these people. If we lose a round, so be it. But now they have to play it. Now, okay, so it looks like we got Smokes there. They're all playing together.
yeah, fully smoked off. They likely know which objective this is. There's definitely some kind of sound cue. It doesn't look like people are slow walking too much. Yeah, but the Sage is just gonna plant. The wall
They're
goes
fast-
up. The
they're
plant
fast
does not
pushing
come
it,
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Sage plant strategy on B does not come out, and it turns into a 3v3 on the point.
Oh, and the
Oh, there's a gap in the wall.
I thought it was
They left that notorious gap open right there for the defenders to look through.
looks like somebody's rotating back over.
Yeah, so if the Phoenix is gonna hold and probably wait for the plant. Yeah, now that the plant is down, they're gonna play slow.
Oh yeah, and that small gap you're talking about.
Yeah, so they won't be able to diffuse through it, but they were able to get a little bit of a comeback there. You know, they weren't able to get such a heavy lead.
All right. Oh, and it's just one person left. Let's see if are they gonna be able to get the fuse? 'Cause now
So
it's-
1v1. Molly's out. Bait the plant, waiting to see if someone will peek. And the
kill.
peek comes out. Yeah, 14 health left.
That
Wow.
was like this is what we expect from this matchup.
Yeah, so Eclipse with the first round of defense. They now have 2 more before their win, but there's still plenty of time to lose economy and get it turned around on them here. So getting closer to the end, this is about the halfway point of the game if it doesn't go to overtime.
All right. So we are going to
Gonna see
see.
Marshall come out here.
I know that the Reapers a lot of times like to use the Odin, so we'll see if they decide to bust that out here. But we are watching for the Reaper side. effective.
Sniping Sage is always very. So this is going to be Eclipse here on defense
Okay.
after the side swap. So this is the Sage for Eclipse playing with the Marshall.
It looks like there is actually an issue with Hollywood PC. So we'll go ahead and let you know.
Do you guys have cheats on?
All right.
You can't do it if you don't have cheats on.
So it looks like we have the game master coming over, seeing what exactly the issue is.
Andy, look. This is them right now.
Let's see. So let's see if we can see. We're probably gonna see shortly here what the ratio KDA looks like.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Oh yeah, the money would be.
So, yeah, it looks like Jury is ahead. It's actually not Hollywood like we thought it would be, doing the,
Is it Ricky?
I wouldn't say carrying, but it is Rez. Yeah, Rez with I can't tell that to 9. That's 9 kills he's got right now. 9 kills and 1 assist. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, 9 kills in only 5 rounds. That's pretty impressive. That's almost 2 kills every round.
1.8 a round, essentially averaging. All right, but I'm really curious because like I said earlier, Eclipse has not been challenging shooters for so long. Like for most of the time that they've had their major success, and for a team to come in and be able to challenge them in shooters, that is the thing that really kind of changed it for the Reapers, right? Ricky was a huge part in that. Ricky is a very dominant shooter. It may not show up all the time, but just his presence on it, right? And then last season they got Rez, another person that's able to help them in shooters. And guess who they got this season? They got Cutters, another person. They've been stacking the shooters the last few seasons. On top of that, Hollywood being a good shooter, like it's almost unfair. But playing against either one of these teams is almost unfair because they have a bounty of riches just to pull from.
Yeah, and there's so many shooters on the market that it's really easy to get players from other genres to be into those kinds of games.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of teams have, when it comes to versatility, shooters are going to be the one thing that it's kind of easy to get your other players into.
Yeah. Especially something like Overwatch. I won't say Overwatch is probably the shooter that we see the most people who aren't shooters play. I won't say Overwatch is probably that.
Yeah.
But what do you think about Valorant so far? Like, I mean, it's just been a back and forth. Like that last round kind of was a testament to how that whole match had gone because we saw that the Reapers had the numbers advantage, and all of a sudden it was tied up, and then they had a plant, but there was one person who was still alive, so that person was on top. And now that they survived with 14 health and was able to defuse, like, I mean, just looking at it, it's been crazy. And
yeah, it's been really back and forth. It's not going heavy-handed either way. But now that the sides have swapped, what I am curious to see is if we were talking about attacker-sided, defender-sided, and sometimes it really is game-dependent on Icebox. And it can be left up to team preference, honestly, on which side of the map that you like to play. For example, we saw Hollywood flanking around when Eclipse was still on the attack. We saw Hollywood flake around all the way from A across to B, and it's very possible that some of their players prefer playing that side of the map. So coming in and attacking from Eclipse's spawn, the attacking spawn, that could be what makes them feel comfortable. So I'm curious to see if Eclipse's comfortable position is this defense. Maybe taking 2 rounds on attack and losing 2 rounds on attack doesn't say that they're even on attack. It says that they showed up on their weaker side, and now that they're going to go on defense, who knows? Maybe this is where they're strong. Maybe this is where they're going to blow them out.
All right, but let's see. It looks like we're probably going to get a call soon as to what's going on exactly. But FC24 is the next game. And I know Nexus is somebody that they want in by default for it. I imagine we're either going to get... Jury's really good at it, but I feel like we get AJ here.
Okay.
Just because AJ is the sports person. JJ is the sports belt holder.
Okay.
We have a lot of... So we have... Eclipse is, I want to say... Jury holds the racing belt. AJ holds the sports belt. Eclipse holds the shooter belt. And I want to say they hold the strategy belt. And then the Reapers hold... Well, Ricky holds the fighting belt.
Wow.
So yeah, there's a lot of the only ones that's not held by them. I want to say is I think they hold the strategy belt, but the overall belt. The overall belt is held by Billy the Goat.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of belt holding and a lot of pride on the line here.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna get a reset on that last match.
From a fresh econ standpoint.
Yeah, fresh econ standpoint. Okay, so
It's like we're playing pistol round again.
yeah, starting with pistol round again.
All
Yeah.
right. And it's been
Very
pistol round has been relatively even. Granted, Eclipse has won both of the pistol rounds, if I'm
Mhm.
not mistaken. But it hasn't been heavily favored in either one. So we'll see, because if the Eclipse is able to win this first round, then they have all of these rounds to play with. If the pistol rounds go the way that's been going.
Yeah, I do think that Eclipse here on this defense looked, I almost want to say, a little less comfortable, even though they took the win. It would be nice if we could see them pick it up right and tie it up. That
Yeah.
would be
Oh,
great
you
if
mean
they
the Reapers?
Eclipse on the defense now.
Oh, okay.
Now
yeah.
that the one round we saw them on the defense,
Yeah.
it would be nice to see that be where they catch their stride to win the game.
Tie it back up overall.
Right, tie the overall back up and get their stride on defense. But when your pistol round comes down to 14 HP, it's hard to say that that's going to be their strong suit yet. So it would be nice, but we'll see.
Because it was like one micro.
Yeah, I mean, a body shot changes that.
Yeah.
One body shot from a standard, from a classic,
And
changes
even if
that
they
whole
even if they had traded there, they still lose because you have to defuse.
because it was already planted, right?
Yeah.
Which is why I would say that there's maybe a slight attacker advantage here, is the fact that when that it's advantage to get the spike planted, and then it is difficult to defend the spike, but because of the layout of the map makes it so that the defenders really do have to push further back. I would say on B, at least. On A, the attackers, after planting, really do have to hold sight, whereas on B, not so much, which is why we see a lot of those walls go up and the sages planting in that corner, because they can play so far away and have that kind of advantage.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, so it's site dependent, it's composition dependent, it's team favorability. I like Icebox because it's so difficult to tell. You can't just go in and when the attacking team starts, be like, well, they're going to take a majority of the rounds. It's not necessarily always the case.
Now,
So.
I know that you are a newer commentator to UEL. Has there been anybody in this matchup specifically that stood out to you?
So in this matchup so far, the things I'm noticing, right, as I'm adapting to understanding what the players are really good at, obviously, Hollywood made a big impression on Warzone. That was really impressive to see when you're in pretty much 2v4v4v4v4, like when you are the only two-man team on the map. It's impressive to see you able to take out 11 other players that are playing with their teammates.
It did a lot of damage.
Yeah,
well.
and took a lot of damage. So yeah, that impressed me quite a bit. And then when we're looking at the Eclipse, I think X-Ray has kind of stood out to me here when we saw him on the fighting games.
Oh yeah,
that was pretty impressive, because I did the last time I commentated, I watched Black Diamond just nonstop reverse sweeping teams.
Oh yes, he was not in the same game, I think. Well,
it was in a couple of games. It was in a couple of games. So, so I like to see these fighting game players. It seems like they really stand out to me because you get them in 1v1 situations.
Yeah.
So it's so easy to tell when they're standing out on top. So players in this matchup that have stood out to me are like Hollywood and X-Ray. And then on the other side, I would say on the other game that I casted, Black Diamond stands out to me for shooters. And then, or not for shooters, for fighters. And then QWERTY actually really stood out to me for shooters, and just about everything else on the lineup. Crash Team Racing, Halo. I can't really name a game that I wasn't impressed by him on. So it seems like as we go around, there is kind of one player on every team that really shows himself to me as maybe above the majority of this league.
Now, mentioning Black Diamond was on the Ravens for the longest. He was a coach, GM. So that was his first game actually playing in UEL. Yeah.
That was his first game in the UEL.
Yeah, playing as a player.
In the UEL, right. That's impressive. That's scary, I almost want to say, because you can only go up from here.
Yeah.
Right? You come out with that big first impression, and that's when he's playing on a team that only has 4 players in the there are games that he has to go into where they're 4v5, and I still take him as a standout player in that match. So that is extremely impressive to me. Yeah,
But-
that's very much so. In this game here, definitely taking Hollywood and X-Ray on each side as my 2 standout players right now until somebody else shows them up. So yeah, X-Ray definitely had to. He lost me for a minute when we went to Need for Speed. I was a little concerned about him, but he came back and was like, yeah, that was my break period. I was taking a rest so that we could take this Guilty Gear match.
And I really want to see is the box score. So I'm not sure. Are you familiar with the box scores?
No.
What we
Totally
do is we have the lovely GM of the Trolls. What he does after every game is he lists out the games, who was in for each of those games, and what team won it. What he also does is he breaks it down. He'll have like sports. He'll have like almost like a spreadsheet almost where it has sports, fighters, shooters, strategy, and racing. And it has what your record was in each of those games. So certain things are like, it's hard for people to hide themselves because you're going to get exposed. Like, it's not one of those, like, you have to pass more than the eye test because people want to look at this like, wow, he was really good, right? Like, in that one game. And then you look at his numbers and, like, he was like, he went 3-7. Like, maybe
the camera just really got his good side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember a situation where we didn't even have to move the point of view was when QWERTY in Halo not only went on a killing frenzy and then picked up another kill, making himself an 11 kill streak, but also got all 3 of the camos that came up that game. So there was absolutely no reason to ever change the point of view. I'm pretty sure everybody in production just got to enjoy themselves and just watch the game.
QWERTY is a very interesting person. So he's been around. He was the first pro in the league, first UEL. His dad always been super supportive. His family, right? Like, that's QWERTY. The coach Lockdown is his uncle. He has 2 cousins in the league. So yeah, that family
Got a lot of support.
Yeah, a lot of support. But he's one of the first pros. This was like 3-4 years ago. So how young he seems now. He was even younger.
Yeah.
So just to speak about QWERTY. QWERTY started off, he was a child, right? Like, you can only expect so much from a child. He was one of those ones that, like, kind of got down on himself if he lost his game that he was supposed to win, like Fortnite, such and such, right? Like, he really took that hard, right? And as he gotten older, he's not only has his mentality changed, he's gotten a tougher mentality, but he's starting to pick up on other things other games that really weren't his strong suits, right? Like, he's not great at all of the games, but he's putting time into it, right? He's developed himself into a true end gamer. And for the Trolls, who for the last few seasons, I think the Trolls are going into that. All right, so it looks like we're replicating the economy, same exact money amount that they had before. But yeah, so QWERTY's been one of those ones that, like, it's been a little bit of a slow burn, but he's really coming into his own, right? He was I want to say he was a runner-up for MVP last season, didn't quite get it, but yeah, like, if you look at some of QWERTY's numbers, especially we are right into this. We are watching perspective of Eclipse right now, looks like.
Yeah, so I believe what we need left in this matchup is Eclipse need 2 more rounds, and Reapers need 3.
Yep.
So here we see again this Sage setup with the Marshall.
Also, Spike carrier kill. So it looks like this right now it's 4-2 for the Eclipse favor.
Yeah, Eclipse are in a very, very
advantageous
position on defense. Yeah.
All right, so it looks like he's just gonna hold that sideline. The second somebody pops their head, he's just gonna take a shot. He has it probably a little bit above headshot. It looks like about where that crate is should be about headshot, right?
He might be about there. But yeah, he's gonna take the sight off anyway. It looks like they're really just locking this down because, like you said, the spike carrier was down. They have complete control of this area. They have a sight line on every possible escape. So I think what the Reapers are trying to do right now is see if Eclipse will get greedy to see if they'll push up further. They do get the spike back, so now they might make a full rotate to the other side.
But it looks like the Brim is left, and who else is that? That's the Sage, not the Sage. Yeah, Brim and
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Yes. All right, using that to move, increase his movement speed a little bit to rush onto.
Oh,
But he was able to take one person out. It looks like they have about 5 seconds to push that, but unfortunately, there's 3 people left.
there's going to be no plant. Yeah, there's not nearly enough time. So that's going to be another round there for Eclipse,
So-
moving closer to a win on Valorant.
Yep, one more win, and that is going to be a Cliff win and a tied game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see if Eclipse can push it up to 4-4 here in the overall match standings. It is interesting as we since the very beginning of the match, as we've come down toward that halftime mark, neither team has utilized any more forfeits or timeouts.
No.
We were worried so much about it at the beginning, and they conserved so well ever since.
And hopefully, teams at this point have whoever setup it is has FIFA
We
set
got
up.
scans coming here.
Like you should pretty much have everything set up and ready to go.
Killed him.
So let's see, especially with that time that you were due to,
Killed two.
Valorant crashing. Hopefully,
Hey, one coming around the
what
corner.
it looks like
Phoenix.
have the ult there.
Ooh, and yeah, Jet got aggressive, but no kill after expending all of the knives from the
One's on
ultimate.
top, one's on top.
So
That was
didn't
good
get
call.
the refresh. I'm going to have to go back to the Vandal.
Oh my
What?
god. I swear.
It looks
Now
like-
in a 2v2.
Right, like we think one team has the advantage of all of a sudden does
He
another
was close
kill.
left. He was close left.
Yeah, it just keeps
They
going
wanted
this back and forth. And now they're... Ooh, the Sage down is
Was
going to
he
end Spike
reloading?
down. It's a 1v1 with the Spike down.
And this is it's Brimstone versus it's over again.
And I believe the sides have swapped now. So I believe this is the attacking right here on the defensive side of the map.
So it looks
And
like
Eclipse on defense, their last player left is going to be... Oh, there's going to be a rotate on the defender side of the map.
so I wonder if we get any. I mean, the Silver is like one good shot away. So we'll see. He's planting. Let's see if he's gonna watch what angles he decides to watch.
Yeah, pretty good spot for the plant.
He has
Since he had so much time. Yeah, prepping for the rotate on this side. And he's prepping correctly. Knife out.
trying to get.
He
a little
might
bit
not think there's defense on that side.
Wow.
He thought the defense was going to come from the defender side where the spike was picked up from. And that camp back on the attacker's side just totally caught him off guard. He still had his knife out.
Is anyone named Buy?
Oh, wow. So that's a point for the Reapers closer to...
No, smart play. Kind of figuring exactly where he was going to come from and just holding a shot at head level. Because he only had 35 health. He wasn't... I don't think he would have won a straight-up, like,
gunfight.
exchange. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely came down to strategy there. Had to position himself well. And,
Still had to make those shots, but...
yes, definitely. Yeah, sometimes that can be the hardest part, is actually executing on the plan. So, yeah, definitely impressive there. We'll see if this is going to be, now that we're coming closer to the end, this might become an absolute utility fest. We'll see if there's any ultimates online. Brimstone is
Close.
just one away. Oh, but taking those shots is going to mean he's not going to get it online.
And it looks like, right... Oh, wow, and planting already. They're fast planting this.
Oh my god.
A very quick plant from the attack, but they lose a lot in the process. So having having 4, they do have the advantage here. Although they do lose one, so now in a 3v3. But still, now that they're just defending the spike.
Like I said, it's the other side advantage. It's the retake has the advantage.
Yeah, they're pushing up inch by inch. It's almost like a horror movie, the way they keep taking out the forward
and
player.
He tried to flash there. Now it's 2v1. So let's see what they opt to do here.
That was a very risky jump, but somehow Sova
Trying to-
survives.
Trying to break the wall there. Wow, and just take the, yep. So it
Oh,
looks
wow,
like
yep. Doesn't
This
even
is
take
going to be
the-
a win for Eclipse.
Yeah, that was it. That was the points they needed, so that's it.
4-4, and FIFA's up next.
4-4 with FIFA coming up. Very
And
nice, okay.
I imagine we're going to see Nexus and AJ. And then
Okay.
on the other side, ooh, this is hard. Because do you put in Hollywood here? Because when you put Hollywood in here, right? He's out for an entire rotation, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be a difficult like it may not be as clear of a win. So, or do you opt to do somebody who might be a little bit worse? Like, do you do Scarlet and Chicken and forfeit maybe? But I do definitely know Nexus is definitely going in, and I feel like AJ Little Blue. But depending on who they put in here,
So you think Nexus and X-Ray or Nexus and AJ?
I think Nexus and AJ.
Okay.
I mean, X-Ray would really fit here.
I'm gonna guess X-Ray and Nexus.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, so it is gonna be X-Ray going in along with Nexus, which means that X-Ray will be the, like you were talking
Person
about
out,
before,
and
the solo player out of the rotation.
And Cutters is going to be a solo person out for the rotation.
Yeah.
What you don't want right here, right now, if you're the Reapers, you don't want Gears. So you
Okay.
can get Gears. Cutters is arguably the best Gears of War player in the league. The Reapers without Cutters are amazing Gears of War team. He just puts them over the edge, right? But a team that can contest them in Gears potentially is Eclipse. So you want Cutters in. So hopefully we don't get a situation where Gears rolls up. For the Eclipse though, I don't know what game you particularly like. You probably don't want League of Legends because that's one of X-Ray's stronger games. You probably want a shooter here, preferably. Shooter
Okay.
into a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an Overwatch you want here. Halo. Oh, Halo would be great right here. Fortnite would be good. But
This is actually a Reaper's timeout, it looks like.
okay.
Yeah, so Reaper's taking a timeout. We were talking about getting that FIFA set up before.
I'm curious as to what happened here because I would assume that it would be set up, but maybe they got caught up in the great Valorant gameplay.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we're here, we're able to watch it, be critical, judge them, and like next game, right? But them out there, when you're in that environment, you can't just stand around and watch the next game plan. Everybody has to be doing something, right? There's no 7v7 games.
Mhm.
If you have 7 people there, if they're not in a game, they should be setting up the next game if possible, right? Like if it's a PC to PC game, then there's times where you can't. But if it's a console to PC or PC to console, somebody should be, the second that wheel spins, I need eyes on the wheel, and I need somebody setting this up. FC coming up here.
Yeah, so here we are. We're in now. And let's see, who do we have? Wheel spinning, and next up we are going to have
So we have home, which is Berlin, which is Eclipse.
Rocket League coming up next. Very, very cool.
So Berlin is going to be Eclipse, which is home, and away is going to be. Wait, no, soccer.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to tell here on this one who's who, but
So it looks like red's gonna be Scarlet, yellow's gonna be Cutter, and X-ray is gonna be purple, next is gonna be blue. So this is right now we're watching the blue, so blue and purple. So those colors, okay, that's easy. Blue and purple are gonna be Eclipse, and yellow
Okay.
and red.
so Eclipse on the offense then right now, and they're going to be coming in from the side
It's
here.
a top, the even
Good
score.
defensive header.
So blue is going to be. Oh,
That didn't go well. Oh, yeah, we both for a second had to pause. We are like, that would be amazing.
Well, I mean, you can shoot from anywhere.
Yeah.
On but yeah, yellow, red.
Just such a
is gonna
small
be
goal.
Reapers, yeah. All right.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to be...
So we're watching right now the clip.
Yeah, so Eclipse are going to be coming in from the left side is what we're looking at, and Reapers from the right.
All right, and then it's going out of bounds. And normally, a lot of teams play with these walls, makes it easier. So a lot of these things may end up. They may end up like trying to do things that they're normally accustomed to doing. But looks like right now we have Cutters and with Scarlet, so they're just playing keep away a little bit. Let's see. Yep, kicks it off of him, so it should be clip ball. So we have Nexus and
Good
X-Ray.
touchback.
Yeah. And they're doing a good job of not leaving the goal wide open.
Oh,
And this
speaking
is
of
a
wide
breakaway.
open.
It's not wide open,
Oh,
but
no.
that's because they have that one person back there.
Yeah, right.
Now, if you had another person back there where you can kind of at least threaten with having somebody on the other side to maybe potentially pass it to, looks like they're passing it out. So
It's becoming a shooting rally here.
all right. First team to score win.
Oh, very, very off.
All right,
Yeah, that
so-
was a bit of an opportunity there that was whiffed away, but Eclipse going to stay on the defensive. Just
and a stolen pass right there. Let's see what. Oh, it ain't. Yeah, but it's
Reapers
gonna
get
go-
close to the goal, but nothing. It's really hard to
That's-
secure anything here.
That's to be a. Oh, that was really cool. It looks like the Reapers are at least putting the pressure on them now. If anything, they're finding their footing. The goal's okay. About to say, because if they stole it, the goal's wide open. There's nobody there. You have to take this pressure shot right there.
Oh wow, that was actually from the interception all the way into the goal. That was a really, really fast play. That's impressive, and that's the kind of stuff you have to do because it's such a small space. Like that shot right there, that would have been nice if that would have been on target. But yeah, everything has to be really quick reactions from the pass into
And
the
it looks
net.
like the Reapers are starting to.
They're running away with it.
Yeah.
When it's this low scoring of a game in a 3v3, that's you don't want to be
Going
down by
up
that
too
many.
with the fact that like maybe if you find your footing a little bit, but it looks like the Reapers are the ones that.
Still putting the pressure.
All right, but is that and good defense right there, able to stop that goal. And
Passing
are they
it up the
gonna?
field.
There's only a few seconds left, and they're able to make it.
Didn't even pass to cross, just walked across the goal line. And wow, very, very impressive solo play there. Playing that defense on, I think that'll be the end.
It's funny, we're going from
First half.
street soccer to car soccer.
We are, and it'll be such a different game. It will be absolutely nothing alike. Whereas we can barely see the ball on screen here and have to rely on the arrows to tell us who has it.
And
we'll
this
see
is
nothing but the ball.
that's another Reapers goal. The Reapers are really like feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, so after the half, we have switched sides. So the Reapers are playing from the left side now, and the Eclipse playing from the right.
And one thing to think about, because we haven't really seen it in this game or in this match so far, is
Okay,
that
so Eclipse with a goal, trying to mount a comeback.
you have to play differently at times when you're behind, right? Like, you can't play your regular game because your regular game was too slow. Right now, you have to push it because you're down 3 goals and you have less than 3 minutes to go. So they're going to be playing a little bit more rushed.
Yeah.
So making mistakes that they normally would not make.
Yeah, we're not going to see them playing on their side of the field nearly as much, but we might not also be seeing them play as quote-unquote clean, even though, honestly, these shots have been just not landing the net.
No, these shots have definitely been off this match so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's quite even in terms of shots per team, but Eclipse has had opportunities to have a pretty even scoreline. And there we see another Reaper's goal that's really going to make it difficult now. I believe we're looking at a 2-6 situation now. Yeah, we are. Eclipse have a lot they have to do here. They have to get these shots on target. They have to either get their passing game going close to the net or
And
just
they
be the
go.
greatest players of all time, and
Yeah.
then they'll win. That was really, really impressive, crossing it all the way across the court and then putting it straight in the net. Yeah, that was impressive. We need to see more of that, though. We need to see them.
But we also need them to play defense.
Here we go. They have control.
Oh,
And another off target when they should have been up.
this is a coulda, shoulda, woulda game for them right now.
Really, really is.
And passing it back because right now they have right now they have so many goals that should have been go.
Oh, I thought that. Oh, I saw the
Yeah,
net
net
move.
move,
I
right?
saw the net move. I was like, was that it?
And
Wow. Okay. So now we're looking at 4-6 with
Which-
a lot of time. I mean,
which
that's yeah.
which is very feasible, right? A goal every 40 seconds, and that's a goal right there. You can't you can't just make these goals and then concede one right after. You have to stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Yeah. They're getting a little too comfortable when they start to get a run going, and absolutely not acceptable. Have to keep the pressure up. Can't lose track of defense.
And right there.
That's rough.
Yeah.
4-8 is going to be a really rough comeback. Now, they had a situation where they were looking like they had the opportunity. This is going to be a lot more difficult. But the game has sped up in general, so we'll see. It's still possible.
But if I'm the Reapers, you start Oh wow. Okay, so he stole the ball.
It almost looked like he was trying to stall for time there. Now that they know they only have a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, they have to score a goal every 15 seconds. Like that's going to be difficult. Now you have the ball.
Yeah, these shots are getting very sloppy again, like at the beginning of the game.
All right, and stolen pass there. He's going to cross it. Nope.
No, off target. Made it past the goalie, but off target.
All right.
And Reaper's off target as well, but they don't. I mean, Reaper's honestly, when you're in that kind of open position, shouldn't even be shooting at this point with 40 seconds left.
No, you don't want to.
Yeah, you should be holding for time.
But
Not
at
giving
this
away
point,
possession.
like they have to press, and then when they press like that, somebody's going to be behind. Somebody's going to be pressing up like that. Then you just pass it up. You have to slow roll the ball.
Goalkeeper has to get back big time now because any shot here could be rough.
If they
Very,
assume
very
they
off.
aim this shot correctly.
Yeah, if they actually, yeah. Let's get a check and make sure we know where that goal's at first.
All right.
Just running it up to the keeper.
But we have
stalling
about
for
12
time.
seconds left. I mean,
Yeah, so that'll be game.
they could make the game prettier, but like it's still
Yeah.
like. Yeah, like the game's gonna be prettier. Like,
I don't know if I'd be dancing like that at this point when you have how many seconds left in the game?
3.
3 seconds left in the game after that goal.
And that is a win for the Reapers into the other soccer game.
Into car soccer.
No, so here's the thing. Oh, yeah. So I've imagined that we're going to see maybe Jury, Snappy, Spicy, and Nexus. If they're full sending, Jury, Snappy, Spicy, Nexus. Those, like, do you understand Rocket League ranks?
I do, yes.
I believe they're all champ.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and then I believe the only person that's champ on their side is probably Hollywood.
On the Reapers?
Yeah.
Oh,
Now they
gosh.
could be
All right.
have people who've gotten better,
Mhm.
but
It's a difficult game to hone your skills at, though.
it is.
It takes time. It really does take time to understand, like, ball control and rocket flying. And, yeah, going from gold to champ, plat to champ, that's a huge, huge jump. Even diamond to champ is honestly a noticeable difference.
Now I know that Hollywood knows how good Jury, Snappy, and Spicy are, but Nexus is somebody who was a rookie last year. Rocket League was not on the wheel, so I'm curious if he knows exactly how good he is. And there's so many things that could like play a factor here, but I believe that this is a Eclipse win because this is probably Eclipse most dominant game that's on the wheel.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very excited to see. And also the fact that it's 4v4 does mean it's going to be a lot more crowded, which almost makes it doesn't even up the game, but it gives the Reapers a little bit of a better shot by having more cars on
Yeah.
the field.
Like it's certainly gonna be interesting because normally when people play like they play 1s, 2s, or 3s, there's a certain rotation that you're gonna run for 3s, right? Like you have somebody who is attacking the ball, you have somebody who is playing off of that.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially-
Setting up.
Not necessarily setting up, but like they play off of the if they play off of the person winning or losing,
Mm.
and then this person playing furthest back, which is close to midfield, they can still make a play on the ball. But so what do you do with that last person? Do you have that person play like a true goalie where they stay back there, or do you have them almost like shadow mirror the furthest back, where if the furthest back is playing on the left side, they play far back, right? Like it's interesting to see what we have here. So
Yeah, so here we are loaded in. Oh, that was okay. That's an 11-second goal there from
it's
Snappy.
Yep.
Just don't fucking triple commit.
And he looked like he was
Coming off the
playing. Yep.
corner with I mean 3 cars in front of goal, and he was able to put that one over him. Very difficult position. You don't want to get your team that crowded together.
So for just a quick thing,
Watch out, you guys are good.
the yellow, the highlighter yellow, green, lime green, that is going to be Eclipse, and then the red, the pomegranate red looking thing.
I got you.
Well, now we
Now
changed
the
colors.
settings are different. So
The team with 1 point right now is Eclipse.
yeah, Eclipse is up.
So we have PC 1 is Hollywood, PC 3 is Scarlet, Chicken at PC 5, Red at PC 6. We have Jury's PC 7, Nexus
I'm mid.
at PC 8, Snappy, Spicy at
Someone
PC
get that.
11, and Snappy at PC 12.
I'm up.
Yeah, you can see the aerial control here is very, very high level.
It's just different.
Hollywood has no boost. I can't get it. You go. It's up,
And we do have Gears of War coming up next.
This should be a really good match. If you're asking me, Gears.
I need boost. I'm grabbing back right.
Yeah, we'll see how close
Hey, we
that
got
one
that.
ends up being.
Whoa,
Can we
whoa.
get up on that fast?
Heavy defense here coming. Oh, thank goodness for that back line.
I can
Oh yeah, no, this.
Thank goodness for that fourth player is pretty much how that one shakes out.
Yeah,
And we got me.
but I mean,
Get someone fall. My bad, my bad.
they're not doing. I want to say
Go ahead.
Reapers are doing decent if you want to think about like what they're going up against, right?
Yeah.
But they're not going to go in.
good dunk.
They're not going to go up against anybody else. This is going to be the toughest match they play. They're not going to go up against anybody else thinking that they can't win. If they're going full sin versus Eclipse, they think they can. Oh wow! If there was somebody there to play off
Ooh,
of that.
Snappy's going to set up for an attack here. And the cross, was too close to the goal. Sent too far forward, and they're not going to capitalize.
Clear that off of his side.
Yeah, nice aerial defense.
Alright. One more.
Let's see if they keep it
I can't.
rolling. Nope, gets intercepted. With so many cars in the field, you have to think that's going to happen pretty frequently.
Empty.
Ooh. Oh, that's a go.
Oh.
That's a go. Who scored it? Dictator Chicken.
Chicken scores a goal on what I was just told is the best, most dominant Rocket League team in the game.
Hey,
Yeah, I got it.
let's go, Chicken.
All right, Chicken, good goal.
You can play more aggressive.
Yeah, that defense got a little cluttered.
Missed
like you
shot
said,
opportunities.
These guys are ranked players. They might not be. This 4v4 isn't what they play on ladder all the time. So
Let's see.
Bye.
And all it takes is it's a tie game now. Like, and with how this is going, next go may win.
Nice.
Like,
really, we're only coming up on the half, so there's time for the pacing to change. We'll have to see if either team decides they want to take this quicker now. But you'd think the Reapers would want to play more defensively and slower. In any situation, tie, advantage, anything, just off the fact that they know how strong Eclipse is.
oh, and it looks like they played that.
Yeah, I'm backing.
Right, it looks like that's Hollywood, maybe. No, that's Nexus going back. All right, so we have. Ooh, watching. We have Nexus right now, and we're back to Snappy.
I'm up.
Yeah, so just playing it across the midfield. Both teams are kind of taking taps at it. I don't think either team is looking to get extremely aggressive at the moment. No one wants to lose this one-to-one position.
Oh, and is he gonna play off of that? Oh, he misses that.
The accuracy wasn't quite there to play it off the wheels, but yeah, it was a nice setup. It was a very nice setup, an attempt at getting aggressive that we saw. Now it looks like Reapers are going to try to get aggressive here. Let's see, hopefully they don't leave themselves too open because Eclipse have a good chance at capitalizing.
Oh wow, is he gonna carry that in? Oh, wait! It's right there. It's right there. Did anybody?
It's still close. And it's in. Yeah, Nexus puts it in. Oh, and with a minute 20 left and Eclipse being up 1, I do think that the Reapers have to jump out of their comfort zone here. I do think they have to start playing more aggressively.
Like we talked about with FIFA. But the issue is you have to play smart.
Off the back.
You have to play
No
smart,
accuracy.
aggressive. Because if you
all right, Nexus rolls it in with a little tap. Very interesting.
because here's the thing about with the clips, right? If you start playing a little bit sloppy in your rotations, they're gonna catch on to that. So it's still possible, right? It's still very.
Oh man, that was you. Caster's curse almost had him there.
Oh, I tried.
All right,
I still boost from him. You got it.
It's mid.
let's see what we have.
Yeah,
them
it's set
do.
up against the back. Oh, this is centered a little too well. Thank goodness for that defense.
I'm getting
Played to the corner. Still on the Reaper's side.
that corner.
I still boost.
All right.
And not where they want that ball in a 1v4 situation. Still on their side. That does
Not-
a lot.
Not down 2 with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely not. When one player can keep the ball on your side against your entire team of 4, and that's wide open, and that's snappy. Okay, that was a
2 and 2.
assist.
Yeah.
Yeah, assist by Nexus there. I thought that was a hat trick.
And honestly, like they did a good job about with keeping it as close as they did for when they did. And now it's just like the Eclipse smell blood in the water, right? Like they're like, I want a point.
Yeah, they are playing a bit more freely now. You see this net definitely open on their side more, but very little offense has been coming out from the Reapers, so it's been fine up to this point. And with 16 seconds left, you can pretty much call this one what it is, and that would be Eclipse tying up
Flip reset.
the
Back
game
and
5
forth
to
and
5.
back and forth. Back and forth into
Yeah.
a game that's going to be close again. Like,
Clip it there. Clip it there.
and Jury's like, I want to get in.
Yeah, he's like, guys, can you let me?
Please?
You know where that started from though? My flip.
Despite the score, this was close, right? It was up until a minute. and 20
Yeah,
seconds.
really up till minute 20. Yeah,
Mexico.
yeah, that's when the takeaway happened.
Oh, they're gonna try to score this. They're gonna try to keep the ball in the air.
We can hear them from out there. Everybody was getting very excited about the possibility of that half-field shot. So 4 minutes for setup here. We're going into Gears 3, third-person shooter.
So we're probably gonna get AJ Blue and Pip-Boy have to go in.
Okay.
After that, we're probably gonna get Jury, Snappy, and Spicy, maybe. If I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
On the opposite side, we're going to definitely see Cutters.
Okay.
I imagine
right.
we're going to see Hollywood. I don't know who that last person. I imagine Rez. Probably Rez. But what that does is it's an interesting thing. What happens is, like, you put Cutters and Rez in, a shooting game comes up, you're not gonna be able to get them both back in for it. I mean, both teams are gonna be taking a kind of a risk here with their lineups because they're not gonna be at full, or they're not gonna be with the best lineup for the game that comes after this.
Yeah.
So winning this game is really, really pivotal. And this game, whoever wins this game is going to be going into the halftime with the lead.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, when you come into a situation where you have 2 players left on each side, and then it's a 5v5 game, you have to dig into your roster a little bit. You can't leave everything open.
You have to play the game that's in front of you.
Right. So this is a play to win scenario because both teams are digging into their roster. So
like I said, I think we see Jury, Snappy, and Spicy. I don't know how good Nexus is at Gears, but I do know that Jury, Snappy, and Spicy are pretty nasty at it.
it's possible that we find out. Let's see what they do end up picking. So we know we have Pip-Boy, AJ, Snappy, Jury, like you said, and Spicy's last. Yep, there you go. Hey, look at you, 100%.
We're definitely gonna see Hollywood if they believe they can win, which I know they do. We're gonna see Hollywood, Cutters, and probably Rev, along with the 2 that's already there, and that should be a good lineup, a good matchup. All the Gear fans in the world are sharing that right now.
Yeah, both of them.
All right, and then from the other side, we see. All right, and Rev. Yep,
exactly what you thought. Yep.
All right, so I cannot wait for this.
Can't stop winning is what you can't do. You're getting all of these predictions correct. So going into halftime here, 3 timeouts for the Reapers. Yeah, timeout Reapers was just called, I believe. Yeah, so we have no forfeits used still for Eclipse. 2 used for the Reapers, 2 timeouts for the Reapers, which I believe is what we're looking at right now, actually.
Looking at how they play Tekken, I think Eclipse goes into every one of these games like, we can win this, which is why you don't see the timeouts. Now, for the Reapers, they're like, yeah, it's Scarlet and Ricky on Madden. Yeah, how about let's go on to the next one.
Yeah.
Let's not make everybody watch this.
Yeah, but when it comes up to this 5-5 scenario, I do wonder if, Reapers are almost by the end of the game, if we see how close it is, if it comes down to a situation where we're looking at like a 10-10 game at the end, they might wish they didn't forfeit those games there at the beginning.
So Reapers actually won a championship they won a championship last season, right? They won it on forfeit. I forget the game that rolled up, but they forfeited. It was a tie. They were up. They forfeited, I believe. Tied the game. The game was tied at that point. Banked on the last game, and the last game was Guilty Gear. And they had so you saw what happened to them in Guilty Gear today, right?
Yep.
The play they had last season, that didn't happen to him. His name was Jekyll. He's on the Cobras. He's actually challenging for the fighting belt.
Okay.
And Jekyll clutched out Guilty Gear. So Gears is 5-5.
It's gonna be.
So, well, no, actually, no. I'm lying. This is the map that the Reapers played when they played against the Cobras.
Yeah. So this looks like a standard TDM. Yep. 15-15, and then when you get down to a point where you lose those 15 lives, you have 1 life left for each individual player. Oh, and Dragon Ball FighterZ is coming up next.
That's actually a really good will fit for both teams. So it looks like right now they are up by 2. We are watching perspective of Cutters, as we should. We haven't seen him getting a lot of action. I can tell just from how Cutters is playing, he respects this team a lot more than the last team. The last time I saw him playing, he was just running all around and being like, yeah, I'm going to run around all I want to. You guys not killing me.
Yeah, no survival there for him. But that being said, he is actually the first one to die for his team.
Come on, Cutters. You got to be better than that. This joke. This joker. Please don't get better. Don't get better at Gears. We have to play you.
Don't get better at Gears. Okay, yeah.
But it's a 2-score game.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely coming closer now. Yeah, both teams playing a little bit slower. Like you said, there's a lot of respect being given between the teams here. 12-10 still. It started fast, but it's slowed down ever since. So both teams trying to set up in like the center.
And if you look at it, they're probably looking for the power weapons right there.
One down.
Oh, wow. Yep. One person down.
They got aggressive together, and it did not pay
Wow,
off.
look, do you see how quickly that score dropped?
Yeah.
Like,
On
talk
both
about-
sides as well.
right? Like, it was like,
Yeah, it's
ball.
8-8 now.
8-7.
Oh,
All right.
8-7.
And what's going to be really interesting is when you get down to a certain number, everybody only has one death left. So, like, if one person's carrying, which I don't believe that nobody is, like, you target that person or that person goes down quickly, then, like...
Becomes a much easier game because they're not coming back.
Yep. All right. And we have a 7. Like, this is... games that, like, there's so many teams that Cutters would dominate against. And not saying that Cutters isn't doing good here, but he's not having, like, that extreme level of impact that he normally does.
Right.
Stay together. Come to me.
Yeah, it was a good flank that he put in there, definitely. His team was putting in good work, but that flank was very heavy to getting them the lead, and now they're sitting at a 2-point lead.
And he's... Is that the boom shot? Well, like, that's what, if you've seen what he's doing, where the screen looks black and white like that, he's looking for the power weapons. They'll tell you the time. And,
Yeah.
looks
Yeah, and
like
he sees one on the corner,
and if that hits, they're dead.
does not stick. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go for the stick or try to put it on the ground next to the cover. He did go for the stick. It didn't land. But
And
he's
now you
still
see
got
them
plenty
playing
of
a little bit
shots.
more. They're playing a little bit more defensive here.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, this game, like,
I got it.
if they were up by like 4 or 5, they would be pushing them hard. It
There's
looks
a
like there's
flank coming in. Grenades as well. Yeah, if they're able to, if the Reapers at this point are able to get a full team fight win, then they're looking at only 3 lives being left on the side of the Eclipse. Oh,
He got a headshot
and
there.
a headshot will make it a lot easier for them to get there as well.
Oh, but one person went down, so they're trading 2 people went down.
Yeah, they're gonna get Eclipse down to their final
Oh my
life on
god!
each player.
Look at
here.
that! Like,
A miss, but it's not over. Oh, the Nasher does not get the down. That will.
Yo. Oh, wow, they are.
They are surrounding him and not.
Hey, but he's like, look,
oh my goodness!
Cutters is just built different. Cutters is just built
He
different.
just single-handedly brought this into a winning position for his team, where they have all 5 players left, and there's only 3 on the side of Eclipse
like that
left.
was.
That situation I was talking about, where you eliminate some of those final lives with no respawns, he did it himself.
Clutch players become clutch in clutch situations, and that's what Cutters just did.
I think he might have heard you say that he's not having an impact on this one. I think there might be some soundproofing we need to do in here.
No, what's going to happen is I'm going to be on he's going to clip this. He's going to post it on his Instagram, and he's going to be like, "What'd you say?"
Yeah. I just want to make it known for the record that I always believed in you, Cutter.
Play wide.
Yeah, and with only 1 player left here, this is gonna wrap it up.
Yeah,
That's
bully him.
hey, and there's the pop off as well. Yeah, so that'll be that's got to feel good going into that. I mean, I don't. It feels good right now going into the half. You're up, leading on the team that is probably when you look at the layout of the league, this is the team that you have to beat to pick up that momentum for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Going into halftime, you're up 6-5. That's fantastic. That was Gears.
Yeah.
And they lost all of their respawns. So That's an interesting thing to look at. Is even in a game where Reapers have somebody who's known for not just shooters but Gears of War,
Specifically,
you're able to take them down to their respawns.
And he had to have a Herculean effort at the end there.
It really did come down to a carry play. So,
But and don't get me wrong, that play was amazing. Like
amazing. Yes, definitely a highlight. Yeah, I can already hear right now in my brain in the back them going, "Hey, clip that."
Yeah.
I can hear it. I can hear it in the back. He goes, clip that. So, yeah, that's that one's gonna end up on social media later. That was a fantastic
if we'll
play.
get a timeout, because either way, you use a timeout, you're gonna lose them regardless. Now if I'm looking at this, I want to say this is a Reaper's favorite game. Now they still have now I'm not sure how much better they've gotten at it on like Pip-Boy and all that stuff, but like Ricky, this is probably he's decent at this. Scarlet is not his strongest suit, right? Like anime fighter. But they put those two in with Dictator Chicken. I think they have the advantage. So if I'm the Eclipse right now, I'd maybe time out to either play it or time out to play it. Because DBZ is also one of those. It's a game that's like really one touch type of game. Like when I say that, I mean like you're not always gonna like kill them off of one interaction, but you're gonna do a chunk of damage.
Yeah,
and it's not the easy auto combos and such.
Similar to Tekken rather than Guilty Gear.
Well, no, actually, no. So Guilty Gear, the same people that make Guilty Gear make DBZ.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably yeah. So Tekken 8 has a lot of characters can two touch, meaning like if you get optimal combos, which we're not gonna see anybody here quite yet do that, you can two touch them. But DBZ is it's a 3v3 fighter, swap in and out. I wouldn't say Tekken's probably the game that's furthest away from, if I'm being honest.
So you were saying DBZ is one of the ones where it takes a lot more than just two interactions.
No.
Actually.
So DBZ is I don't want to say. Have you ever played Marvel vs. Capcom? No. Okay. Okay, so DBZ, right? Let me break it down to something I know you know, right?
All right.
Imagine in Pokemon, two hyper offensive teams going at each other.
Gotcha.
Right. That's what it's like, right?
Okay.
But Tekken is more like two balanced teams going against each other.
Gotcha.
Like you can have interactions that blow you up, but Tekken's probably one of the more cerebral fighting games in a sense that there's a lot more neutral. And you can get blown up, right? You can get blown up and get two touch in Tekken, and how it is now, right? You can but DBZ, yeah, no, it's more of a two touch type of quick game.
Okay.
But I'm curious because it looks like, unless the setup timer was wrong, it looks like we're actually going to get this game. So we have Chicken in as Android 17. We have Cat in on PC3 as Vegeta. And Ricky, I'm guessing Broly, we don't have that in yet. But X-Ray, we have Broly. We have Pip-Boy in as Broly. Or are we just going to get a whole bunch of... So Ricky is going to be Z Broly. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of Broly.
Interesting.
And then AJ. I don't know who AJ plays. But we have Nexus and Scarlet as the anchor, so that's something to look forward to. We have Blue Vegeta.
I was almost worried that was going to end up saying Blue Broly, but thank goodness. Yeah, Blue Vegeta coming in. Okay. So 17 Vegeta and Z Broly against...
And that's on the Reaper side.
That's on Reaper's right. Yeah, so
Call out when we're gonna switch.
So the double Broly team here is going to be Eclipse.
Alright.
If you want to switch,
Let's see what we got. We got
2K coming out next, okay. And I do see what you mean. That's half a health bar off of a one interaction.
And that's without meter, that's without assist.
Right. Was that not a perfect? Is there no...
Oh, to get a perfect, you have to go through everybody.
Oh, all right, I understand. Because there is a mode in which one person plays 3 people as well, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, and that's like the standard. Right. So not going to get that perfect as half the health bar comes down here after a flawless run against another player, but...
All right.
No switches in yet.
And we're seeing a lot of super dashes, which we do see a lot in the league. There's counterplay to that, so we'll see. And if he's going to finish him off here, he has one bar.
He's going to come close.
But so if you see that blue health right there, assuming he switched out, you can recover that. on my switching out, but we don't see a lot of people switch out too much. So Android 17 is going to be chicken, dictator chicken.
Android 17 is looking awfully pale these days. This
Well, I
is
mean,
not how I remember him.
I mean, honestly, if I'm somebody and I'm looking across from Broly, I'm probably pale too.
Yeah, probably. All the blood drained out of his face.
And then he's just thumping him like. You remember that scene from Marvel where like, I have an army, I have a Hulk.
He's the Hulk. Yeah, X-Ray is really. I mean, look how much of his health bar he's
And
lost
here comes
with no
the
switch
fighting
out.
game champ. So right now we're probably gonna see him Spark soon. What Spark does is a combat mechanic. You recover your health a lot quicker, and you do a lot more damage. Now the interesting thing about Spark is Spark gets stronger the less characters you have available.
Oh,
So I think Spark lasts about 30 seconds, and with that, and in a game mode like this, in a game like this where look at the time, like, well, you might not last 30 seconds, like.
Ooh, yeah, and what he did there also is save that entire meter, by finishing that off without using
And
it.
he can do a chunk of damage here, so he probably. Yep. Now if I'm
Yeah, and here it is.
if he doesn't die here, but if I'm Pippo on Sparking, you got Spark, and you're gonna block the Spark, nice defense there. But if he's able to do the same back, he could probably kill Ricky. Oh, but he's dead. Ricky wins that for him. And that looks like there's a 2-game lead going into half for the Reapers. X-Ray did admirable in that. He did what he was supposed to do. Unfortunately, everybody else wasn't quite able to hold up on that. But we do have 2K up next. Oh, it looks like we have a little bit more time.
Yeah, they did put some time on the clock.
So it depends on how comfortable, how strong, because we could potentially see this being another forfeit. We'll probably see Nexus and AJ go in, and probably Scarlet and Cutters go in, like what happened for FIFA, I want to say. But I do think that I don't know. I want to see where the Reaper's head is at with this game, because if Scarlet hasn't touched the game as much, they might just forfeit this game.
Yeah. With the Reapers having less forfeits though than Eclipse, they might not feel very comfortable with something like that. So it will leave them with not a whole lot left going on.
I imagine we're going to see Cutters in right now, and AJ Lil Blue, if I had to guess. AJ and Nexus seem to be the sports people they want to pair up right now, with Nexus having a little bit more coverage outside of the sports than AJ does. AJ's a good player in his own regard, so we'll see what the Reapers elect to do here. So Reapers are sitting in Nexus like we assumed. Eclipse is gonna be player 1, and AJ's going in.
Okay.
So from the other side, we have Cutters going in with Scarlet. And it's just unfortunate that for a lot of instances we've seen the Reapers have to send Scarlet in. And like, I'm not saying Scarlet may not be a slouch at some of these games, but like, you don't want him in for Madden per se. You don't want him to be the person that has to go in for Madden. You don't necessarily want him to be the person that has to go in for FIFA or 2K. But here we are in these situations where they're anchoring him, I'm assuming, for fighters. He's also really good at F1, which is the 1v1 racer. And then this situation rolls up where he's been in now for 3 different sports games.
Yeah, they're definitely getting their utility out of it.
Wait, they won FIFA though, right? Also, maybe they did win FIFA. Look, I gotta put a little bit of respect on Scarlet's name. My bad, Scarlet.
Yeah,
but they forfeit. Yeah,
pretty heavy win as well. Okay, so it was a forfeit coming through.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Reapers use up a 3rd forfeit now.
So let's see what's the next game, because this is they might end up calling a timeout because they have the ability to.
Right.
So whatever it is, Scarlet and next. Oh no, only what it is. AJ and are not available.
That's gonna be
F1.
F1. Wow.
Nexus isn't bad at this either, so we're going to see something. We're going to probably see an interesting match here.
Possible that we see him play anyway.
Yeah. Oh wait, this is going to be on a recess. So, we could see Jury versus Hollywood here. That is a racing matchup we want to see.
Right, because it is, the teams are fully reset. So Jury versus Hollywood. Okay. Interesting. Possible. Yeah, we still don't have the lineups in yet.
Well, I know that Cutters went in, so Cutters is not available,
Right.
and then AJ's not available, so it's a
Mhm.
full reset.
Yeah.
So
Right.
everybody but those two can go
Everybody
in.
except for them, yeah.
So I imagine we're going to see Jury, but I wonder if we also because I'm gonna hold off because this. No, I'm gonna say it. I want to say X-Ray has gotten a lot better at this game. To what extent, I don't know, but it'd be curious to see if we see him in. I'm not too sure how many more games that they necessarily want X-Ray in over Jury, because at this point it's about risk management, right? And it's about lineup management. Because if whoever you put in here, there's a whole game that's going to be played that they guaranteed aren't available for, because there'll be 5 people left, right? And who do you want more in some of these games? Do you want X-Ray in for some of these 5v5 games, or do you want Jury in? And I would guess they would want Jury in, based on how they've been operating today. So maybe we see X-Ray go in, but let's see. So AJ's not available. We knew that much, and Cutters isn't available.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they're sitting Jury in, and
Yep.
are they sitting Scarlet in? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay. So
No,
Uh.
no. So this is
yeah, Scarlet and Jury.
no. This is interesting. All right. So players have an eccentric of value at the beginning of the match, right? Where they cover X amount of games, and as the wheel progresses, players start to have less value, right? So Tekken's already rolled, right? So they were like, okay, well Tekken's already rolled, so right now Scarlet has less value in this overall match than Hollywood does. And if Hollywood doesn't feel like there's much of a difference between the two of them, you put Scarlet in right now. And if he wins, then that's great, right? You go up 2 points, right? Even if he loses, right, you have lineup advantage because you have Hollywood in, who's probably their best player, still available, and Hollywood doesn't look bad whenever whatever game he goes in for, right? But on the opposite side, they don't have Jury, and with F1 being the type of game it is, where have you seen F1 played yet in the league?
Yes, I have
Yes.
once, yeah.
Where like if you get touched the wrong way and our AI hits you, it doesn't matter how good you are because you're out for that race. And if you get DNF, then you're just out. So I think that's a great call from the Reapers. We might get a timeout here because F1 can be at times a little bit much to set up.
I believe it was last time as well. So yeah, I've even seen that part of the game.
Oh, it's a timeout for Eclipse. They're left to one timeout.
Wow, yeah, they ran through before even the half.
So looks like player 1 is going to be Scarlet. So player 1 on the top is going to be Scarlet. Player 2 is going to be Jury. Ooh, I wonder. Because there's no reason for the Reapers to not play this because timeout. You're not playing another game before half anyway. So just go ahead and play it out, see what it feels like.
Yeah, they wouldn't use a timeout if they weren't going to make an attempt. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about the Reapers. The Reapers didn't use a timeout.
Oh, the Reapers at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like we're loading in.
So player 1, for the reminder, is going to be Scarlet, which is going to be the top. Player 2 is going to be Jury, who is the bottom right now.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have
Oh, and this is a very
Jury's.
tight map. If you aren't like, this is one of those maps that if you have to refresh yourself probably on every so often because if you mess up. Oh,
ooh, and Overwatch 2 will be coming up next after this.
and no Jury,
Okay. And no
but
Jury.
Hollywood's available.
Hmm.
I still think.
Oh yeah,
both
they'll have
teams-
to use the full 5 that they have. Yeah.
which having Scarlet in over Jury, but like I said, if we're looking at this right, yep, Jury is on the bottom there. He's in 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
Racing belt holder, right? And we have Scarlet at the top, which 11th, which 11th is not bad in the league, right? Like we've seen a lot worse than that. A lot of times we see people who are fighting for 20th or fighting for 19th.
I see. Yeah, in this situation, I mean, this isn't just battling for 4th. This is a solid 4th being held by Jury.
Cause like if you look at this map right there, right, and that's Like, yeah, one more touch, you see that red damage?
Yeah.
And that's what makes this map so scary, because look at all the tight.
It is extremely compact. Yeah, there are much less places where it opens up than most courses I've seen.
Yeah, and Jury just has to keep in his mind that he's not battling for first. He's battling to beat Scarlet.
Right.
And sometimes not with Jury, right? But in the past, we've seen people's egos get the better of them, where they're like, "Oh, I'm going to get first place. I'm not going to just win. I'm going to dominate." And you don't have to dominate the other person, right? Like, you just have to win. And we see, I mean, then Scarlet's kind of slowly building his way up. He's in right now 7th place, which isn't too far behind.
No, he's definitely catching. Yeah. It's just about whether he's actually catching up or it just looks like it because of the placements he's moving up. Because there could still be a lot of distance between them.
And penalties are a thing, but we are on lap 2 out of 5. And I haven't seen Scarlet really where his body is in terms of like the car, but we've seen that Jury took a lot of damage from the front. And what you don't want here is like one little mistake, and that can, oh my god, that can cost you.
It almost happened every time you say something.
I hold
it
my
almost
breath.
Yeah.
But Jury's doing a good job of keeping himself up there.
Yeah, the one thing that's slowing Jury down is when he comes to these open point. I don't know if it's the course that he's maybe not as familiar with, but when he comes to these open turns, he often gets pretty far off the track.
I think it's just something maybe he's just used to playing this way, but there's 33 games on a wheel. Like, he probably hasn't touched this game as much. Because I think, honestly, the peak, where we see Scarlet hasn't taken much damage. Where we generally see people peak at when they play in a game is when they first really grind it out, because it's super fresh in their mind. But so people have to kind of keep status quo. You have to, these games that you're really good at, you're not going to stay really good at if you don't touch up on them every so often.
Right.
You can't just like, oh, I'm good at this game and I'm not going to touch it again, right? But then people are going to catch up to you. But like I said, this is also a little bit of a difficult map.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to close that gap, but Scarlet has definitely been making it a lot closer.
Here's the thing, Scarlet is putting pressure on him. Because even if Scarlet doesn't catch up to him looking over and saying, oh, Scarlet's in 7th. So I have to play this. I can't just slow roll this, right? I have to actually race this out. And that's one thing that people don't like. People don't talk about. Oh, Scarlet took
he took some damage to the front now, so they're both looking pretty damaged up front.
And whoever finishes first, or whoever DNF flat.
Yeah.
Wow, this.
Yeah, there's no playing it safe for these guys though.
Because you have to keep pushing forward, right? Scarlet is applying for. No, he's being pressed behind, and that can happen.
That's, I mean, they're right there. That's only the two cars ahead of Scarlet right there on the top. That's Jury.
Yeah. And that one car is pressing him from behind. Like, Scarlet has been really impressive. Oh, yeah, no. So let's see.
You've seen him take these corners a lot tighter now. He's playing so much cleaner
If I'm
now.
being honest, Scarlet's taking some of these corners better than Jury is. And he's in a position to catch him now. Now, he does have some time penalties. I'm not too sure how much.
Yeah, it doesn't take that turn as
But is he going to
harshly as he has
overtake
been.
him? So Scarlet is player 1, yeah. Scarlet has been accruing some time penalties here. And honestly, oh my god. There's a strategy to be had. If Scarlet had less damage on his front, he could potentially push Jury and hope Jury kind of...
They're both taking damage to their front now, but Scarlet just passed Jury. Scarlet's now sitting in the lead.
But there is, like I said, that time thing going on, right? Like,
yeah, so he's got to make even more distance now away from him, which is going to be so hard to do when there's less people actually, less cars.
oh.
And there he goes, passing on the outside.
And this is going to be a neck-and-neck battle. There's not a lot of people, it looks like, in between them. Like, they look like they have a clear path to race how they want to without... Like, I don't see them catching up to 3rd place. soon.
It's pretty much just them for the final lap.
But there is the pressure right now on Jury. The pressure's on Jury because this is the game that Jury's supposed to win, and the people that he's supposed to potentially lose to are maybe Chicken Tech, who's on his team, and maybe like a Hollywood. But for Scarlet to come in here and press you like he has, right? He's already pressed you in Tekken, a game that you're like, oh yeah, he's gonna win Tekken. But then for him to come in here and press you like this in F1, like.
Yeah,
That's not supposed to happen per se.
What I want to see here is how the penalties shape out, because taking the lead is great and all, and being
Scarlet DNF first.
Scarlet DNF'd.
Oh, that was such a.
All right, that's one way to end it. That's one way to end it. I didn't realize we were playing Wreckfest, but I guess we are. That's wrong racing game, but it was cool to see anyway.
So it looks like we're going into half with a tied up game.
Wow.
7-7.
7-7, and we're heading to Overwatch 2.
All right, so we will catch you back for the end of an exciting game. we're back.
It's like we never left.
7-7, just like the game started, evened up.
Yeah, really. We're starting over, but only 2 hours left this time. All right, so we got Overwatch 2 coming up. Both teams, we already know who's going to be playing. We do have one of the boxes not grayed out on the Reapers, but who should we be missing? Somebody over there, right?
Cutters. Because the game before that was 2K.
Yeah.
And Cutters and Scarlet went in. So
Yeah.
we're going to be seeing Hollywood, Cat, Ricky, Chicken, and Rez versus Pip-Boy, X-Ray, Snappy, Spicy, Spicy, and Nexus. And if I'm being honest, initial reaction, I want to say this is probably a Reaper's favorite game.
Okay.
So Eclipse could have been practicing this game heavy, but Reaper is one of the better teams and one of probably the best team in Overwatch.
I'm just going to make a general assumption here and say Hollywood will likely be playing some sort of DPS.
Hollywood, I think with the character that he plays, one of the more characters that he plays more often is Sigma.
Really?
Yes.
Coming off of all that FPF stuff that I saw, I thought he was going to play like Widowmaker or Soldier or something like that.
Widowmaker, I want to say it's probably, if there was a Widow, it would probably be Ricky.
Okay.
Rez plays Doomfist.
Oh.
And Rez's Doomfist is disrespectful. He will put you back in the spawn and forget about the payload. Disrespectful.
All right. Well, is he playing?
Yes, he should be in.
That sucks. Anyway, yeah, we'll see what happens. There has to be some sort of composition strung together here because these are two teams of really good players. So this is not the kind of thing where you can get away with just playing what you're good at.
Yeah.
You're going to have a kind of strategy here.
Especially with it being, it's open queue.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, strategy, honestly, when it comes to open queue, I'll be real with you. Unless you have somebody carrying on something they're really good at, open queue comes down to pretty similar. The best compositions you'll see in open queue are 1 tank, 2 DPS, 2 supports, or maybe 2 tanks, 1 DPS, and 2 supports.
Okay.
So you're not going to see that much different on like the typical ranked open queue high level ladder, but here where it's like an internally built composition
meta,
and meta, you never know what you're going to see. We could very well see 3  2 supports just boost up those health pools and make sure nobody ever dies ever again.
I know the Reapers have won a team battle doing nothing but support. So they're not going to do that here.
That's pretty funny.
But,
That's pretty funny. And there's some supports that can do some really, really heavy damage. So, yeah, that's
DPS Mora.
Really hope we don't. Oh, don't even. Let's not get into it.
Let's nano boost the Mora.
Let's keep my nightmares in the bedroom and not. I don't want to leave my house and have to keep confronting the things that I fear. Yeah, let's hope we don't see any of that. But yeah, it'd be nice to see what these teams get into. It'll be interesting to see if they go with different composition strategies. If one team wants to bunker up and another team wants to go with something a lot more offensive. It'll be interesting if one team decides to play multiple DPS and the other team decides to play multiple tanks. So, excuse me. We'll see. Yeah, we're going to see which team basically, judging by what I've seen so far, they're both going to start out. They're going to play very reserved. Then someone's going to get an opening pick. The middle part of the game is going to be extremely fast-paced. And then at the end of the game, they're going to realize that there's an objective again that's almost at the cap point, and we'll see them play correctly again.
What is really interesting about Overwatch in the league, how it works, is like having new characters drop. Because, so say you play nothing but Overwatch, right? You're going to have adapted to that character really quickly, right? But for instance, so during our playoff, I want to say it was during the playoff. You remember that weekend that Maga was available?
Yeah.
That one weekend?
Yeah.
He was played in the league, and the people that was played against did not know how to deal with him. So
he's tough, man. He's really, really difficult to deal with. I'm going to be honest. The fact that the player base for Overwatch has kind of dropped off a little bit with the lack of content release lately. It's not nearly as bad as the drought following Overwatch, at the end of Overwatch 1. But, yeah, I mean, we got Mauga, and it's been kind of quiet ever since. And I think a lot of people don't really know much about the character because I do think that the casual players have kind of, left the scene for a little bit until the next big thing happens.
Because, people treat him like they treat Roadhog, right? It's a big body. You want to anti him. He's a good sleep dart target. Especially when he's, he has that ult going on.
Yeah, the difference The difference being that the damage output that he has
It's
is
crazy.
yeah, from ranged, from close distances.
He
He can
burns
make
you.
it a close distance fight if he wants to. Yeah.
If he burn you with, was it Ash? Yeah. If he burns, if somebody else that can help. Like it's. So it looks like
Okay,
we're
so we're
watching.
jumping in.
This is probably gonna be Rez right here.
Yeah, this is upsetting. All right, so next game, because I'm not looking forward to this one anymore, is we'll see. This Doomfist, an impressive Doomfist can be really fun to watch. So we've got Mortal
MK1.
Kombat coming up next. Okay, so the Doomfist likely going to get to the payload first, unless you see a Tracer on the other side, and we don't. So he's going to wait for that payload, that push bot to unlock there. It looks like we have a Junkrat on the other side, along with that is a Sigma shield that just went up.
All right. Well, it looks like he's pushing that. And
Yeah.
then there's a Ramatra
Yeah,
right
Ramatra.
there.
That's a really solid tank to run. Oh, and Ramatra alongside the Orisa too.
And you
They
see
really
Airtide? Yep.
they're going for that big health pool. But honestly, they did bring a lot of big damage dealing tanks out, so they are kind of substituting DPS with tanks.
And honestly, so here's the thing: if you are the Cliff, right? You have to have looked at this team before, and like, if we want to talk about character to player, Rez on Doomfist might be the most like recognizable, right? Like if you're like, oh hey, name a person and what character they play in Overwatch, Rez and Doomfist might be the most recognizable. So I wonder how much they had to have planned for that, right? Like Rez is 100% using Doomfist, so let's adjust for that.
And there it is. He goes down again because that Orisa does seem like the counter pick. Although I've seen Orisa be played in these like heavy tank composition based like meta that they have. I do see a lot of Orisa, but it's especially good against the Doomfist here. When you have a Doomfist specialist on the other side, that's going to be your tool for shutting him down.
And didn't Orisa recently get a buff where the fall off damage is reduced or not?
No, I'm not going. I'm not
there anymore? Something along those lines I think I saw.
Yeah, that's a good question. We will look into that. We will check the updates. There's been a lot of stuff happening lately. It's a little. I think most of the focus has been on what's broken and not what's being fixed. If I'm being honest with you, I can tell you everything that is bad right now that was ruined, but it is so much harder to focus on what's going right. So, yeah, this Doomfist again. Now what Rez is doing is he keeps encountering this Orisa, and instead of looking for another way to approach, he takes that fight. I'm really interested to see if he adapts in any way, because sure, the team is pushing up, but it kind of seems to be despite him, not because of him. Like, finally he gets a kill, but, I mean, after 2 picks on his team, the Bastion and the Ana go down.
He hasn't been really efficient with his output for them. But despite that, they're able to really get value.
Yeah, so they're getting these team fight wins, but it besides the first fight, it seems like they have to do it while playing around the weakness that is this Doomfist. So during the first fight, there was a lot of disruption that came out. That honestly really helped secure the bot at the beginning. Yeah, but from this point forward, it looks like the bot is finally going to turn around. If they can stabilize this and just keep the focus healing on their tanks and stay playing their position. Oh, that was actually a really good pull from the Ramatra. Doomfist almost wasn't able to get out of there.
Bastion should be dead.
Bastion is dead, so that's a really late respawn that's going to be coming in now.
Yeah, and then like they don't have that output because Bastion damage output is just ridiculous.
And another late spawn coming out as well. So finally, some push bot distance gonna be coming out here.
In terms of the Doomfist, he can push back out a lot quicker than that Bastion. He'll probably end up getting there before the Bastion.
He'll be in this fight in a couple of seconds. Yeah, he'll be right back. So, yeah, and there are 2 ways to approach this. So this is a dangerous position right now that they're standing. You can see them checking both ways. But it looks like the Doomfist is just gonna approach from the front and.
Right into the Orisa like you were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, it's strange that he keeps approaching from the front because when there is another angle to attack from, I mean, Doomfist used to be a DPS for a reason.
Yeah,
taking flanks is something he's good at.
You see the Sigma? No, that's the Sigma.
Also, now Nano boosted but purpled, and he's going to go down. Has absolutely no healing available to him. This Orisa is going to ult. Yeah, there she goes. She pulls them all in, charging all the way. That's going to be 2 kills. There you go. Yeah, that's 2, and they're going to get the last one here as well.
that Doomfist needs to get out of there. The Doomfist anti.
I believe he is again. Yeah, so he did get the res then, and now that Mercy goes dead. That was brutal. I don't... You know when people have like those cork boards at the house with the moths stuck to the wall? That's what we just saw, and I didn't know we were allowed to show that on stream, but apparently we are. So
I never thought about like that, but that's what we're referring to.
that's exactly what that was. So gonna miss a spear here on the Sigma. So
And
Sigma's just gonna
mark
build up
the-
some shield.
You know how many people will see that Sigma have that up and just keep shooting? Like, why am I not doing damage?
Yeah, I mean we even saw it here. The Orisa playing up front is so. Oh, wow!
the
Sigma
Mortar- oh.
almost curved his. Wow. Okay, that was interesting. He got around the side of the wall. That was a pretty well placed shot. But
From Hollywood. No,
okay, Ramatra coming out with the ult. This is going to be destructive. Oh my goodness! I think he got both supports there. Yeah, he did. He got both supports. The Bastion, Doomfist was only a matter of time. And they're really mounting a comeback here.
Right, like from what it looked like, they were pushing that heavy.
Doom's not bad.
But so we have Hollywood there right now, Sigma.
Yeah. So Eclipse is. They now have the lead. They've come back around. Reapers. I'm sorry. Reapers still have the lead. They did get the second objective, so they do still have the lead. Oh, and a sleep on the ulting Sigma. It's that ult's not gonna go down, and he loses all of the charge now. That was a fantastic sleep. Oh my goodness.
And Anna has had a lot of value. Like it's not Anna's not getting the kills, but anti-ing the Doomfist when
Twice.
it was when it was nano.
Nanoed, yeah.
And then the sleeping the ulting Sigma. Like that's a lot of value getting out there. And is Orisa gonna get the kill? Nope.
Yeah, I want to see who that is on this Ana because
If I had to guess, it's probably
multiple.
Snappy. I think
Snappy. That's extremely impressive. I mean, this is going to be a white. I think they're going to finish.
Oh wow.
I think they're going to finish the map.
Oh.
Winston coming out to try to get time here. But that's going to be it.
Is that Eclipse taking the lead?
Yeah, that's Eclipse taking the lead after, I mean, they were down by a full, like, half-point cap.
So MK up next, and do you want to know why I'm super excited for MK?
I would love nothing more than know why you're excited for Mortal
Okay,
Kombat.
so one of the best, if the best MK player in the league is Chicken Tech, right? He's on Eclipse. He's not playing right now, but he's been teaching these people how to play, right?
Okay.
So recently, you're familiar with MagFest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So recently, X-Ray and Chicken Tech both went to MagFest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they played the MK tournament, right? Chicken Tech got 8th. He had a little bit of bad bracket luck because tournaments like that tend to seed really badly. He ended up playing against like a top 24 player in the world. Who
Okay.
just happened to be there. X-Ray got 4th place. And from what I hear, X-Ray, Pip-Boy is better than X-Ray. Now, on the opposite side, hear me out. On the opposite side, you have Cat, right?
Okay.
Chicken Tech has only lost MK one time in the league. It was MK11, but he's only lost it one time.
Okay.
And the person that he lost that to was that man Cat.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we're really going to see the impact right now of Chicken Tech being on the clips, even though he's not playing. Because if they're able to secure this win right here, they will take a 2-point lead.
Not playing? I believe everybody is eligible to play.
Yes.
We just saw the final 5, so Chicken could be in.
No. Chicken's not in the lineup today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's here, but he's not in the lineup. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. There's two chickens. There's Dictator Chicken, and then there's Chicken Tech. Dictator Chicken is on the Reapers. Chicken Tech is on the Eclipse. Now, they've been having this thing, and they haven't done it yet, and I'm disappointed that they're going to play each other to find out who's the better chicken.
Oh,
now
the other one has to change their name to Rooster. Oh, that'll be exciting.
But no, we need somebody to do that. And we got Cat and Scarlet, and we have X-Ray and Pip-Boy.
Ooh, okay. All right, so yeah, like you said, X-Ray being in there that's going to be really, really tough. I mean...
But we don't know how good they've gotten at MK so far.
That's true. We don't know how good they've gotten at Mortal Kombat in general, but watching the fighting games play out so far in a 2v2 situation where you have X-Ray in there, that's kind of scary. I mean, that's not a lot of room for recovery against him.
And this is like, if Eclipse can steal this win or take this win, that's a 2-point win. Like, that's 2-point. Think about how close this game is. We've gone through 15 games so far, and the biggest lead we've had is 2.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty and it was right. It was because of forfeits at the
right
beginning of the game. Yeah, but they have come back. Now you gotta, if you're the Reapers, you gotta wonder if maybe you should have been practicing Madden. So, yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, Eclipse up by 1 now. This could go either way. We have to see what kind of training the Reapers have been putting in on Mortal Kombat.
So player 1 is going to be the Eclipse.
Here we are.
So Raiden, that is going to be X-Ray, and I'm guessing that Sindel is going to be Scarlet. All right, TP there. Let's see. Are they doing a push? Or are they just playing? Okay.
That's not what you want to hear as a player. Yikes.
All right.
Oh, now it's coming out.
Ooh, nice assist there. Nice break on there. All right, so he's going to get a chunk of damage here unless he breaks this. Oh, baby. Dead. All right. So let's see what we have going on here. And if he's dead here...
Oh, King of Fighters comes back around.
A fighter after a fighter.
Yeah. Yeah. X-Ray will not be available for the next one.
So yeah, X-Ray is... And Pip-Boy, too. Alright.
Here comes that same combo again. That stun on the ground to reset it.
Let's see what we have going on here. Scarlet, I mean, like I said, Scarlet's been putting in the work. And X-Ray looks kind of lost. I'm not sure if it's a matchup thing, if he doesn't know the matchup as well. But Scarlet is playing his offense when he needs to and not allowing him to get anything started. Because MK is one of those games that if they touch you, if he's able to get the correct combo start up like he is here, but he's able to break it. Finally, let's see. And that's not it yet. But Scarlet with the sweep. Not only the sweep, but the impressive sweep.
Yeah, very impressive sweep. I mean, such minimal damage, honestly, put on him. Like, nothing was able to get strung together. I don't think we've seen more control from somebody in a fighting game yet.
Not today.
Everybody has been tested today in every game, even the best players. That was so convincing. I don't know how you even, like, look Scarlet in the eyes after this and still be able to, like, be like, yeah, I'll play you in this video game. That was really, really impressive control there.
So we'll see what we see here from Pip-Boy.
Yeah, this is... wow. I gotta say, I am really surprised after, I'm still learning what people are good at and what they're used to.
I will say I've seen X-Ray play, and I'm not going to say I think X-Ray is the best at MK. I'm just surprised by that. I figured it'd be closer than what it was.
Right.
But we have Pip-Boy, Jiren Shao.
Yeah, he's in the shower here.
All right. Let's see what he's able to do here. All right. Scarlet doing a good job of just blocking. He's not taking any unnecessary damage. And this has just been a poke fest and grab there. That grab has probably been the most damage that they put out in this particular matchup so far.
Yeah, I mean, it doubled the damage that that was down on him at that point.
All right.
We're already seeing more damage come out here from Pip than we did from
And he
X-Ray.
dropped that.
Yeah, that seems to be a problem with this duo on the side of Eclipse, honestly.
And I wonder, oh my goodness. And I wonder if it's a side thing, because people usually are more comfortable on either the left or right side. And typically people are more comfortable on the left side. So we're going to see Scarlet get the sweep here.
Swept his legs out from under him is what he did, but we got one more round here. Use up 2/3 of the clock on that last one.
All right.
Got to keep those combos going, though. They keep, it's a 2 or 3 touch interaction, and that's it.
Now, and I'm really surprised, though. I know it's difficult, and maybe Sindel's a matchup they don't know as well, but assuming that both of these teams are going to want to meet in the finals, this is a matchup that you have to know.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is... It doesn't seem like they know how to deal with it in any way, shape, or form on any character between the two of them. This is proving to be a really, really difficult matchup for them, so... It seems like Pip will find a way to break out of the lock that he's stuck in, but then can't get anything started to actually
and then that's
turn it
game.
around. Yeah.
And that is going to be Scarlet sweeping. Not just sweeping, like convincingly. All right, so that is an even game.
Yeah, that'll be 8-8 now.
With King of Fighters.
King of Fighters coming up next, 3v3 fighter game. So,
I imagine we're going to see Ricky, Chicken. Ooh. This is a very ugly rotation for both sides, but Chicken...
that should make it even. That should make it a good matchup, at least.
And I think for Eclipse, it's like, who do you want to save? Like, I feel like Nexus has picked up on these fighting games from word on the street. So I imagine you throw him in. Maybe you throw in the three on the right. Nexus, Spicy, and Snappy. I don't know. And on the other side, you want to send Chicken, Cutters, maybe Chicken Cutters, and Ricky, if I had to guess. But no, it's hard. This is a how the team wants to play the matchup.
All right, so it looks like we are getting some lock-ins from Eclipse. Yeah, we got Snappy and Spicy as well as AJ. And there we go. It's locked down on the other side as well.
So I wonder if they're going to play it, because they've been practicing so much behind the scenes that people naturally pick up things at a different pace. And maybe they have a list of like, okay, in this 7 lineup, this is the order, right? This is the first, second, third, fourth, the 7th. And they're like, oh, well, our first 3 aren't in for this game. Let's go to 4 through 7, or 4 through 6. All right. But never brought me a water. I'm out here. I'm parched.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. You got water? He doesn't have it. He doesn't know where it is. They lost it. They lost all the water. Yeah. All right. So we got 2 minutes left to setup time here.
And it was a console-to-console game, so yeah, 4-minute setup timer. But like, it doesn't seem like either team wants to fully pull away.
Yeah, they're really having a hard time. It seems like every time one team is like gaining confidence, they get a game that they're just not prepped for. I really am surprised of the outcome of that last one. You know, I don't know enough about these players yet to say that I could definitively pick who the winner is going to be.
Here's my thing is, I won't, like, it's hard to ever really bet against Scarlet in a fighting game. I just was expecting a closer match.
A better showing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we got a spin coming out
so
here.
King of Fighters, player 1 is Eclipse, so they're going to be on the left side.
Something like
player
Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming out on the next one, so I'm going to let you keep doing the heavy lifting on this one. And I don't know if... there's a T-Rex in this game?
King, he's a grappler.
King is a tiger. Or a cheetah.
What?
In Tekken.
Oh. Yeah, he's a...
They got a king in this game, too.
Yeah.
And he's a tiger. And he's not a tiger, a T-Rex. That's pretty awesome. I gotta play this game. I gotta try this game out.
Don't say that, because the Anarchist is gonna pop out of nowhere and be like, "This is the best game ever."
Yeah, he was talking a lot about it last time.
So dinosaur right there.
And there's Terry from Smash. I mean King of Fighters. I mean King of Fighters.
You got the Hispanic community in shambles right now.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not sure if either one of these people truly know what they're doing. But
I do see a lot of very simple jab inputs coming out.
All right, but hey, you win how you win. And then super. So it's just a matter of who figures out the game first. Mm-hmm. And like, honestly, at this point, yeah, you just zone them out. It looks like we have Rez is the Terry, and Snappy is the king. Not the, sorry, the king, the dinosaur. He's Barney, the big purple dinosaur.
His name is Dinosaur.
Yeah. 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 All right, so it looks like right now we have AJ coming in as king. So I wonder if he's going to just try to zone him out here with the fireball. And
What's
honestly,
Chun-Li?
all right, he's just going to zone him out. Terry switching, sliding behind him. All right, nice guard cancel there. All right, they're just doing a lot of spinning, like they're ballerinas.
Yeah, there's a lot of side switching going on here. It seems like both players are just trying to get comfortable.
All right, and that's a chunk of damage. And if you're looking at it, Rez has done his job. Like, he's taken out one person more than half to the next.
Yeah, he's definitely, you know, given his effort. He's done what he needs to do. Yeah, but it looks like he's actually going for more. He has the lead now.
Yeah, if he's able to take this second person out. So actually, this is spicy. So it looks like AJ is going to be the anchor. And he's able to take him out.
Okay, so he doesn't fully lose that life, but like you said, he put in more than enough work,
So
honestly.
about 75%.
Yeah, he set up his team.
A good way to kind of look at those numbers is about 10% for each of those.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
Amaru. All right, so Samurai from Samurai Showdown. I'm not mistaken. All right, but yep, climax and that should be death.
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody knows how to play the game.
Oh no, they just masked square.
Oh.
Yeah.
This game can make the simplest inputs look so cool. All right, so yeah, this is it now. It's going to have to be a 1v2.
So it looks like we have AJ in. And, like, they're in the corner right now. So this is probably all it... Oh, a grab there. Nice. I don't think we've seen one yet today.
That'll
But-
release the pressure.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. And the climax, and yep, he's just gonna fire my laser. So if he's able to take him out without taking too much more damage, well, nope. And that could be close. Ooh, almost death.
Oh, let's see. You can turn this around and try to 0 to 100 the next player.
Hey, who's the next player? That's probably gonna be Dictator Chicken.
It's kind of weird.
Oh.
Oh, he was not ready for that.
But Reapers take King of Fighters.
All right. So Reaper's back in the lead now. 9-8.
With Yu-Gi-Oh.
And we have Yu-Gi-Oh coming up.
I think you're about to see Cutters versus Red, or Cutters versus Nexus.
Are we? Do you think we're going to see this one? Do you think we're going to see this one played?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
I
cool.
think Chicken Tech plays Yu-Gi-Oh a good bit. So
Okay.
it's a very coachable game.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
he's one of the coaches today, then yes,
Okay.
because he's here in the building, he wouldn't have drove like hours from away to get here to not be in a position to help his team.
Yeah.
But also one thing to look at, if the Reapers are down to one timeout left,
Yeah.
oh, Jury's going in.
Huh. Okay.
I'm really curious about the Jury versus, like, maybe they think Jury can pilot it better. And that little bit of a difference makes all the difference in the world.
That's interesting.
Jury versus Cutters. That's interesting. That is, well, I mean, F1 also. Oh, wait. They're probably banking. There's, I think, one besides Pokemon, which is also another coachable game.
Mhm.
There's one more 1v1 left, and that's UFC.
I see.
I'm not sure how good Jury is, but I know Nexus is really good at UFC. So if UFC rose here, it was a great call.
Yeah.
So let's see. We have about 30 seconds left. Game should be set up by
Yeah.
now.
We'll have to see what kind of. I'm curious. So, do the teams build decks for this?
Yeah, so what you do is you start a fresh account,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can't buy anything. You can't actually put actual money into it, but you can grind out the stuff.
Yeah. it's
What we've
story
seen a
mode.
lot of is the Exodia decks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's like a,
Oh, that's interesting.
or so Eclipse are going second.
Okay, clips are going second. All right, so we're getting loaded.
Off of everything is level if it's in the game.
Okay. All right, so let's see what we got. Oh, all right. So it looks like we got a third guest caster coming in. Momo is coming in to help cast Yu-Gi-Oh. So what's going on? You there, Momo? Hey, how's it going?
Good strategy. Really good at like around 2001 or 2021, 2022 timeframe. Not super meta now, but still a great strategy.
Right. So that's the one that we're watching right now.
Yes.
And then on the other side, we have the Dark Magician, which is more of a like build-up fusion-based, like turn-based deck. Yeah. And I do think we're getting some feedback, maybe, if you guys want to.
Why did Jerry look so happy?
Right now, they're going to be summoning back to Banish 2, and they're going to be summoning a Link Monster from so Link Monster. Interesting choice with the Heartbeat connector. I would probably think you wanted to go for the Jet. But they just want to go for Simorg Bergen Sovereignty. They just want to get a single negate up. That plus an Ash Blossom is not a bad end board. So here they're gonna add, or they're gonna special out the next turn, Apex Avian, I believe.
Okay.
Just a single set.
Yeah, these link
not a
decks
bad end
can be some really heavy turns. It definitely can get rolling a little too quick against.
And this should be adding Apex Avian here.
All right, and finally turn over to the other side.
And now we're gonna go over to Eclipse, where we're gonna be playing Dark Magician deck. So pretty good hand. Souls, Rod, Circle, pretty interesting, like good open. Soul Servant is something you would add a little bit later, so interesting in hand. Not the worst thing though. So right now they should likely activate Magician Souls. They could also go with the Dark Magic Circle. Probably would want to deck them just a tiny bit. But that's okay. This probably warrants the Ash Blossom. There we are. And just wait, no chain. It's okay. So from here, it's gonna be a kind of interesting position for Dark Magician where trying to get over this Apex Avian, just the single negate and a 2400 body just sitting on the board. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Dark Magician. If Lyralist Tri-Brigade just decides to fire really early this negate, the hand of the Dark Magician is not going to really keep up. They're missing a couple key pieces here. But if they just let it ride, then it may be the best position for the Eclipse. It's likely here adding a trap. Yep. But you want to keep that off Dark Magician as much as possible. This is scary though for the Reapers, because if they just naturally have the trap, then it's not this trap, it's the other Dark Magician circle.
Okay, I see. Oh.
Oh, looks like we're having a surrender. Oh.
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 Alright. So do we have a surrender here?
Yeah,
It
what's
looks like
going on?
both people are kind of confused. It's Cutter saying that's me.
Oh, I guess not. I mean, nothing coming out.
And likely pass turn here.
So it doesn't look like a whole lot is going on. Now, what about this, if you know, with this deck particularly, makes it so that it's a position that you might have to end up surrendering?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It looks like he doesn't have. I mean, he doesn't have any kind of monster control on his side. So there's not really going to be much that he could do offensively.
Okay, so it's just a matter of like, we may not have technically lost, but I don't have a way of doing anything to prevent this.
Yeah, at this point, I'm going to be honest. It's mostly like he's watching the other player play right now.
So
All right,
Yeah.
so
okay. So right now, it's Leerless Tiber's temp. Torquoise Warbler right off the top is wild. Tri Brigade is going to have no issues OTKing here. So OTK, OTK just meaning one turn kill. We have 2,400 points of damage on board, but they are going to be able to go through a couple link monsters and to just smack him in the face for full 8k.
all right,
Yeah, this is how out of hand these link decks can get. It's not just as standard as the number that you see on the board is the number you're going to get. You can really turn this into from an attack to a summon to an attack to a summon, and
just start. I'll say essentially linking.
yeah, exactly linking. Yeah, it is kind of an insane strategy. It's not quite as fun to play against as the stuff from the original game, but it's fun to play. So
Me personally, I stopped paying attention when they started getting on motorcycles.
So Nerval is going to attempt to try to summon a link monster from the extra deck by banishing 3, and we're going to have a Chain of Soul Serpent just to put a Dark Magician to the top. They're going to summon. I'm not actually sure what this one is. This is an interesting one. Not very common in Leerless Tri Brigade. Quick effect target carding graveyard chest. Okay, that's pretty cool. Get rid of that Magician's Rod, that way they can't recur it later. Extra special summon. They can make the rest of the Starling and then add probably. I'm trying to remember all the names. It's been a hot second with Leerless. Right now we have about 7,000 points of damage on board. And we can add a monster. Select 3k. So 7,800 points of damage. Detach is probably Nerval. Cold's Barrel's also fine. Add Sapphire Swallow. Okay. So you'll normals or special Sapphire Swallow and then special medicinal monster for the hand.
AC X-ray.
Turquoise Warbler. Right, let's see what I know. At this point, it doesn't really matter.
yeah,
Just a scoop.
And
I
there
mean,
it is.
they were dead on board
Yeah.
pretty much after this. And that's game.
And it looks like the
Reapers
Reapers
take
take it, and that's the once again Reapers back to a 10-point or 2-point lead. Wreckfest coming up. I imagine we're going to see Jury in here. I'm trying to think, who do you leave out? I feel like they're going to leave out Cat because it's easy, probably easier to say who they're going to leave out. They're probably going to leave out Cat and maybe Scarlet. So everybody but those two. Wait, are the Eclipse forfeiting Wreckfest?
Oh, Eclipse are
Wait.
forfeiting Wreckfest.
Well, we'll see. We'll get you updated on that in a second.
Okay.
But, I wonder if it's too much of a 50-50 game. But, I mean, Reaper's been good at Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not sure if they've lost yet this season. But, not a strategy game going to... Yep. So, forfeit. So, let's see what game we
Yeah,
got
we're gonna
coming up
reroll.
next. 3, 5, 6. So, it depends... Oh, if they have Pitbull... Oh, they forfeited Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
thought. That was such a strange thing. I think that was a little bit of a
Yeah.
trigger pull. They Probably should have waited for that to get played out so they didn't use up a forfeit. I don't know. It was pretty much over.
Yeah.
A little strange that they used up a forfeit for that, but
Hey.
that's what happened. When there's a forfeit button in the game, sometimes there's a disconnect. You forget that applies to the actual game, the match. Yeah. So that's
So
interesting.
Pit-Boy, one of the best Street Fighter players in the league. We've seen the Reaper struggle with Street Fighter a little bit. They got taken out by one person, Billy the Goat. And then I want to say the last time they got ran through by LA from the Cobras. But Wreckfest coming up here. Do you understand? Have you seen? You've seen?
I have
Wreckfest?
seen it the one time. I do. I understand that the meta currently is to have one person on each team trying to get points through lapping, while the rest of them try to block and demo with buses.
Yeah,
I have seen that. That is a very heavy strategy, and honestly, it's really fun to watch. So it is really cool. You have your two players that you can really focus on as they try to get laps, while the rest of the team plays defense.
And then there's different. Have you seen Deathloop yet?
I did. That's the one I saw. I did see that one. That one was really cool.
The fun thing about that one is, like, you can take it at the beginning of the race unless you're a bus. But like, if you're if you're a regular car and like you're taking some damage, sometimes you don't have enough speed. So it's always funny people to not know how much they need.
Yeah.
And because they'll get up to the top and then they'll just fall flat down.
And from what I understand, there have been attempts for buses to get around. So it'll be interesting to see if we get that again at this point. I don't know why you would, but
I think
funny.
The funniest one I've seen was one I was a part of. It was we were playing against the Wolves, and the Wolves only had like either one or two people, and we had a full team. Is we because the game was close to over, we elected to run couches.
Okay.
So Eclipse are red, Reapers are blue, but we ran couches because there's literally a couch car that you can drive on. Now you die like almost as soon as you fall off.
As you get hit. All right. Yeah. So we're getting loaded in here. Like they said, Reapers blue, Eclipse red.
So for real quick, we have the PC numbers. Jerry's PC 7, Spicy is PC 8, 10 is AJ, 11 is Nexus, and 12 is Snappy. Now on the Reaper side, we have PC 1 is Hollywood, 2 as Cutters, 3 as Cat. Cat's going in. We'll get Rez is PC 6, and then Ricky Rockham is PC 5. All right, so it looks like they're saving. Let's see, is Scarlet? Are they saving Scarlet or is everybody? We'll get that updated for you relatively shortly here. But yeah, 5 seconds to get into the game. Reapers have one timeout left. All right, so we'll see what goes on here. And as like Rick, as Jerry being a racing game champ, you want him in for this game.
Okay. Let's see then if Jerry's going to be the one, the weight on his shoulders. All right, so it looks like we're getting an actual roll here. Oh, never mind. Okay, no wheel spin.
Maybe they're keeping Street Fighter 6.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because they rolled it before.
But Reapers were blue, correct? And
yes.
Well,
correct. Did Xbox just crash? Or did the PC crash?
I imagine maybe the PC crashed.
I think the PC might have crashed.
Unless he died that quickly.
Yeah, I can't imagine he just took face straight into the side of another bus and just lost it, but...
Oh yeah, this is a map that we don't get seen played that much.
Watch out behind you.
Oh.
Oh, Red's dead. Nice. What? He said retire? Alright.
So so we got a crash on
Man, we just killed somebody too.
All right.
What?
Well, that stinks. All right, well, no Wreckfest, no buses.
Not right now.
Not right now. We're going to have to wait for it.
But it looks like I don't think I recall seeing a like actual car.
Yeah, that was really strange. It did look like everyone was going with buses. I don't know. I wonder if that has anything to do with the map that they picked. It looks like the map they picked was pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
there's nothing really special going on there.
It's hard. I've played that map a handful of times. It's hard with that many buses to really maneuver as a car, it doesn't give you the flexibility. Especially if a bus was to just turn around and just choose to just wreck, doesn't give you that flexibility. Now there's maps that are better, like Deathloop, for instance. And some of the other ones, 'cause I actually do. I know a lot of people don't enjoy the game, but I've actually played the game quite a bit. There's a lot of really interesting maps on there. And what we haven't really seen is we haven't seen a lot of different vehicles. We see the buses, we've seen the harvesters once or twice. Which they are what they sound like.
Yeah.
The couches once, and then we've seen like people choosing standard cars, but we haven't really seen people really explore that game. So I'm really curious to see if that's something that we're going to see going forward. But they're probably just rebooting the game. So if you were to play, say hypothetically, you had to play Reckless, right? You're on the team in the play. Would you personally pick more fun wrecking or more fun racing?
I would say for me, racing. I would definitely want to be the one maneuver. It's a special position. So if I'm one of the players who's good at the game or good at racers in general. Oh wow, there's already a bit of wrecking
Let's
going
flipped over. Yeah. So if the Reapers are blue, it looks like they take the top 2 positions.
Yeah, this is.
And
This is
there's a
gonna be-
bus on the
I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon.
things that don't belong where they are.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. I do think this is going to be... Oh, no, he's all bent out of shape. He's all...
Don't get no shade.
Don't get wrecked. No. Yeah, it does. It looks like they're all playing butt because they're pretty much everybody is playing a racing battering ram on this map is what it looks like. You kind of have to fulfill... Wow! You kind of have to fulfill both roles at once with this map being so simple.
Oh, no. Wait till people start wrecking and there's dead buses everywhere.
Oh, yeah, they're just dead. I have seen that, yeah.
Because those, especially if they die in those tight spaces, you're going to have like 3 buses trying to go through one tight crevice.
It's hard to keep track of who's trying to make their rounds, who's trying to get the laps done. It is a very standard circuit kind of map, that's why I think we're not seeing any cars, because I think everybody's kind of on the same playing field here. There's nowhere where it's more maneuverable than another area on the map. It's a very, very standard kind of circuit course.
Almost like a figure 8.
Yeah, it is. It is like a figure 8, yeah. So, yeah, it's like I said, racing battering rams is kind of just what has to happen. Oh.
And that vehicle's almost dead.
Yeah, is there no reset? Oh,
there is a
resetting.
I don't know why they opted not to.
Yeah, there they
Oh,
are.
wait, if you look at it, let's see, we have, how many people are DNF?
Yeah, we could see one. It looks like only one right now. Only 10th place, I believe, is DNF, because it looks like 9th is still in. So, yeah. This is 9th position that we're looking at right now anyways. Ooh. I mean, it's only going to get worse from here. Oh, come on! He's already down! Oh, man, that's brutal. Alright, so... It looks like we've got...
It looks like one team is winning pretty heavily by points. So
yeah, Reapers right now
Yeah.
are ahead by quite a bit.
So if you're Eclipse at this point, you have to kind of wreck them.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to take... Oh, Eclipse are blue then? I think. I see. So Eclipse are the ones in the lead right now.
All right. Oh, so if you're the Reapers,
So
you have
Eclipse
to...
are blue team. On the
and somebody's going... The wheels on this bus ain't about to go round and round.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. You see that marker right there means wrong way, which means this is wreck-centric playstyle right here.
And then we
have a jam.
They're like, hey, we're going to drag you into the mud.
Yeah, they're playing blockage, which is not a bad idea because there's 2 teammates right here for red that are about to start getting a move on. So let's see if they go to stop this blue here.
And the blue kind of
blocked them. Yeah. So we finally see one of the buses just centralizing on wreck only playstyle.
And he's in awkward position, yeah, because like if he gets hit from the side there, that's gonna be a chunk of damage.
Let's see if he gets this block. Nope.
Oh, and whiff.
Not moving quite fast enough, but yeah, now that he's like some of those wheels aren't turning, but
so if he's in 8th place, that means that 9th and 10th are probably DNF, just because he's like he doesn't seem like there's nobody catching up to him.
Yeah, so there are 3 DNF right now, because as you can see, even the bus moving backwards is only in 7th. Kind of failing to get anything here, though. Failing to really stop much. I feel like a little bit of speed needs to be picked up right here, and something needs to be intercepted.
Ooh, that's a...
Wow, that was a rough wreck.
And I'm gonna be honest, Eclipse probably just needs one person to finish.
Yeah. Yeah, this point advantage is really heavy. Over 100 points now we're looking at of an advantage for Eclipse.
But the Reapers are trying to find their path to... Is that his own teammate?
Oh, and finally wrecked. But I mean, that was a lot of damage he did at the end. But for the most part there, that first half of his career as a wrecking ram, yeah, he didn't get a whole lot out of it. So he did slow him down here at the end. But I think Eclipse have just pulled out too far ahead. They have the top 4 spots right now. So
Wow, look at...
Yep.
That's
so,
probably the most lopsided I've seen Wreckfest.
Oh, okay.
Speed too high.
Speed too high.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
That's the goal. Yeah, so that's gonna be a win for Eclipse. That's gonna even us up. No, sorry, that's gonna put us at 10-9 now.
Pip-Boy's in.
Okay, Pip-Boy's in 4, and we. Oh yeah, Street Fighter 6.
And if the other people on the team been practicing, this could be rough. Now, Ricky is the fighting game chap, so let's see if he's able to. Cutters also is Masters using Modern. And
using Modern.
You want to understand how frustrating that is? He is going to be staring at you like this, holding a button, pressing 1, and confirming into a super, and you're just going to have to hold that. So...
You try to play skilled, and he gets to just do what he wants. Wow, as Modern.
But I wonder if we see a forfeit from the Reapers here.
Think it's a bit too heavy-handed?
I think the Reapers have shown that, like, when they feel like they can't handily win a game, they might forfeit it. And Pip-Boy known is enough to kind of, and their best player, Cutters plays Kimberly, and Ricky plays Marissa. And Marissa's a grappler, and it's going to really struggle against who Pip-Boy plays, which is JP, which is a zoner who, for whatever reason, they gave an air command grab to. They did not give Manon a grappler, an air command grab, but we don't give everybody else an air command grab. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Balance team. Yep, here we go.
So we have player 2 is Eclipse side, and then player 1 is Reaper.
Okay, so it is going to be UFC 5 is going to be our next one. Yeah, so we're going to UFC after this one.
Scarlet versus Snappy. Alright. And if you're them, so do you understand how the life works in this game?
Yes.
Alright, so at this point, if you're the Eclipse, you just kind of want Snappy to do some damage to him, and just have some of your heavy. They're gonna be leaning a lot more on a handful of people. Let's see. And Scar just jumps up and grab. Let's see what he's able to do here. Oh, yep. Unfortunate, he was in the air, so it doesn't stagger him the same way that it normally would. You can still confirm off of that, but I'm not sure if Scarlet knows that. But he's done a chunk of damage. He has him down to about 60%. Probably a little more than that. Block the DP, and remember what I said earlier. DPs are some of the most punishable things in the game. In the fighting game. Is he gonna just grab them here?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Wow. Did Snappy just take out Scarlet? Sheesh. So Scarlet is out.
So Scarlet's done right off the bat.
Yeah.
Snappy's going to get a little bit of health left, but it's not going to be a whole lot, so he just put out a little bit of damage here on the second round.
Now we have Chicken, and he's up against him.
Okay.
Let's see if he knows how to deal with that. Let's see if he goes for the grab. Yep, grab, and protect the grab again. Protect the grab. And he's just trying to get damage. He's just trying to get damage.
Just enough to not get fully recovered.
Yeah.
Gonna get almost all of that back, I think.
So who do we have out?
Yeah, that's
JP1. There's 3 JPs. One of those is going to be Pitbull. One of those is going to be X-Ray. Who is the other JP? It is Spicy.
those default controls back on.
Is he playing one or is he playing
Classic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so JP, you want to... Okay, that's his command grab. If JP, you want to just create space. Let's see. Nice grab there. Especially if he's just going to keep... Yep. He's not teching them, so why stop? Alright. And drive rush there. Block the drive rush. Doesn't take any damage for it. And I'm surprised he's just not throwing out command grab at this range.
He's made the space that you want to make as a JP.
Yeah.
But he's not using it for anything.
So let's see. He's not going for the command grabs because he's blocking everything. I'm surprised he just doesn't opt to go for the command grab. And there is Chicken taking him out. So are we going to get Nexus next? So Nexus is going to be Ken. Alright, so let's see what Nexus can do. Nexus is the rookie of the year last year. Wasn't half bad in fighting games. We saw him in Tekken. He was the first call. He didn't do half bad. I think he got through 2 people. Unfortunately, he ran into that chainsaw that was Scarlet. Checking his button. Let's see. So we have this Ken here. Ken looked like he went through a rough time in his life. But
He did a couple times. I think this is supposed to be the 6th.
Alright. Hey, look.
Okay. Much faster pace than that last round. No space trying to be created at all.
Oh!
Whoa! It's the edge of that first Shoryuken there.
Can he win? Sure he can.
Okay. Alright, well.
Alright, now just zoning him out. Forcing him to approach with those fireballs. Let's see if he... Oh wow, this is a... Not, he can grab here. Yeah, do that too. But I mean, Ken's almost dead. I didn't realize how... Where did that damage come from? Alright, super... Oh, okay. Burn some of that meter, but he has the critical arc there. Yep, and the DP. And Chicken is going to Chicken's team right now. So we have X-Ray, who's going to be the other JP.
Yeah, we got 2 JPs in a row here. Not only is he already warmed up against them, but if he goes to a third one, he'll be double warmed up against them. So, yeah, I mean, he's ready for this matchup already. We'll see if he can just take it all the way through both teammates. Be the final 2.
And I mean, you still have on the other side, you still have the Reaper's 2 best players in Cutters and Ricky.
Yeah, they're just waiting.
Yeah.
They're the contingency plan at this point because it's going pretty well.
Yeah.
So,
and maybe they must have been on Street Fighter all week after what happened those last 2 games. Because Hollywood and Cat were not happy. Like, they were in a very tight ship, which has gotten them 2 championships, but still in burnout. Yep, and this is what you expect to see from JP. This is nonsense. He's probably going to go for a command grab. Yep. Trade it. Not perfect, but trade it. But
yeah, I mean, that health might all come back, though. I mean, he's not... Yeah, there it is. That's literally all of it back. So.
Oh, and here comes Ricky.
Oh, Ricky's in. Ricky said, I'll do it myself.
Let's see what he opts to do. Maybe they want to stop him from... forfeit on whoever, because I mean you've always had the ability to switch between. So let's see. See what we have going on here. All right, playing patient. Art right there, and let's see if he's able to finish this. Yep.
Oh,
the level 3. Oh my goodness. That's a chunk of damage. You see why people play Mercy. Alright, so let's see if X-Ray is able to
stop.
Get him off of him. And command grab. Yep, command grab is gonna beat the drive rush. And now he just has to keep him at a distance.
And he wasn't able to. That...
And he could kill him right here.
Ooh.
If he's critical arts. Yep, and he's dead. And critical arts are so beautiful in this game. He just... There goes that. So now this sets up Pip-Boy really well because at the end of the day, Pip-Boy is at most going to have to go through 2 people, one of those people being Hollywood. Now, Hollywood, I know, has been practicing this game. His cameo is not half bad. If we're both haven't given both full health, sorry, I will give the advantage to X-Ray, but given his diminished health, but yep. And then he's just gonna keep doing this, keep him at a distance. Command grab there. And just try to like I said, Hollywood's been practicing this game, but this is a very annoying thing to deal with.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's been practicing the game for real, not against that.
Yeah. And gets more help.
And because he didn't lose any. Wow. So the last thing he's gonna have to go against is Cutter's Kimberly here on modern.
So we need Cutters to really stand out here.
Hey, way to close the distance early though.
He used level 1. Don't know what he was baiting.
Yeah, not gonna let himself get caught up like that. It's good.
All right, nice DP. Oh yeah, JP has that, and that's just disgusting. Now he doesn't necessarily have to win this, but what his goal is to get people to Pip-Boy with as little health as possible. And assuming Pip-Boy sets his controls up and everything correctly, I can see this being a very Pip-Boy heavy matchup.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, so it looks like we have... Let's see if he can check in his controls. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and get off that modern.
Oh, he's still on modern. There it is.
Oh wait, Cutter's is on modern.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
little weird time to change up your playstyle.
Oh, nice grab there. Let's see if Cutters is able to make up. In the past, last few games he's struggled here. All right, let's see. Oh, nice. He's in burnout here, and yep, Cutters is just snap. But JP does have 4 meter to work with. Let's see. Yep. Oh, yep. And he missed the DP. He's probably dead here. Oh no, he's not able to finish it. Let's see. They're both playing super cautious. Ooh. No meter, but he should still be able to do a chunk of damage.
I think he expected to get the KO there at the end.
Oh wait. Oh.
Oh!
Wow, that was
very close.
I will say that's the best I've seen Cutters play in a while.
Very, very close. That was surprising.
Yeah, that is, I will say, the best I've seen Cutters play in a minute.
How better to even like represent this matchup in a single game?
So we're getting Nexus and we're getting Cat in right here. I can almost promise you those are the two that's going in. let's hopefully they both set this game up correctly, because we've seen a lot of people mess up the setup with this game in particular. Now Eclipse has a little bit more leeway because they have 2 timeouts as opposed to the one for the Reapers. But we're an hour left in the game, almost exactly, and there's a tied game, 10-10.
There's been no progress made. We are back at the very beginning. 10-10. It's gonna come down to the final hour.
Yeah.
Like that's it. It's all they
What
got
better
left.
way for this game to come down to?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, if that last matchup doesn't tell you how close this entire thing is, this is very intense. And now it's gonna get this last hour is gonna get kicked off with a 1v1 here in UFC. So
One of the last 1v1s left.
yeah, it's gonna be pretty intense. Yeah, it's gonna just be a direct battle between 2 players, which we know can get very heated. No 1v1. Honestly, I think
Pokemon.
less heated than
Oh yeah, UFC.
UFC. Yeah,
no.
Pokemon. Nobody's yelling across the room at each other. They're
Well,
just getting mad at
but-
their stupid little animals. But UFC, I feel like it's direct. You know, you start to get a little bit peeved with the guy.
How
on the
dare
other
he
side.
hit me in the face?
Yeah, really, you were punching a dude's guy in the face like the entire time. Yeah, it really is personal. So, yeah, this is how we're gonna kick off the last hour with a lot of intensity here. So, still, I mean, I don't think we're gonna see any more forfeits get used at this point. You kind of have to use everything you have.
It depends.
You have to try to win.
It depends
anything.
because, like, if you're the Reapers, right? I think if the Reapers are down 1 and there's like 20 minutes left to play, and it's a game that they don't feel like they can win, I think they forfeit. Then
Okay.
there's strategies to it, because like you don't want it to be like the last. You don't want it to be 20 minutes left, and you're like, do we win this game? And then like you don't follow your gut, and then you don't win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden now you're looking at a 2-score deficit with like 8 minutes ago, as opposed to a 2-score deficit with 20 minutes ago.
True. Yeah. All right. So we're almost ready to hop in here. So yep, we're gonna have. I believe it's already on the screen, right? Yeah, Nexus and Cat. We got going up against each other, just like who would have thought you would have guessed it right? Who would have thought? That's almost like a trend all night long. Yeah, so we got Nexus and Cat here. We're gonna be able to call out their
Cat is
shorts
gonna be
colors
the-
for you
yep.
when we get in.
Yep, Cav's gonna be blue shorts, just quick, and Nexus is gonna be red. So I'm curious to see what kind of weight class they tend to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if they're gonna be more of a standing bang, or if they're gonna be
Here we
Conor
go.
McGregor and Charles Oliveira.
Let's see. Is that? Are they locked in already? Looks like he's not locked in on McGregor yet, but. And CTR is coming up next.
Ooh,
Very cool.
Wait.
Okay.
ooh, is Dictator Chicken available?
Yeah, here we go. So we're gonna have Oliveira and McGregor.
If we can get confirmation on who setup UFC is, because
Mhm.
UFC setup matters, because whoever setup is for CTR gets map choice.
Oh, I see. All right, so here we go. Start of round 1. Touch gloves. Very respectful. All right, so we are going to have. We've got.
Oh, so red. So
Yeah, so that's going to be Cat for the Reapers there, playing for McGregor in the white shorts. And then we've got Nexus, red gloves, yellow shorts on Oliveira.
All right, so I mean, it looks like they're just kind of going back and forth a little bit. Oh, looks like McGregor was stunned a little bit. All right. I mean, Nexus is definitely putting on the pressure. And one thing that's different as UFC, this UFC as opposed to past ones we played, there's no stamina gauge at the top. And that was a really big thing, is kind of managing yourself. And now you just have to play the game a little bit more.
Oh, good takedown. No capital A. He wants to stay on top. Yeah, I guess you don't want to go to the ground here.
Yeah. Especially when you have this a distinct advantage standing up like you have been having.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to risk, hey, maybe he's really good at the ground. Granted, he
Yeah. Okay, so flying knee does not connect.
but just a lot of jabs back and forth, heavy punches and kicks here and there.
Trading a lot of shots to the head, just blocking and taking jabs and changing counts. It's a
Alright.
strategic move, probably.
So it looks like there might be some kind of issue. Don't know if that's a setup thing, but
Yeah, some sort of disconnect there.
CTR, who
Yeah, you excited for that one?
yes,
You have been
but I
talking
also
about. I
think-
just punched my mic.
I also think at this point that is a Reaper's advantage.
Yeah.
Because they have Hollywood, right? That's one person, but they also have Dictator Chicken, who has shown to be really good in the past. So on the Eclipse side, they have Jury. So the other people I'll be looking at to kind of help him with is AJ Lil Blue or Pit Boy. Because I've played with X-Ray, and I see where his skill level is, and I don't think his skill level hangs with Hollywood or Chicken. So it'll be kind of null and void. He'll probably get 4th place if I had to guess, unless somebody's super rusty. And that's nothing to get some. It damn takes some time to learn and get to the level where they're at.
Yeah.
So it'll either be on Jury to carry it, or Pip-Boy or AJ have to have been grinding this game out. When they first lost to the Reapers in the finals, CTR was one of those games that like, oh, we want CTR, okay, we got this kind of situation. Because the Eclipse have been leaning on Jury so long in CTR, and for good reason. Jury was and still is one of the best CTR players in the league, but now it's getting to that point where you can't just have one good player in a lot of these games. All right, so it looks like we are heading back to UFC.
All right. All right, we're back in. Oh, he takes a chin shot there, just grazed with the foot. Yeah, it does seem like Cat is Nexus is a little bit more willing to go for the body shots, even though they're trading head blows most of the time. But yeah, here we go, and there goes Nexus. Now is gonna.
And one of the things to kind of keep a track of is how many body shots they're landing, because so many people, not these necessarily people, are hyper focused on blocking only the head and not focused on those body shots add up. Those leg shots add up, right? You can break somebody's leg in this game if you keep hitting a particular leg.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do think that Cat has been a little bit more aware of that. Like when we saw the leg grab into the takedown earlier, he's definitely more aware of blocking the body and making sure he doesn't get, take too many hits there. But they really are. They're exchanging blows, just trading blocks. They are having kind of a rough time getting anything in here. They're countering each other pretty well.
Right.
Not exposing themselves too much, because it seems like it'll get punished every time.
Yeah.
There you go. So some heavy blows coming out. Definitely trying to go for wear down in this first round here.
All right, so
they're going to wear each other down fast at this point. I mean, not only them, but themselves.
grabbed his
There.
leg, and
Takedown grab again.
And that's points. If this does go to points, which I'm not sure how, if they're fighting, that may end up going to point.
Yeah, more shots to the head.
I mean, it looks like Nexus at this point is getting more off of his advantage state than Cat is. So let's see what we have going here. I feel like Cat is trying to. Oh, okay, yeah, Cat's taking a lot of damage to his body. So let's see. Yeah, and he. Oof. And is he gonna go night here?
He's still covering. No, he recovers. He's up. So yeah, that's brutal. That shows you how much
damage. And this is only the first round. Oh. And he grabs him by the leg. Let's see what he decides to do. Is he going to just be taking shots at him? Or is he going to grapple him?
Yeah, I think this is maybe why we haven't seen that much of the ground game.
Maybe he's not as comfortable as he is standing as he is on the ground. Oh, sorry, off.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're seeing them both look for a setup here. It's just back to that same standing game. They're gonna have to wear each other down first.
Yeah, no, that's the only way. Because now Cat is putting a little bit more pressure out there.
Yeah, with 17 seconds left, they're gonna throw a lot of stuff out there. I mean, one of these guys might try to just counter it and turn it into something big right here at the end of the round, but they're gonna have to just throw everything out, try to get these.
Oh,
points.
wait.
Oh, and there it is. Yep. That's what happens when you throw too much out there at once. But that'll be the end of the round.
And it was looking heavily in the favor of Nexus for a little while there, and then now at the end, that little shot kind of tells you he's a little weak. And they're touching gloves right there.
Yeah, so each of them got a pretty big stun during that first round, which means that they are good. It's going to be quicker this time for sure. We're going to see stuns like that and takedowns and harder, you know, them taking harder shots. I think a little bit more frequently. It might happen a couple times this round if it even gets there at all.
All right, so looks like they're slowing. Oh, I was going to say slow it down until he went in. Well, it looks like Nexus is a little bit more willing to poke. Oh. Nexus just weaving and diving. Grabs him by the leg.
Another takedown. See if he can get position.
He was going for. He's going to go. Letting him get back up.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know how to play the ground, it looks like. He's going to try to go for some kind of standing knockout here. He's going to try to go for a stun where he can, like, openly ground and pound
and I
without
don't think
any blocking.
either one of these people are really, like, ground game type people. I could be wrong. Don't shame me, Billy the Go, and all the other UFC aficionados, but...
No, I could tell you for certain, you know, McGregor is versatile enough to be a UFC professional, but I wouldn't say the ground game is where people give him his compliments. That's for sure. So.
Are just sliding in there. Arthur.
Two
Cat is slowly getting himself into it. I don't know if it's how late it is for him to really be starting to find his footing. But this is just a testament to how good both of these players are, because a lot of other people, they would have had him out by now.
So I think they're... Oh, takedown there with a big headshot, and they're just running in circles. That was an interesting interaction, but yeah, anything that comes to a grapple doesn't seem to go very far. Yeah, I think they might both be aware of the fact that they're pretty vulnerable. Yeah. I think they might... Oh, yep. I think they're both aware that they're vulnerable to being stunned here because we see them trying to space out a little bit more. They want to get their quick shots of succession in and then make space.
Yeah, because, like... And maybe they're both waiting for that big punish.
Kick.
Because I think one big hit from either one, right there, catch them slacking a little bit, and that could be night-night for either side.
Yeah, it definitely, with how many shots they both put out, especially at each other's head, it is any hit at all is dangerous at this point, and anything big that they could put together, if they could land something, like get a nice fake out and just land a heavy hit, it could spell the end of it for sure.
All right, so...
Yeah, we're seeing McGregor go for these grapples because I think he wants to open up I think he's tired of that blocking.
Yeah.
He really he just wants to get some open hits so that he could get him closer to a stun. Like there, he wants to go, you know, under the arms.
I mean, you also want to open up the other thing. If you keep doing the same thing over and over again, they're going to know exactly how to block what you're doing. You have to at least threaten with things other than what you've been doing.
Yeah, there's so much time to learn how to counter somebody. You have to change your game plan like 18 different times over the course of these rounds.
Yeah, no, they adapt. You adapt to them, and then they adapt to you, and then you adapt to them, adapt to you, and it's just a mind game.
Yeah, these significant hits landed from Oliveira's side it's definitely leaning heavier towards him. These like significant hits and stuff like that. So he's getting more stuns out of it. He's getting more damage done. Yeah, there's another knockdown. He's not going to play the ground game again. He's going to let him get up. But, yeah, the more he does it, the more susceptible McGregor.
And McGregor's knocked down again, so...
It's just about every hit at this point that goes to the head, so this is really dangerous. Oh, he's down. He lets him get up again. Every shot to the head is putting him down at this point. He has to land something big for a knockout here before the round ends. Oh, there it is.
No!
Oh, my goodness. How? He has to go to the ground. He has to capitalize.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. When every punch you're landing is knocking him down, it just keeps resurrecting like Goku. It's not going to... Yeah, you're leaving yourself too open. He had to end it at some point. And that was the one. He actually turned his strategy back around on it, kept his arm up, and then went under. So
we have CTR, so I imagine we're going to see...
like
Jury.
the same thing, pretty much,
Yeah.
just like what that looked like. Yeah.
Yep.
Like a bloody beatdown.
So we see AJ Lil Boone Jury versus Hollywood and Dictator Chicken. So I do think this is a favorite. This is going to be a Reaper's favorite game. Because I think Jury and Hollywood kind of balance out each other, so you have to look at the other two people.
Right.
And like I said, AJ Little Boo has been on the team for forever, so I can see him having picked it up being that good. But I don't know if he's good enough to hang with Dictator Chicken. Now I think he has a potential. I just haven't seen it yet. So I'm not gonna say that they straight up don't win, but
This is like his game to prove himself, or at least to show us a benchmark of where he's at with this one.
And then this is for this game to be going back and forth like this, like this has to be some kind of level of anticipation going. So I wonder if, but I also wonder if they did that, if he's going in because they want him specifically in there for, or if they want Pip-Boy and X-Ray Aspect to be the last two left.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It'll kind of depend on how well AJ does here. I think that'll tell us. If he's not playing up to the same level, that'll tell us that they kind of just wanted to save the reserves.
Yeah, so it's a point-based thing. So how it works is first place gets 9, second place gets 6, third place gets 3, and fourth place gets 1 point. So you can essentially win by having one person get first place
and fourth
every time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then what the issue is, say you get 3 for third place, first place 3 times, and your teammate gets fourth place 4 times, but you get second place one of those times, you lose. So the objective is to have as many people like in top positions as possible.
Yeah, because even though, okay, so we're gonna be headed into the game pretty soon. It seems like they're almost ready to go.
So Crash Team Racing characters used to matter because they were locked to different driving styles: the speed, drift, turn, balance. I'm missing one, but they used to be locked to certain. But now with now it's not that way. You can use whatever character. So it's whoever you find the most interesting. I personally use a chicken announcer. So.
Okay. It's a lot of chickens going on in this league. What's going on with that? This is a very chicken-based esports league.
It's his voice line.
Okay. Well, he's an announcer, isn't he? Isn't that what you said? He's the announcer.
So like every character has voice lines when certain actions or certain things happen. Like they get hit. So it's just like about going for what you find funny. Also like playing Spiral, because Spiral's in this game.
Oh, okay.
Spiral and Hunter. And the thing about it is, so have you ever played Crash?
Yeah, I played Crash.
You remember the Uka mask?
Yeah.
So if you get, I always get them confused, but the Uka mask is a good one. If you get essentially the Uka mask, which is a star, you get that one, right? If you're like evil, like your Cortex, you get the Aku mask. If you play one of the Spiral characters, you get Sparks flying around you.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
As your quote unquote star.
That's pretty cool.
But it is a team race, but there is no team mode, so you can end up with a team member.
I have seen that. Yeah, I have seen that.
So it looks like the Reapers are on the left, Hollywood bottom left, Hollywood top left.
We got a spin coming out. Oh, we're going to be doing Pokemon next.
So it looks like Chicken is bottom left, Hollywood is top left, Jury is bottom right, and AJ is top right. So the people we're going to be looking at are going to be bottom right and top left. But they're just checking their control because there's 2 different driving styles, which can really throw you off kilter. All right. Oh my.
So, yeah, right side of the screen here is Eclipse, left side is Reapers, like you said, Hollywood, top left, and
so this was definitely
Jury,
this was 100% a oh yeah, so yeah. So this was 100% a map choice by the Reapers. So the Reapers, especially when they go against Eclipse, especially Jury, they want to keep it simple. So they're going to opt to go to this one. Now Jury is in third place, so it looks like first and second are both being held.
Yeah, by the Reapers.
By the Reapers. Now, that's something interesting to think about, considering how good Jury is at this game, that the Reapers have 2 people who are able to contest. And obviously winning right now, right? Alright. But, so if this race continues to go this way, I can see them opting to forfeit this game.
Okay.
Because at this, oh, yeah, no. That wasn't a smart move. So what, let's see, he's bottom. Oh, Jury's bottom, right?
Jury's bottom, yes.
All right,
It's actually in 4th right now. Looks like
bottom left, yeah.
probably going to take 3rd. His own teammate here in a moment.
Just don't hit your teammate.
Yeah.
Is he able to? Is he able to? Is he able to? Is he able to? Okay, so he's able to clutch that out. Now, if you're Jury and you can get those 2nd and 3rd place finishes consistently, and you can steal first. You just need to steal first one time and get 2nd and 3rd those other times. All right, so there's only a handful of maps. There's really only one map that you need to have an item to use it, and it's one of those items you can score. So the only person that has an item that can do that so far is bottom left. So let's see if they're able to get an item here. So it looks like right side both got items to do it. So what you want to do, you see that little imprint on the door that looks like they're about to hit it right now?
Yes.
Oh, well, no, they both messed it up. So
Wow.
that one, yeah, it's a little bit of a shortcut. So what the thing is, those crates are in there. So they'll give you Wooper Fruit. So what Wooper Fruit do is they act like coins in Mario Kart when you drive
keep your
faster.
speed up.
But if you look at top right side, you see how it's a different color than what normally the beaker is green. So it gives you that red beaker. What the red beaker does as opposed to the green beaker is it both spin you out, but the red beaker puts a cloud over you, thundercloud that slows you down.
Getting
So
stuck.
Jury needs to get an item here that's a defensive one. Is he gonna get one? Is he gonna get one? He does not get one. Even if he got it beforehand, it would not have mattered.
Yeah, so now we're looking at a 1st and 4th from the right side there from the Eclipse.
So let's see what items they get to get. And this is
Running this
perfect.
final lap now.
That's what he needs. And let's see. And if I'm Hollywood, you need to start throwing out items because you're not getting anything that can contest them from where you are. So Jury can shoot that straight forward. And well,
Ooh, very nice.
yeah, and get that.
Yeah, I got that shortcut.
So is Hollywood able to catch him? I don't believe so. If you just put your crate down right here, and this looks like this is going to be a 1st and 4th place finish.
Yeah, he got himself a good lead there. That was good that he was able to hold that even when AJ had spun out there and lost his position. They were holding 1st and 2nd for a while because of the shortcut getting messed up on the 1st lap. They held 1st and 2nd for a little while, but AJ got stuck on some of that terrain and it got him held back to 4th. So I really wonder if those two would have kept up the lead like that. I wonder how that game, could have ended up. I think we would have seen a lot more like offensive items coming out, trying to catch AJ, but...
Oh, so this one is probably one... This one has a shortcut.
Okay.
A few, actually. So that's one that people don't normally start off with right off the bat. But this is a big one. You have to keep your speed here. There's going to be a boulder coming up. You have to not get hit by the boulder so everybody goes it. So what you're going to do here is you're going to cut sharp left. And you're going to have to make it. So let's see who all makes this. Oh, so it looks like Hollywood misses this. Now, this is another one that you have to hit, right? And he has that crate on. So what you have to do with the TNT crate on is you have to keep jumping and it'll eventually fall off. So it looks like Jury is taking 1st place. So what right now Hollywood's probably waiting to do is that clock. He's waiting for Jury to be in a spot. Okay,
Nope, that should be Jury.
Now
Bottom
he is,
right. Well,
yeah.
now, yeah. Yeah, now we're seeing Chicken in 1st in the bottom left there. Whoop. Swapping off position, though, so he's got somebody right behind him.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about
it
those
is.
bombs is you can detonate them by pressing the item button again.
Mm.
So if you miss it by like a hair, you can use it, and then you can hit multiple people with it. So it looks like
First
Oh.
fourth situation again for Eclipse, but
no,
a
it
lot
looks like
tighter for first.
Yeah, this looks like a lot tighter of a race. Oh, no, Hollywood does not make
misses
that.
the shortcut.
Oh no, this. Oh, this. Oh my.
Sure, he's gonna keep a lead here. He's coming up on the end.
And if
Yeah.
Eclipse is able to steal this,
First and fourth, though, first and fourth's gonna do it for him. Is that enough? I don't think that's enough.
No,
for the
no, no, no,
points.
no,
They
no,
can't
no.
do it like that.
no. So
Yeah, they have to.
the best. I want to say, let me do the math. First and fourth, because it's always been first and fourth. So I think the best. Ooh, if they get first and second, they can win.
First and second. Yeah.
If Jury gets first, then it's tied at best. Oh, this is a very simple map. So item control is going to be really important here. There's really only one major shortcut, and it's going to be right up there on the left. You're going to use that feet to kind of cut through the grass. So he opts not to go there. And is that AJ? Is that AJ? Oh, my boy AJ. AJ Little Blue. Ain't so little no more. Let's
That's
go.
AJ first. Yeah.
Hey, he comes up clutch when he needs to. So let's see. So he does not have an item to stop this missile. But fortunately, he hits into the crate. Oh, yes, and that's perfect on this course. Because now Jury's going to be able to... Oh, that's amazing. I'm not sure if I like that particularly, because what you want to do is you want to save that for when you get another item. But Jury is coming in clutch right here. And this... With this race not having a lot of like difficult things to do, once you start getting a lead like this without proper items, right? Like you need a clock, you need those masks, you need those blue shells. It's hard. It's extremely hard, and Jury just has to race his race at this point. And we're going to see Jury clutch it up versus the Reapers right here. And he has that, right? That little nitro thing. It doesn't matter at this point. But what that does is it gives you a little bit of boost, and if you use it right behind somebody, it flattens them, and you jump off of them. But it looks like Eclipse steals that. They got first and fourth.
Just barely not going to get it. I think by 1 point they lost.
Ooh, Eclipse?
I think, is that not?
Oh wait, maybe they. Ooh.
Press B. They're like, press B, press B. Oh no, we didn't see the score.
Did Eclipse win, or did Eclipse lose that?
Oh, okay. So here we go.
30.
So
I'm
we
acting
got
as Jury.
Player 3 and player 4. So player 4 was Jury.
39 to 37.
It's 39. So,
If
they
that-
won.
if that's
Eclipse
clear-
won.
Yeah, by 2 points.
Eclipse won by 2. Wow. Wow.
Oh,
That was. Hey, you didn't predict that one. I think that was your first miss of the night.
that was. I think so. For that, Jury had to like have a Herculean effort. Yeah,
And he did. Wow. Yeah, that was impressive. Okay, so they're up 2. We're coming up on half an hour left.
Pokemon. They have to win Pokemon.
Pokemon. If they can win Pokemon, they are looking really good.
If the Reapers can win Pokemon, yeah, they are looking really good. Now the only thing is how much time it takes. Because if you take the time and you lose this, you have to know pretty early on what your conditions are, right? Because like, even if you have the numbers event, one thing with Pokemon is your board positioning, right? Like if you can have 5 to the Pokemon left to their 3, but if you have a Pokemon like a Choice Scarf Chiyu that really can like output the damage that they can't deal with, then like that's certain board positions that you have to have, and you have to be able to recognize them early enough that like, oh hey, I'm a hard Trick Room team, and they have an Amoonguss, and I have nothing to do with Amoonguss, or I'm I'm a whatever, right? And I don't have something to deal with that. Or my win condition is Urshifu, and they have a Wellspring Ogerpon. Like, there's certain things you have to kind of recognize.
Yeah.
So if I'm the Reapers have to. I think it's beneficial for the Reapers to win this game quickly. So we have Pip-Boy versus Ricky. Now, I don't think strategy games. Let me see, what strategy games have rolled?
Strategy games, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has that been the only one? Because League of Legends, StarCraft haven't rolled. Texas
Still there.
Chainsaw, Dead by Daylight hasn't rolled.
They're all still on the board, yeah.
So the only ones that we've
Wow.
gotten are the 1v1 strategy games. We've gotten all the 1v1s at this point now.
Yeah, every 1v1, yeah.
So let's see if, because the setup should be straight. This is honestly one of the easiest games to have ready to go.
Yeah.
Because you can have everything, especially if you bring your own Switch, you can have everything ready to go, and you can literally just have to click in.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll get that set up, and soon we'll get to see what those teams are looking like.
What kind of team would you be looking forward to?
Well, it's really standard right now. There's balanced teams own everything, right? So if you run your Ogre Pawns, you run your, some people want to go with the Chien Pao, some people want to go with the Flutter Mane. There's always an Urshifu, one or the other.
Yeah.
You have your single strike or your rapid
Actually,
strike.
single strike has really started to take off.
It picked up big time.
And I wonder how much of that has to do with Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's a lot of things. I think it's Ogre Pawn. I think it's Raging Bolt is a really big deal because
Sucker Punch, Electric Sucker Punch.
Yeah,
and that's a lot. Rapid
Strike Urshifu cannot deal with that Pokemon.
Yeah.
It can't deal with Walking Wake. It can't deal with Entei. What is the Entei one?
Oh,
what is the name of it? Anyways, now that Entei has always been a great fire type Pokemon to use for a supporter / damage / speed dropper. It does so many things.
Yeah.
Now that it has that dragon typing added to it with this new variant, it's neutral water type attacks. So those Pokemon coming out in this DLC, that's the reason that you're seeing single strike Urshifu. You need that protect breaker, but water type isn't quite doing it anymore.
Not in this format. And you know what's interesting that I kind of ran a little bit earlier is that ability that really didn't see a lot of play that's actually really useful if it was on stronger Pokemon, Shell Armor. Because the amount of damage mitigation that you have from something like that.
Yeah.
But we'll see who we really see here. Can we switch over to that so we can get a preview?
All right, so it looks like they might actually be loading it. And we're going to get a roll. Here we go.
So mine.
So Scarlet versus you.
Rex is going to be Eclipse.
Okay.
Oh, and we have Ogerpon and Rillaboom, and we have King Gambit and Iron Hand. So
interesting. Okay, so definitely a bulky setup here on the side of the Reapers, which is the point of view that we're watching from.
And I wonder if we get a Sword Stance come out here. So Kowtow Cleave. It's gonna be really interesting to see the Sucker Punch versus Electric Sucker Punch.
Yeah,
I know.
There is a lot. I think there is a lot of space to Sword Stance here. Honestly, I don't,
because you can't. Because especially if that, if it only carries Thunderclap and Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse does not hit.
Not very effective.
Yeah, very effective. Especially if the King Gambit's a little bit of a bulkier side. Now, what you have to worry about is potential like high horsepower from that Rillaboom slot. But if you're able to get Sword Stance off, a Sucker Punch should do significant amount of damage. If not, just outright kill it.
Now, what I'm curious about here is there is no, in a 6v6 format like this, there's a lot more room for King Gambit's ability to activate, where its fallen allies boost its attack. So it is a little bit strange to me here that it's coming out right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So we get a protect and a fake out from the side of
But also,
Eclipse.
we don't know what ability it has, because it could have something like Defiant.
That's true. It could have Defiant. It might not be set for that ability. But it gets a Swords Dance up right there. So Swords Dance for absolutely free. Iron Hands took a fake out. That's it. It was a protect fake out play. Not
I don't like
much really
Heavy
got done.
Slam to either one of these. I think you opt to either switch out or you go for a Drain Punch. I think a good switch out right here might be Amoonguss. Amoonguss does a lot. It's going to resist whatever Rillaboom really wants to put out. And then if it does redirect with Rage Powder, that really prevents Thunderclap from having any kind of impact.
Yeah, the only thing that you could take away from Amoonguss at this point is that Spore won't be effective into
the Rillaboom.
But that's its only drawback at the moment. As an attack drawing Pokemon right now, it would mitigate so much damage from the other side. But we're not going to see a switch out here. instead we are going to see.
I think if you're looking at the lineup, I think you have to. But
Okay.
the issue with a Sucker Punch is that if it goes for Calm Mind, because we have seen a lot of Calm Mind variants.
Yeah. Well, it looked like that Sucker Punch they were getting ready to put into the Rillaboom, which it would have landed
And,
there.
yep,
And
a
here
Calm
comes the
Mind
Calm
there.
Mind. So you do, yeah. The Krakatoa cleave was definitely a
Right
good
call.
call here because you got to get some damage off on this right now. Yep, it's still pretty susceptible to physical damage. It only increased its special defense. So Drain Punch is going to do decently, although that's probably built slightly bulky, judging by that damage. And then...
And what
Whoa! And
almost
a
there.
1 HP survival, and it's going to
and
get a
one
little
thing
bit
we're
more.
going to see here is the speed turn, because based on how
And
they
it's
heal,
leftovers.
yeah, based on how they heal from
Mm-hmm.
the grassy terrain. Outside of yeah.
Right, but there's so much priority on the field that speed right now does. I mean, we have a Grassy Glide, Thunderclap, Sucker Punch. There's not a whole lot here. That
Congratulations,
speed
we're
cares
all
about.
faster than the Iron Hand.
Yeah, we're all faster than Iron Hands, exactly. So it looks like Scarf Landorus being thought about here, switching in for that Iron Hands. And then we're just going to try to see this Raging Bolt get finished off.
And that's smart, right? Like I've seen matches early in the season where the other team has left. One, they let their Flutter Mane die, and they let Raging Bolt just set up and kind of get rolling. And well, let's see, are we going to get a Dragon Pulse into that slot? I don't think it matters because I think regardless, it protects.
Another Protect. Okay, so we're not going to see it go down this turn because that is what the King Gambit targeted.
Sucker Punch. But so does this Rillaboom have high horsepower? It has U-turn, which is going to be neutral damage. Because he is that Dark Steel type.
A fairly free switch in here, which also this mitigates that Intimidate. That
yeah.
Intimidate now doesn't matter at all. So that's switching on Landorus where you really want to try to get some...
Four position.
Yeah, some control over the power dynamic. You get just about none of it. So... yeah, it's a very... This is going to be a slowly played game for sure. Oh, I changed my mind. It is no longer going to be a very slowly played game. So now what you have to worry about is the fact that Protect simply doesn't work on this Pokemon. You have a 4-time super effective close combat into the King Gambit, and now that this is also the Rapid Strike Urshifu, it looked like, which means that this also is going to have a super effective
Landorus.
Surging Strikes into Landorus. So I like this play. Ooh.
Oh wait, that's a Terra Flying.
Yeah, it's
Landorus.
Terra Flying, that's pretty standard, and what you want to see there. That's why you hold Terra Blast
Yeah.
to have that fight. It's a very, very popular Urshifu counter.
But
I'm
the issue-
actually really surprised that he's not going for it.
But the issue is, I don't know if they're gonna predict it, but if you predict the Terra into flying and you thunderclap that spot, that's a dead Landorus.
Yeah, it is a dead Landorus, and because it's such a common terrestrialization, I don't. Is this open team
No,
sheet or
it's not
it's
open
closed
team
team sheet? So, but it is a very, very common set, so it is likely that it could be predicted. And that's definitely, I mean, while you don't want to see a Surging Strikes, you certainly don't want to see a Thunderclap either. So it's a difficult position to be in.
Wait, the
No double Protect for the Raging Bolt.
King Gambit protected. I wonder if he knows.
Okay, close combat's going to come out. That's going to be a knockout. But we're also going to get a knockout on this Raging Bolt here. This is Stomping Tantrum coming out from Landorus that we saw.
And honestly, I like the trade because the Raging Bolt has been so passive with how he's been playing. He got the Calm Minds off, but was not able to get any other kind of benefit to him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really, really huge threat in the meta right now. And the fact that they were able to take him out as the first Pokemon to remove from the other side that's a pretty big deal. And you didn't even have to use your Flutter Mane to do it.
Yeah.
So that's the most common counter for that Pokemon, and it wasn't even used. So now we're going to see the Amoonguss coming out, which is that's a nice play into this Urshifu here. There's a lot that could be done. You could Spore it, or you could redirect.
Especially if it has something like Rocky.
Was it
Helmet.
Rocky Helmet? That's what I was going to ask. If this is Rocky,
but that's Incineroar.
well, now these redirects become a lot more dangerous. This possibly, if it's not a super supportive Incineroar,
It
you're
has
going to
Flare
see
Blitz.
Flare Blitz, which is going to be super effective on this Amoonguss. Yeah,
Alright.
that's rough. This redirect becomes dangerous. So
And since
now,
he's also locked in,
yeah, you might start
Fake
to
out.
consider
No.
something more like you might start to consider Spore more here now
Yeah.
if you don't switch out. completely. This Rocky helmet is nice and all, but Mush
But
Doom
the Heat
is his
Ran
name.
is right there.
Yeah, Heatran being here is kind of. The
Interesting.
problem is you can't terrastalize at the moment it comes out. Like if
Because-
you could do that, this would be great into these two because I'm sure it has like a grass terrastalization on it.
Yeah, I did see later on at one point people were tired of running the grass in the grass, so somebody ran a bug.
Oh, bug. Okay.
Because Terra Blast, it was like a
That's
Metacall
pretty
into a
funny.
Metacall, yeah. So let's see what he decides to do here. Does he decide?
So I believe this is Heatran.
Heatran.
Yeah. So.
Oh, wait, did he call that?
Wow.
Did he call that? That's a dead Heat Ran.
He might. There's no way
he
you
fled-
close combat into Landorus.
And if he Flare Blitz right here,
If this is a Flare Blitz, this is a huge turn in favor of
he Flare Blitz.
Pip right now.
So the question is,
It does not knock out,
does it burn?
but you get a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage.
So what does he decide to do here?
Because of that recoil.
He spores. That's why.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
not a
other
bad
question
idea.
I have is that I wonder if that Urshifu is Choice Scarf. Because if it's choice into something, I didn't quite see his items. So grassy terrain left the field, so we will not see that. Honestly, at this point, you start sitting in Flutter Mane.
You would think though, even if it is choice, if he was going to, he wouldn't have close combated into Landorus. He would have close combated into that Amoonguss.
So, just given the skill level and stuff, maybe he was like a sack, like I can't switch out because sometimes you're in a situation where you don't have a good switching for
true.
whoever's on the field, and he doesn't know on that side that Landorus is choice into the item, and that's one thing that you have to kind of figure out.
Yeah.
If you know the speed tiers and such of that nature.
So this Intimidate is actually really good because even if the Urshifu were to wake up here, like you said, you would want, based on all these close combats coming out, you would maybe assume that this is a choice Urshifu. So this Intimidate here means that it won't be able to use those critical hit surging strikes, which means its damage really is being mitigated. Usually Intimidates aren't that effective on an Urshifu because it has automatic critical hits. But Intimidate in this situation is actually valuable on both of those physical attackers on Pip's side for Eclipse.
And yeah, so I wonder if what he's going for. So I'm guessing that means he's going to attack into the what is it called? Incineroar, like a stomping tantrum into Incineroar.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's what we're gonna see here. Yeah, let's see if this is enough to knock
Incineroar
out.
is a citrus berry, not that it mattered.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a nice hit. That's a Scarf, I believe, a Scarf Landorus we saw. That's a typical set for Landorus there. So.
Oh, but he can't wake up this turn. It doesn't matter because it's first turn sleep.
He couldn't wake up now.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, you have a 2 times close combat, which means double defense drop, double special defense drop, and intimidated, locked into close combat. That Urshifu might be the weakest Urshifu that's ever existed in Pokemon. That is a heavily debuffed Urshifu. Poor guy, just sitting on the field like that. So now coming in,
Metagross.
Metagross. That's not a very standard pick.
I'm surprised about this because I assume that you'll leave it unless it's Terra Water. This could be a Terra Water because then you can use like Psychic Fang or whatever you have and use that into the Amoonguss. That's a really good because nothing else wants to switch into that. You already got rid of the Heat Ran. Metagross, while not a counter to Flutter Mane, is a really good check because of the high output damage he has.
Yeah, the bullet punch, the steel typing,
anything, right?
Yeah, the only reason it's maybe not quite as effective, something like Heatran, is because of its it lacks resistance to Shadow Ball, and it's a super effective attack against it. So it is a strange to fill your team with a Psychic type and use Metagross. There's reasons to do it, but it's less commonly seen. So it's I'm really interested to see what the play is here. He really did, yeah.
Rage Powder.
Yeah, it's like a physical version of Goldango. So we have Rage Powder there. So like you said, let's see if this is Psychic Fangs coming out. No, it's Bullet Punch.
Oh, he survived on 10.
Yeah, he survived that. Wow.
And
second turn of sleep for Urshifu. Not that it really mattered.
And that should be a dead... Ooh,
no, Metagross is pretty bulky.
Yeah.
It's going to hold that. Which means another Bullet Punch here will be the end of the Amoonguss.
But I wonder what the play is here.
Yeah, I mean...
Because it's Urshifu's on his second turn of sleep. So, like, it's like second to 1.5 is average. So, either way it goes, it's not really like he got extended period of sleep. A wake up here would be amazing, especially if it's not Choice Scarf and he's able to Surging Strikes into that slot, that may be game.
Yeah, that would be. I do have a feeling that that's a choice item to Urshifu, either band or scarf, most likely scarf.
I also I feel like the Metagross has to be banded because so yeah, Bullet Punch doesn't one shot Flutter Mane every time. Choice Bandit does.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see. Maybe he thought there was gonna be a switch in, or I don't know what the exact thought process was.
Possibly.
So he withdrew that.
There we go. It's about time because that Urshifu, although it's asleep, it has plenty of time to be refreshed here. I like that Amoonguss switch actually. Yeah. Protect on the Amoonguss. Let's see. It might have been a Bullet Punch into that slot. It was. So Lander's going to be the only one to move here, and it's probably going to get a knockout on this Metagross.
But the good thing is now he has the ability to redirect moves from his, because like if Urshifu wakes up next turn and he's able to Rage Powder, ooh, that's interesting. I think you attack. As Amoonguss because I think Amoonguss, because Rage Powder is not going to stop another Spore from going into you.
Although we actually have Rillaboom coming out first.
So fake out Spore?
Yeah, it could be. It could be a fake out here on the Amoonguss. The fake out will get the knockout from a Rillaboom. So, fake out would get a knockout here. It gets priority, and then Spore would do. I mean, that would be huge. That would put you in a huge position here.
But he
wants to Terra, but he's Choice Scarf, so he can't.
But and the thing is, you can't at this point. You cannot switch out. This
makes sense.
Well, I feel like it's going to be hard for you to switch out because then you might eat a Spore into that slot.
Yeah, it is difficult, but half of Iron Hands' job is staying on the field and eating damage. So I would much rather take a Spore if I have to choose between my, like when you're looking at Amoonguss and Rillaboom on the other side of the field, that Terra Blast, Flying Terra Blast becomes so much more valuable. Urshifu's Fighting type. Rillaboom's grass typing. Right, it's probably Terra Water, but even then, if that's the Pokemon that you're using Terrestrialization on, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon in the world. So 2 Terra Blasts will still put down a Water type Urshifu if it survives.
So what I'm curious about is so he can't fake out now. Because so we have to put him out there. I imagine we're going to see a Grassy Glide into a Spore. So who do you Terra Blast here?
I think you definitely since you have the Choice Scarf, I would say you're getting rid of your ground typing, right? So Urshifu coming in is dangerous, but not as much. I would say you Terra Blast into that Amoonguss. It looks like it's going to be into the Rillaboom here. That Amoonguss is kind of... Having redirect away from Urshifu after it wakes up is not... That's really good for Pip on Eclipse's side.
Yeah, because honestly, at that point, Flutter Mane going in... Yes, Flutter Mane does really well against Urshifu, but it's not... It can't take Surging Strikes from Urshifu. It's just going to die.
Especially not if that's what the Terrestrialization is being saved for.
And I'm curious to see if this... Because we haven't seen Flutter Mane. I'm curious to see if Flutter Mane is, because we've seen Choice Specs lately used to see a lot of booster energy, and it'll be curious to see, do they tend to run fast? Like, because I think Flutter Mane base speed, max speed is 205, and then you add in the boost and increases that.
Yeah.
But if it's Choice Scarf Urshifu, I think that still speed creeps it. So
Choice Scarf Urshifu will. Oh, and that's gonna be a knockout on the Rillaboom there with the flying type, Flying Terra Blast. So, Amoonguss is still going to be there to support. Spore goes into that Landorus, and he's going to be asleep. He's not going to be able to get another one of those off. That's rough. I understand wanting to get rid of the Rillaboom at some point.
But the Rillaboom doesn't threaten you enough.
The Rillaboom doesn't threaten you enough. A Grassy Glide, when you know you're Terrestrializing into Flying type, Grassy Glide just isn't threatening anymore.
Especially since Grassy Glide has been weakened. And at this point, I think you just Rage Powder. And you attack into the you Rage Powder, you attack into the Landorus.
Yeah, if you're Pip. And let's see, because this could not be a wake up, right? We're talking about this being a wake up here on the Urshifu, but this very well could be.
The Landorus could wake up before the.
And it looks like we have a Terrestrialization coming out of here. He might be Pip might be banking on this. Yeah. At the very least, he wants this to survive a Terra Blast.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens here. If this is a wake up from Urshifu, this could be really, really powerful.
And then you Rage Powder, and that's how you win. That's
really,
your
really
win
saving
condition.
your Urshifu here.
3 minutes left.
Yeah, and that's a wake up, so he's going to get 2 turns here, not even just this one. So, see how much damage this puts out. That's not going to be enough for a knockout, but next turn,
Yeah.
it's going down to just about anything. So let's see, we're probably going to see I don't know, will we see a Volt Switch, a Drain Punch, probably a Drain Punch?
I don't think there's a proper thing because I think your win condition was you waking up this
No,
turn.
nothing. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Wow, that's really rough. I mean, I don't see a way out when you have 2 sleeping Pokemon and only 1 in the back.
So this Landorus needs to wake up right now and knock and Terra Blast into...
Has to knock out a Moongus, yeah. If you still have a Moongus on the field now, I mean, there's...
So that means that Urshifu has to be
scarfed. Yeah, because the Landorus is.
So at this point, you have a lot of leeway, right? Like, you can Spore. Assuming, even if this wakes up, right? You Spore. You Rage Powder and Spore into that slot, right? You protect... Oh, wait.
I'd say... It's really tough because Rage Powder here isn't going to stop this Fluttermane from doing its thing. Yeah. Fluttermane's going to have likely going to have, let's see what the move set is here, but most likely this Dazzling Gleam going to be on the set here. So a Wild Charge into Urshifu would do a lot of damage if we get a Wake Up. And even if it doesn't finish, Dazzling Gleam will certainly do the job. But it looks like we're going to get a Moon Blast, probably predicting a Rage Powder. Although Spore is very... Yeah,
he's Choice Scarf. Yep.
But also no Rage Powder. So this is Choice Scarf, and this is going to knock out, but there's no Rage Powder from the Urshifu, means that even if this, even if this Iron Hands wakes up here, it's going to sleep next turn. So if it can't get a kill, which I think would take a crit, I don't know how bulky it's built. Iron Hands does wake up. Wild Charge, that's a powerful move. Doesn't do enough.
He misses the KO.
It doesn't do enough.
You Spore here.
Yep, and that's a perfect... I mean, that's exactly how you had to play it for the win.
And then I don't know what offensive moves this Amoonguss has, but just you can throw an offensive move into him right there. Surging Strikes, and that's a guaranteed 1 turn of damage.
So right here, I think what you do is, as a Moongus, I believe, if there is a Pollen Puff, you Pollen Puff your own Urshifu, heal it back up, make sure that you win. If you get 2 Pollen Puffs on your Urshifu...
It's a forfeit, so it looks like Eclipse wins that.
Yeah, there you go. So it looks like a win with that. Yeah, so in this situation, for anybody who wants to make sure, you don't always, when you're in a 2v1, you have a sleeping opponent, you can highly underestimate your opponent.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate your opponent. Pollen Puff into your own Urshifu, it heals them. Then you Pollen Puff a second turn, you're up to full health, and you know that a Wild Charge from that Iron Hands wouldn't kill. So then you secure yourself victory, because Iron Hands is very bulky, and sometimes people will just go nonstop Surging Strikes into it, and you realize it's going to live, and that's pretty dangerous. So, yeah, that was a great game there. Eclipse now up 3, which is the biggest lead we've seen in this game.
10 minutes left to go. Assuming that time is right, you're not going to get many other games. Now, hear me out. Card Drift can be played really quickly, and the Reapers do have a timeout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll see if they use it here or next after this next one. Yeah, it's kind of tough for them to decide, right? Because you have 10 minutes left. Like you said, this next game could be played quickly, but do you want to risk it and not have your timeout for the next one?
Yeah.
But it looks like setup time is almost over, so I think they're about ready to.
Well, the good thing that you can do is, okay, so it's a 2-minute setup because it's from console to PC, right? You play it because there's only 2 minutes left, right? You go through it as quickly as possible. The next game, you hope the next game is a quick console game. Don't know what's left, but we're gonna keep playing pretend, and then you hope that you win that with at least 1 second left, and then you call your
right. Ooh, that's tricky. But yeah, here comes Kark's Drift, and we're rolling for next, which could be a very, very, very deciding game if this one goes the way of the Reapers, which would be Super Smash Bros.
And that's not a.
All right. Oh, goodness.
Oh, we are watching from the perspective of Cat.
Yeah, so it looks like they're on the top. Who do we have on 10? Yeah, whoever we have on 10 there is... They've got a heavy percentage done, but that doesn't mean nearly as much as score, but... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It looks like right now, second is very much catching up in terms of score, with not even as much distance covered, so...
He also said something else to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Cat, the guy right there at the bottom,
Yeah.
has not lost a regular season, has not lost a game since they got third place a few seasons ago.
Really?
Every game that he's been in, they've won. Every match.
So this would be his first loss.
In like 2 seasons.
Wow. Wow.
All right. But back to card strips. It looks like everybody's doing relatively well here. Well, they're not doing horribly. So, but here's the thing. Reapers still have to win the game that comes in front of them.
Yeah.
And theoretically, if you finish this game quick enough, you could win Smash with enough time in a fourth in a timeout.
Yeah. Yeah, Smash could be played quickly. That's true. It's not, it's not the longest game to survive through for sure, so.
We have Nexus out there. But who did they put? Nexus and X-Ray. X-Ray better be decent at this. He'd be talking to Chicken Tech too long. Too much.
So like Nexus is pretty close to done with the course. It looks like they're all coming to the last, quarter of the course here. First and second are actually about to wrap it up. We're going to see.
And you have, I forget how much time, but you have only a certain amount of time to finish the race.
Yeah, so it looks like Cat is going to finish here with score as well. So time and score for Cat.
PC7, whoever
Yeah,
PC
that's that.
7, X-Ray is not doing that hot. So this looks like this is going to be a win. 2-minute setup timer. And we have Smash.
That was a quick one.
So CTR,
Wow.
Pokemon, and
We're
Smash.
not done. We are not nearly done.
3 out of 4 games, CTR, Pokemon, Smash. So here's the thing. If you were the Reapers and you realized earlier that, like, you were in a tricky situation with Pokemon, maybe you forfeit that a little bit sooner. And now you have, like, maybe an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's a huge thing, right here, especially with the timeout. And what's also kind of detrimental is, if you look at it, they used the timeout earlier when they necessarily didn't have to. And that extra timeout now will be so clutch. Because that saves you those extra few minutes. Because if Eclipse can make Smash last at least a couple of minutes, if that time is correct, then they don't have to play another game. Or if that other game that rolls after this is a console, then they also have to win.
Yeah.
They have to win Smash.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Depending on how Smash goes, that really could be just no chance left. Yeah, so this could really, really come down to the wire, though, honestly.
So I think CTR was a Reaper setup. I mean, Pokemon was a Eclipse setup.
Okay.
Which means Card Strift was a Reaper setup. If this is a Eclipse setup, I'm picking Hyrule Temple, and I'm timing you out.
Yeah. Yeah, it very well could be a strategy. There's a lot of games that have in-game clocks, so yeah, there's plenty of games in which that strategy could be used. So, explain how the 5v5 format works here, as opposed to other fighting games.
So it is Squad Strike. So essentially, what it is you. Yeah, so it's a Eclipse setup. So what you want to do here, is everybody has to have the tags in beforehand, right? You choose a stage. There's 5 people for each team. They choose their characters and their tag, and you go in and you can choose what order you want them to go in. And so that everybody doesn't see exactly what order, you move like a Joy-Con or stick to kind of pick your order. It's also with items. So what happens? All right, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. So yeah.
Okay.
So then what happens is you pick your
So actually we have a timeout right now.
Yeah, it looks like I'm out from the Eclipse, probably just to make sure that they get their item set. Yeah, just to make sure they get their stuff set. So what you want to do is pick your characters, and then you go in 5v5, right? Everybody has 1 stock. So for those that don't play Smash, 1 stock is 1 life. And with stocks, as opposed to a regular fighting game, it's not a health-based thing. It's once you get put out into the blast zone.
Mm-hmm.
So there's multiple ways about being put on the blast zone. You can either fall off the stage, or you can actually physically get knocked out of the stage. Yeah, so how it works is Smash works on a percent-based things, right? And based on the percent that you're at, things change, like knockback and certain moves actually have different what's called knockback growth.
Mm-hmm.
So something like So a lot of the common throws, kill throws, are back throws, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Those back throws usually have low knockback at early percents, but they scale higher.
Yeah.
So that matters because, like I said, it's not a traditional fighter. You don't have a health based system, so you either want to knock them out of the blast zone, or you want to essentially make it so that they can't recover.
Yeah.
And then everybody has a different recovery move. Every character has at least one jump while they're in the air. Certain characters like Jigglypuff, Pit, DDD have multiple jumps.
1,000 jumps.
Yeah. Airspeed. There's just so much that goes into play. But
Mhm.
essentially, you want to knock out all the their people before they knock out all your people.
Yeah.
Now, there's different strategies, right? Like some people like to put their best people forward. Maps haven't played a big role as of yet. But there's certain characters that are bad in traditional Smash that are great, right?
Yeah.
So Lil Mac is not a great character. He has horrible recovery.
Yep.
But there's walk-off stages, meaning he's a lot stronger, especially walk-off flat stages, because Lil Mac's one of his bigger weaknesses is also his aerials. He's a character that wants to stay on the ground, and you shoot the stage. He benefits something like that.
Right.
But it looks like, so on the left side, we have the Reapers. We have Scarlet is 118. Ricky is the Byleth. That looks like Egg, I want to say, is Chicken, which is going to be
Sheik.
Yeah, so it looks like right off the bat we have Ricky versus Jury.
Yeah.
So Jury is playing Snake, one of the most annoying characters in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Has a one-frame grenade, so it's like, yep, get off of me. If your combos aren't airtight, I'm just going to go ahead and get out of this.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna start with too. Is that Snake? So this is either Jury's main or one of the best stall tactics I've ever seen in my life.
I'm pretty sure Jury's played this. So what you want to do here is grab that Pokeball. Pokeball and Smash, and Pokeballs are one of the best, what's the word I'm looking for?
Fortnite, that was what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's Eclipse favorite, in my opinion. So
There's
those
an
two
assist trophy as well.
Assist trophy and Pokeballs, why they're the most important items, especially if you're using a smaller stage, is that they take up space. And why is that important? Because you throw a Pokeball out, you take up space, it makes it easier for you to get that assist trophy. That assist trophy's out there, something else pops up, it makes it easier for you to get those items. So it's all essentially items are just about stage control. Like, yeah, you can. Oh, this
Nintendo.
is annoying.
So this is going to be annoying for both of them.
It doesn't
This
do anything.
this is actually not going to help anyone. So that's kind of
Nobody
upsetting.
likes this.
Yeah, so
All right. Eventually, we're going to that dog is going to get up out of here, and that's. Oh yeah, he's dead. I don't know how much that dog played an impact, but like,
I would honestly say a lot, because the blast radius of the which was that a bee bomb? That was that a bomb from Star Fox?
Yeah.
The blast radius of that
Saved the
was blocked
replay?
until.
So this is
Oh,
King,
no.
This is King DD character I play.
Okay.
So this is a character that they know how to play, can survive the high percentage.
Yes. Unless you're playing me.
And he upbeat out of nowhere, so I don't think he knows.
Start. He's not coming down with it though. He's only going up.
No, there he goes.
All right. Who was that?
That looks like that was X.
That was X-Ray. X-Ray
I
plays
told
every fighter except for this one.
I told X-Ray to just pick Min.
Oh man.
And here comes a hero.
Yeah.
And that looks like that is AJ.
So here we go. So this is where fighting games become RNG. This character should be banned from everything ever, especially my house.
We had items. It was already RNG.
Yeah,
and that's the first time I think Ricky's been touched. Air dodge. He's just going for smash attack.
There's an assist trophy.
Raftalos.
Oh wow, that's gonna be Monster Hunter Greg.
Always get them mixed up, but yeah, let's see the Raftail and Raftalos. But that's a lot of damage, and Ricky hasn't really been touched. Oh, Hero had. Oh no, you have to up B. You have to up B. You're dead.
Do any of these guys play Smash?
Ridley. That's probably Pip-Boy. Let's go, Pip-Boy.
Okay, so Pip on the Ridley.
Spicy plays it a little bit.
Okay.
So we
That's
just get confirmation if that time on the clock is right, because if it is,
if it is, that's game.
But if
we'll
it's not,
see. They may add time. They're probably going to check here and add some time based on timeouts.
Ridley is one of the biggest bodies. Please.
Oh,
Okay,
nice. Okay, actually a cool recovery.
Byleth has extreme kill percent. If he times that forward smash right there, he could die super early. All right. What did he get there? He got a gun and he threw it.
Oh, and here comes Shadow.
Oh yeah, he just has to time it. This time the F smash, time to.
Oh. Oh no.
Ricky going crazy.
All right, let's see if Ricky sweeps or if this. Here's another one, another annoying character to play against as well.
Link.
Is Link.
But
Yeah.
I do know Spicy knows how to play it a little bit, so
Mhm.
this should. Oh, that's
It's even more annoying.
That's 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, 2.5. Yeah, so if this. This could really come down to the last game.
Oh, no.
If he can make this a quick one. But this is, I mean, I can't think of a more stally character than Link.
Kirby.
Kirby maybe, but he's so light that, you know, if you do get your hands on him, you only have to get a
Oh,
couple
that's the
of
thing about
interactions.
Byleth, or not Byleth. That's the thing about Link. Like those items, like the projectiles, he can just straight up block with his shield. He can stand there
Yeah.
and not have to like actually put his actual shield up. But it looks like, oh wait.
So he might be 2 towards that air ride.
Oh, I think that's
super,
it.
And
Wait,
that's
oh, no,
it.
Reaper
He
still
just
have
has to
time
lock on.
And he's dead. He's dead.
He's dead. There's time on the clock.
And Fortnite's next.
Fortnite's next.
We
It's coming
love
down to
Fortnite.
Fortnite. No,
This-
what? Do
Just the way
dance.
we just ooh. They have okay. So Red is gonna probably go in, and you probably want to see in Ricky and Cutters in.
Okay.
You're probably on the other side when it's in Snappy in, Spicy in, and probably either Jury or Nexus. I remember Jury was really nasty at Fortnite. Like I think the Eclipse are as a whole are pretty good at Fortnite. So could you imagine if we
Man.
tied this up right here?
I can. I actually, judging by this game, I could completely imagine that. Yes, judging by the way this match has gone.
And if you think about it, if they had held out on Smash a little bit longer, if people didn't die, like this game would be over.
Yeah. I mean, how many people do they have jump off the map? Like literally, I think they had 2 people. That's almost half of your team just like air
Yeah.
dodged off the map.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah. They were like, actually, I really love Fortnite, so I'm actually really into it. Yeah, so it's going to come down to Fortnite here. Interesting. Every 5th grader is screaming in their gaming chair right now. So excited for this. This is awesome. Yeah, Fortnite is really coming around. It's really going to, I got to be honest with you, the most, this is the interesting part of Fortnite, the part of the game that nobody plays, which is like a deathmatch mode. For me, the most fun part of the game when you play Battle Royale is just looking at who has like the coolest fish skin or something.
And it's interesting that Cat is going in here.
Okay.
Cat has his. He's like, all right, this is our chance to get back in this game. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna put it all on me.
That's true. I mean, like you said, it's really, this is like his record that he's defending. So, yeah, why put it in anyone else's hands, right? So what do you think when it comes to a game like Fortnite, third-person shooter? Is he relying on himself too much, or is he a good person to actually put in this position?
I don't know, because like
Hollywood's not in.
Ricky's probably good at this. Ricky's probably okay at this. I know they said Ricky's been practicing it. Rez had to go in, right? Like Cutters is a shooter, but like Fortnite, it's a different kind of shooter.
Yeah. Right?
Like
It's a builder, too.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
let's see who is marginally better.
What about Hollywood? Is there a reason Hollywood's not going in on this one?
Like the same thing I said for Cutters. It's a
Different
shooter,
kind of
but like
shooter.
it's a different kind of shooter.
Okay, so not quite his speed. Gotcha.
It's like Smash in a fighting game, right? Like
Mhm.
it's a fighting game, but at the same time,
Yeah.
yeah.
Any fighting in that could also be called. All right, we got a timeout coming in here. So,
Timeout by the Reaper.
Very
They
reasonable
want to make
timeout.
sure this game is played.
yeah, no kidding. Wouldn't that be the absolute worst way to lose this type match? Just be like, oh, well, we haven't had this since literally the beginning of the game, but here it happens now. Yeah, so this last match is going to be
Potentially.
potentially last
What
match. It
game
might not
would
even
you
be,
want
but
to
this
see
is-
to end this off?
to end this off? They only go by what's left on the wheel.
Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, that's tough. Honestly, like from my own personal bias, Halo. I love Halo.
Halo will actually be
I
really
think it's such a straightforward shooter that it's like it's such a team-based shooter. It's such a like skill-based shooter. I think it's just a perfect balance of like really seeing like if this is a league about gamers, it's
Yeah.
like who's most gamer. Like let's get down to it. So yeah,
Halo
personally,
would
I would
be fun.
love to see Halo.
Halo would be fun. Halo. Yeah, I mean, That was in my head.
All right, so here we go. Fortnite has started. They're getting their loadouts.
Red? I want that.
So Jury's on PC 7, Spicy is on PC 8, PC 10 is Snappy. Ricky is on PC 2, Cat's on PC 3, and Reds is on PC 6. So what PC are we watching right now?
I'm pushing out.
All right.
Hey, come to yellow.
All right.
I got heals.
And it looks like the building has begun. The spawns are in.
Truck splash.
Are they just gonna go straight into that? Okay.
Okay. So they're just gonna loot the other spawn now. They're really gonna rely on resources. They're not playing around for this last one.
No, because they went full force when they put Jury and like they're like, okay, we're gonna win this right here, right now. Jury's tired of losing to them.
So not too much damage down, but short by a little bit. There's
Able
plenty
to
of
do
shields
some
to
blue
heal up
shield.
with.
Yep. And that fight. Okay, yeah. So do we have anybody down? We do not have
So is
anybody down as of yet.
Yeah.
All right.
We did lose a little bit of shield, and it looks like he's the least equipped to actually regain
Engage.
shield and health. Yeah.
And that's one of those things, right? Like those early engagements when you're shooting at them. Yeah, it's not necessarily to. Oh, there's something right behind them. What was that?
That was the rocket, the jack-o'-lantern rocket. He jumped right over it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I think they really are relying on distance right now. They're going to take time to get closer, obviously, because they have to build as they get.
I don't think they think they win box fight. And that's the issue.
Yeah, which would explain why they're relying on long-range sniping right now, leaving themselves in the open.
All right, and then now their back is up against the storm. Almost.
Oh, so there's a down.
Obama's
profit. Yeah, so I have a feeling he's staying down there. They're pretty close range now. Although they are building up, so there might be an opportunity to res him.
I gotta heal.
Taking a little bit of damage up here, but plenty of equipment to regain that health back.
And they're just leaving them. They're probably you seen the first Jurassic Park, right?
I have.
Remember
Where
when
is this going?
Remember when that guy was on the ground, he was crawling, and he's like, help me, and then they went to go help him, and they jumped him. That's what they're about to do.
That's what they're about to do. Yeah. Oh yeah. And there's that. I'm actually kind of surprised with all this building going. Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage coming out. Yeah, that's a down. I think there's just one more. They got to get out of this storm.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh no! Did they build?
It's a little bit of damage. It's not like an insane amount of damage. It definitely could spend some time in there. I didn't realize how much time they could spend. Oh, we're gonna roll. We're gonna see. So if we got something coming up next, it's gonna be Halo. Okay, it is going to be StarCraft to finish it off. Wow. All right, we're going back to. Grandpapa of esports.
Billy somewhere out there. Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, somebody.
Let's go! Let's go, baby! Let's go. Right
Looks like Eclipse might have just closed it out. I think they did.
But it is a 2 rounds.
Okay. So yeah, Eclipse closed out round 1. They're sitting 1 away.
From exercising their demons.
Yeah, really, from establishing themselves as back at the top of people's list.
Because this is their toughest game on the schedule.
Shoot a shot here if you're gonna try.
Yeah.
They get this out of the way. And honestly, this is gonna set a fire under the Reapers. Because every time the Reapers win and Cat comes in here, Cat doesn't say nothing good about his team. He's like, man, we could have played better.
Oh, here we go. I got pizza time or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's games like this where they're definitely going to be considering that then.
Yeah.
There were, you could say for both teams, there's just so many positions in which...
Moments to have separated themselves.
Yeah, you can't play a game this close and not have a couple of regrets.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's really going to come down to the rest of the season's improvements. No matter which way this game goes, both of these teams are really going to want to...
This is too close.
We're gonna need to get the zone soon.
Yeah, if you want to establish yourself as the unequivocal top dog of the league, it's not in 14 to 12 or 13 to 14 kind of games, you know.
Yeah.
These two teams are very much still both, you know, at peak playing capacity right now. Yeah, both of these teams have played amazingly. That's why they're playing so like trepidatiously against each other right now, because they really, really know that at any moment
they respect each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect. This is so dangerous for both of them. Both teams are so talented.
Did he hit that shot?
Did not get that one. I am wondering. Last time they weren't able to either. They weren't able to get any of those long range snipes. I'm thinking about how much quicker a round would go if they were able to get one of those. No, the building is all there. He did get 23 on the shield. It looked like there. But yeah, that was good coverage. Not everybody is covering themselves that well, so it is, it's lucky that was the
person.
Yeah, the player that got caught out because he was actually covering himself. Not everyone's been covering themselves that well, so yeah, like this right here, leaving himself in the open, he's gonna go down.
And are they gonna res him, or is he gonna get?
No chance. So now it's a 3v2.
One more. Right here.
All right, they have the high ground on Jury right there.
Yeah, Jury is just
crazy.
Yeah, I mean he's gotta play really protectively right now. He's gotta wait for like storm movement.
Finish it, finish it. Move,
All right.
move. My way.
This is 3-1.
Yeah, and I don't know who's left,
Hey, heal.
but whoever it is has to have some kind of Herculean effort. And those like pivotal moments.
That'll be it. Yep. So Eclipse is going to take it 14-12. They won. They're 2-0. They just dropped the Reapers to 2-1.
That is crazy.
Wow. Congratulations to Eclipse. I mean, that is a huge game. That's like you said, that's the biggest game that they had looking forward to on their schedule now. So now it's all about moving forward. Both of these teams have to look at their schedules. Reapers have to not let this one get them down. 14-12. That's like losing 0-2.
Yeah.
That is not a huge scoreline difference.
Like that's one game, and it's 13-13.
Yeah, exactly.
Pokemon,
That's a one game difference.
CTR. Like you can look at all of these different moments during this game, right? Like, hey, maybe if you don't have Scarlet here and Madden doesn't roll up right here, maybe you win that game, right? Like, it's been back and forth and back and forth. Pokemon, like, there was moments that you had the advantage that you could have cleared out, right? So, congratulations to Eclipse. Still, congratulations to the Reapers on a great game.
Absolutely.
Looks like we're going to probably get the winners in here shortly.
All right.
But yeah, like, it was an amazing game.
What's that?
I'll say it was an amazing game, and it looks like they're really hyped and behind us, and here they are.
Here they are. All right.
We got our run back.
Pokemon. Match was awful.
Hey, I couldn't see there's a fucking dog on the screen.
All right, so
Thank God third's not.
grab them the mics.
So actually, what happened?
Turn it on.
Nah, right here. Right here. Do you want it? No, he wants it. Oh, what? Oh, I thought he said.
You got to turn it on.
All right, so we have the winners of today's match. We have Eclipse. How does that feel, beating a team that y'all have kind of struggled with the last few seasons?
Feels it feels pretty good. I mean, it's just a regular season game, I mean, obviously it counts when it counts, probably in April, but it's always good to come out with a win no matter what.
What was, at this point in the match, what was the most satisfying game for y'all to win?
Pokemon. Oh, no, Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon.
Yeah. All right.
That was...
We do that.
I don't know.
Completely buffooned our way. Yeah, like, oh God.
It was actually a lot of really good plays.
Yeah.
You
guys played
Yo, predictions were insane. He knew he was in their head the whole time.
I'm sorry, he's the goat.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So you guys are 2-0 after a huge pivotal matchup. Are there any other games that you're really looking forward to this season?
Yeah, finals. Yeah, finals. Yeah.
All right. So it seems like the trade worked out, and
Very
the
well.
pickup worked out.
Very well.
Impact was felt during gameplay and off of gameplay. At what point, what game would you say did you feel that those two being on your team had the biggest impact on?
Dude, Guilty Gear.
Yeah, Guilty Gear was great.
Street Fighter. I mean, literally everything. I mean, These guys go.
So really, I'd say where we figured out that they were going to be the best asset to our team is training. These guys got us on a strict schedule. We've never trained harder or this hard ever. And definitely having X-Ray and Chickatech as motivation for our team to practice and really get good at some games has been excellent.
All right. So we are going to probably wrap up. Unfortunately, nobody decided to shout out Coach P, but it's what it is.
Shout out, Coach! Come on! We know she's watching.
Or Vernon, dang.
Dang, Vernon too. Jesus, this guy put us on blast. He's repping.
All right,
Happy
so we're
birthday, Exile.
Hey, there you go.
21.
Happy birthday, Exile. Yeah.
All right, so
Let's go.
are going to wrap up this amazing game. We'll catch you tomorrow for Trolls Bandits. With that, y'all have a good night. Hey.
Good game.
I won't be here. But anyways, y'all have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Peace.
Baby, so go. Baby, so go. Baby, so
We often stumble or trip, don't mean to mumble my shit. I'm chewing on boulders and bricks, complete with a soda and grits. It seems the order I get, can't leave, don't know where I've been. I mean to sober my mind, detoxing, I'm holding the wine. We talk but she blowing my high, no sense of controlling the riot that's boiling inside. I'm blowing her mind, wow, she blowing on my blunt to ash shit. I'm blunt, no asking, I form from passion. Now on to classics, a living, breathing legend. But I'm up for practice. This world is plastic to another bastard.